T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC, go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
AMC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Okay, let's go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at SM. Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I hear the sound echoes beneath, angels and skylines meet, and I'm straining to reach the light on the surface, light on the other side. I feel the pages turning, I see the candle burning down before my eyes, before my wild eyes. I feel you holding me tighter, I cannot see. When will we finally breathe? Breathe.
a shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those edgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. So lots of questions. I know people are like, "Why are we going up?" It's the question. Why? What's going on here? What it is? I mean, it is maybe a little sympathetic to GME moving, but I really feel like what you see happening right now, and is in the title for the day today, is thanks UBS. I think you're seeing closing of positions, and I'll make my argument here. Let me show you guys GME's chart here for just a sec. Actually, let's look at AMC's real quick here first, because I actually haven't done this yet. Yeah. I don't see it as much, anyways, on AMC's chart as I do GME's chart here. So I think there's more of a position being covered, or closed, I should say, on GME than I do on AMC. So let me take you over to GME real quick here on the charts, and I want to show you guys something real quick here. First off, two things I want to talk about with GME and what happened yesterday. First off is I've got two different boxes set up here, one for the trading day and one for the aftermarket hours. And if you combine the total amount of volume that was traded during those two boxes alone, in the aftermarket hours, it's only reporting 3.22 million shares. During market trading hours, it was 4.7 million shares. Pre-market was like 11,000 shares. It's not even worth even talking about, really. So basically, between open market, which was the 4.7, and the 3. I mean, you could round it up if you wanted to, call it 3.3. You had basically 8 million shares traded. But their total volume yesterday, it was like 15 million. 15 million shares with 8 million shares being reported. So somewhere, some volume magically just kind of disappeared. And some of the talk about, pokey stick of volume ending up being the settlements from the previous day. If we end up seeing like, I don't know, if we see 8 million shares traded in the pokey stick of volume on GME this morning, then maybe I'll lend some more credence to that. But at this point in time, obviously we're not there. We're not quite there yet. I don't. There's just 8 million shares missing in volume that occurred, that were being reported but weren't actually showing up on the books here. And I double checked this. I went through. I actually pulled the minute by minute ticker for the aftermarket hours yesterday, because some people were claiming that there's like 10 to 11 million shares traded in the aftermarket hours. And I went back through the minute by minute ticker on Active Trader Pro and filtered it all out. And they're the largest shares traded yesterday in the aftermarket hours in any one given order was 213,464 shares, in the 2 seconds after the market closed. Everything else was lower than 20,000 shares. I did a sum on all the shares traded in the aftermarket hours, and it did come out to 11.1 million shares traded in the aftermarket hours. So there was 11.1 million shares traded during that period of time. But when you actually do it, when you do a trend chart on this, it only shows it's only showing 3.22 million shares traded. So the question is where did all those extra shares come from? Why weren't they showing up on the lit market being reported at all? And my guess is that maybe we'll see those pop, that extra 8 million shares pop up in this morning when the numbers get reported at 8 o'clock when Central Standard Time. No, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 7 Central. And maybe we'll see like this massive quantity of volume going on there on the pokey stick. So we'll wait for that to see that happen. But this is the most important thing that I've got to show you guys. There's something really, really cool going on here, and I think is to lay out my case for the idea of this being covering or closing of positions here. And this is why I say thank you, UBS. If you go to a 4-hour chart and you look at the vortex indicator, that is a massive, massive drop in for this indicator here, going from to a negative 0.37 value. And basically, like, I mean, when you say negative 0.37 on a vortex indicator drop like this, what you're basically stating is that there was zero selling pressure going on. Nobody was competing against any buying pressure that occurred during that period of time. So it was just straight up unhindered buying. Somebody didn't want any kind of fight against what it was that they were buying, and somebody allowed that to occur. And this has only happened 2 other times on GME ever where it's been this low. I went back through the charts to kind of verify. There was 2 different dates where that happened, that low on the 4-hour chart. And one of the dates that I think that stands out the most to me is if I draw this back to about August 24th of 2021. The vortex indicator showed about that much, and look what happened on that day on August 24th is right here. This is August 24th. Price absolutely ripped. Somebody was closing out positions, and price ripped from about 40. And remember, these prices are based off of the reverse split the split that they had on GME. So these prices aren't going to be exactly accurate. You'd have to multiply by 4 times, right? So 44 looks like the start of the run started about 44.70, right? So we can multiply that by 4. So it started about $178 and found a top right around 200, so $600. So it went from, that can't be right. Was it 4? Was there a split 4x or was it 3x? I can't remember. I really can't remember if it was 4x or 3x, but maybe it was 3x. I don't know, but because they didn't hit $600, so that can't be right. But the point that I'm trying to make here is that there was a massive, very exact same kind of scenario that occurred, and there was some closing out of positions that caused price to rise really, really, really quickly. The percentage that this gained here, it was 4x. Mike says it was 4x. I don't know why. If it was 4x, I should just be able to divide or multiply this number by 4, and it should be giving me the right value. But I don't remember it jumping up to 600. So, I don't know. I'd have to go back in the history and try and pull that up there. But I'm not really worried about that. I don't want to get into exact numbers on that. That's not what I really care about. What I do care about is the increase in value. There's a 356% increase in value on this jump when it happened last time. When you had that much buying or selling pressure dropping down to almost basically zero, they had a 356% increase in price. And that's the important part to know right there. That's a pretty massive jump up. If you remember that day, you remember it. Maybe you were there for it and part of GME at the time when it happened. I don't know. But that happened. It literally happened. And so now you've got this right here, right? This is a little tiny blurb in comparison to that right now. The total jump up that this had was not nearly as much, but was still pretty big. We had like a 74% increase in price, 48% increase. No, 74, like a 74% increase maybe. Let's see here. Draw in on this case. It's just because I have my box off. It was a 60.68% increase in price. So not quite the 300 that you saw back in August of 2021, but pretty massive. And I think this is a pretty sure indicator that somebody was closing their positions out here. You don't see this too much on the vortex indicator on the daily, only because there's not enough time representation. As time moves forward, you may see more of a change on the vortex indicator to kind of reflect that. But where it shows up the most, I mean, you can see it dropping right here on the 1 hour. Now that time has passed by, you can see it now on the 1 hour. It was only showing up on the 4 hour as of last night. On the 1 hour, it's now starting to show up where it dropped way down. Let's see if it's showing up on the 30 minute. Now the 30 minutes showing it. Last night when I was checking all this information, the time wasn't in there enough to get the vortex indicator to report this. But these are super low numbers. Somebody was not competing. Somebody was collecting shares and not having to compete for the collection of shares and closing out positions. And it's pretty obvious. So why is AMC up? I don't buy it. I don't think it was the earnings report at all. I think somebody's closing out positions, and that's it. That's why you're seeing price move up, is because of closing. And it sounds to me like UBS. We all know that UBS has stated that they want out and they're done, and they plan on closing out positions that were risk positions. One of the factors that I heard last night that Eric says I agree, Casey. I agree with one of the factors that I heard last night. Somebody was saying, if you were to take a look at risk, and when you're trying to mitigate risk, why would you close out positions on GME versus AMC? And the answer for that is because they're already net profitable, right? They are already showing positive EPS. They don't have any debt. They have all the things that they need to have in order to be a huge risk, massive risk. So why would you close out GME's positions? Because you have too much risk there, and you can't afford that risk. So ultimately, AMC ends up moving up as a result of that, because we know that some of these are kind of tied together. These meme stocks are kind of tied together through some of the positions that are held. I don't know that necessarily that there was any closing of any positions on AMC, right? If you come over to AMC and you look at some of the moves on vortex indicator, they weren't nearly as great as they weren't. I guess they were kind of big. They weren't terribly big. I mean, negative 0.62 is not quite nearly there. I mean, it is a lot, but it's not that much. We've seen numbers bigger than that, or I should say smaller. I just don't see the same thing happening on AMC here. There may have been a few closed positions that may have occurred, but nothing in contrast to what I saw last night in the data. I'm really kind of excited to see what we're going to see in data for the day-to-day going forward once we get the market open, and we could take a look and do some contrast and comparison to some of the different exchanges, because that 8 million shares has got to show up someplace. There was a massive amount of shares traded yesterday that just never showed up on the books anywhere, and those have to eventually show up someplace on the books for GME. I'm not seeing the same case on AMC, so yeah. Let's see here. Baldy says it's an options trap for liquidity. I mean, this one's different. Baldy, normally I would say I would agree with you. This one's a little bit different right now. There may be some of that involved in what's happening in price, but this one's a little bit different. I'm seeing something slightly different about this. Donald says, based on the volume UBS is closing out, like not even 1% of their shorts, why bother? Risk. Adverse risk. Projuler says, hopefully they'll save some of the 50 billion francs for us. Oh yeah, there's also another thing. I haven't actually read up on this yet. Um, there was talks about the possibility that UBS might be able to get out of their position of being able to save Credit Suisse with potentially if there's certain conditions that occur, they could back out. Is that a possibility? And it is. It's a very strong possibility. Maybe once they start closing some of these positions, my understanding is that they've already met some of those requirements to be able to back out of this whole deal. So we may hear news in the near future that they don't continue with that deal and bailing them out. So we'll see what ends up happening. Jason, I don't usually check that. I'm not really interested in it right now. I want to say that there's almost always a gamma ramp always set up for us. But over the next 3 weeks, I can say, Jason, that the amount of options that are out there that were open already were really, really light, and that doesn't bother me at one way whatsoever. And the reason I say that, Jason, is that the market's made to make money. If the market sees a gamma possibility, it'll create the gamma ramp all on its own. We don't have to. It will do it on its own. Papa says, "Are the dominoes finally falling, Casey?" And I want to say, we may see this may be a small domino, a very very small domino, but it does seem to be a domino falling. And we need to start seeing bigger dominoes, much much bigger. This is just a mere fraction. Yeah, Hayden says if CDS climbed plus 100 basis points, and my understanding is it's already been met. That's one of the that is one, I think that's the one that we were talking about last night. No, Donald, they may not be. They may not be. They may be trying to get out of a deal. Donald, they may be simply trying to get out of a deal, and by closing out 1 million of the 100 million shorts, may be just enough for them to close in order for them to say, oh look, see, yeah, we're not going to do this. This is we don't want any part of this. This is way too risky. Nope. I have no price predictions until I'm not going to have any kind of price prediction today until about 8:15. I've got to see the pokey stick of volume first. There's no way. There's no way I'm going to have any idea as to what price is going to be without knowing what volume for the day is going to look like. That's not really true, Frank Lehman. Just because you short at a certain price and you're trying to collect shares underneath that price, you have to be able to find shares first, right? So it the I understand where you're coming from in thinking that they're safe because the price is underneath, but they still have to collect the shares. If they can't get any shares because nobody's selling, then you have you're majorly not safe. All right, because that's how a whole squeeze play is formed in the first place. The idea that getting to the price underneath a certain value suddenly magically makes you safe or something like that is not even remotely close to being correct. It is so far from inaccurate. I mean, otherwise this whole play would have been gone and done a long ass time ago. Back when we were down at $2 and back in December of 2020 or so, something like that. That's not how this works. They have to find the shares in order to close out their positions. If they don't find the shares, and they're screwed beyond screwed. Because what happens is they start buying shares, trying to get shares in order to close, and price starts rocketing up, and it doesn't matter what their price is. Eventually, it's going to be over as they're trying to find shares that are out there. So, the whole idea of as long as their positions, as long as their short positions are underneath the value that they created, it won't be for very long. The minute that they start trying to find shares and actually buying those shares at the market, it turns into a safe position turns into a dangerous position really quickly. Well, let's take a look at the numbers. You guys are asking questions about numbers. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to take you guys over here to the other page here in just a minute. Let me clean my glasses first. Exciting stuff going on, though. Exciting stuff. Starting to see the ball rolling a little bit here. Frank says Kenny will sell him shares. He has 65 billion he has to buy. If he can afford to. If he can afford to take over their position, he might. I have a feeling he probably can't. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen that happen yesterday. What happened? This is the whole point that I keep trying to make to those who any institutionalist out there who doesn't believe in a short squeeze position. This is what I'm talking about here, because they just don't understand. They don't really understand the concept of being leveraged in a position to where when you cannot find shares. See, everybody seems to think that they can just continuously print more and more shares, but that's not really the case. There is a limitation on what can be done, and especially when it happens in short periods of time. And so when you see this happening, they can't shuffle everything around to keep up with the pace. And so you end up getting these huge bump up in prices, and it's like, this is the black swan event that institutionalists just don't understand. They don't really understand that because they don't plan for this. They don't trade the market in a way where they can understand the concept of there not being enough shares out there to be found. And so when you see that being the case, and you see price start jumping up like this, and then the word that comes out of their mouth is well, they weren't leveraged properly. And it's like, well, they were leveraged properly based off of the conditions that were happening, but the conditions changed, and that's what caused them to be unbalanced so quickly that they can't possibly find enough shares to change that condition. All right, two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't, wait. First, let me say, when the big tramp's not on the screen, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back on the screen. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. If they allow you, if you're setting up your two-factor authentication and they allow you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive the code, not a bad idea. That way you can have something happen to your primary and you can still get in. And then lastly, I'm asking everybody to start taking pictures and screenshots at least once a day, if not once a week, of your portfolio, so that you can kind of prove your position in case something should happen to it or change. With your broker, you have proof of what it is you held prior to the change that was wrong. So please try to protect yourself as much as you possibly can. I don't say these things just for my own health. I say it for your health as well. There's nothing worse than having a heart attack over an account that suddenly gets jacked up in a critical time. So price prediction tally points for yesterday. The closing price on AMC was 441, and Ape was 148. I think if I'm not mistaken, Apex was off by 2 pennies on his price prediction. And let's see here. The combined closing price was 589. I was shooting for 595 originally, and then upped it by 5 cents just so I could round it off to $6. So I was off by about 11 cents. I had 450 to 750. Eric had 5 to 8. Apex had 437 to 737. Einstein had 447 to 747. Everybody got a price prediction tally point for yesterday. Why do I feel like we're short a point here? Is today Wednesday? Oh, today is Wednesday. Never mind. Just kidding. Today's hump day. Happy hump day. Hopefully my wife's listening. She loves it when people say that on YouTube for some reason. It's probably, I actually know why she probably likes it. She probably likes it because of the fact that that's when she's off work, when it's hump day. probably why she likes it so much. Let's give everybody their points. This is not financial advice. It's just simply four apes trying to figure out what price is going to be for the day to day. And I had somebody asking earlier, what are the positions on price predictions on ape going to be? Please don't take price predictions for the day as financial advice for you. This is literally just four guys trying to figure out what we think price is going to be on average between the two different stocks by the end of the day, and we get it wrong. And for you to make positions based off of what we're saying is dangerous. Make your own predictions and your own positions where you decide to put them, or place them. Don't do it based off of what we're saying, please. I can't stress that enough. I don't want to hear anybody coming back to me like, you said this, and it's like, you know what? I'm just a guy on YouTube, so take it for what it's worth. It's free. We're not making anything off of this, so you shouldn't be making anything off of us either. So let's see here. Short exempt volume for the day yesterday on AMC was approximately 352.1, which is up from yesterday's short exempt volume. And then let's take a look at apes. Short exempt volume on ape was 228.8. Definitely seeing a little bit of a increase in those values. Yesterday we had AMC up 3.28% for the day yesterday, and ape was up 8.82. So because the combined between ape and AMC is over 10%, I'm going to go ahead and give that a 1 of 3 for meeting the requirements for 3 days in a row, being higher than 5%. I'm going to give that a 1 of 3. So we got a 1 of 3 there. That's a good start. Utilization. Let's see where we're at on that right now for AMC and ape. On AMC, the utilization for the day today is being reported at 100%. Let me just verify the date, make sure that's accurate. March 21st is yesterday, so that's correct. 47 straight trading days in a row of utilization being 100%. On ape, 79.35. A little bit up, not much. Max Pain. Max Pain is probably still going to be $5. I don't expect it to be any different. There it is, $5. No change. Off exchange. These guys are great, man. I'm so happy. Like I reached out to them, and they were able to start updating, get their charts starting to update again, which is great. Love it. They were really responsive and quick once I got the right avenue of contact to talk to them, which was awesome. Love it. Final numbers on off exchanges for AMC yesterday was 55.48, and EDGX was 11.66. Combined total was 67.14%, or about 3.14% higher than what I would expect to see on a normal day. Those numbers are going to be really, really interesting today. I can't wait to see how much there's going to be. If I had to guess, we're going to be 70, high 70s to maybe even 80% between off exchange and EDGX. I'm guessing. I don't know for sure, but if I had to guess, that's where we'll probably end up seeing it. CHX volume for the day yesterday was 0.09% of the total daily volume, which is pretty low with a 30-day average of 2.15. On Ape, final numbers for off exchange was 49.57. EDGX was 6.11. The combined total was 55.68%, or about 8.32% lower than it should have been. So really, really, really low numbers there. We actually had a lot of additional volume showing up on the NYSE ARCA yesterday. The normal 30-day average is 6.73, and it was 15.72. So it seems like there may have been a shuffling of some positions moving through that exchange there. CHX volume was absolutely zero. GME's CHX volume yesterday was 0.05 with a 30-day average of 0.26, so it was low. I have a feeling we're going to see a big jump up on that today. I do want to note that on GME, when I scroll down a little bit and I look at CHX volume, this is one of the first things I looked for. Was there a sign beforehand, before everything that started happening, of a potential spike in CHX volume? Come on. And CHX volume on GME. And back on 315. Uh-oh. I just lost my internet. Hold on a second here. Nope, didn't lose my internet. What doing? Okay, the page froze on me. No biggie. I'll come back to it. Oh, wait, here we go. 315 on that day, the CHX volume was 0.76 with a 30-day average at 0.2. What is it? 0.26. So it had like 3 times the amount of volume going through CHX on 315. The total amount of shares was 34,559 going through that exchange, which is much higher than usual. It was a little bit of a bump up that day, and probably should have seen that as a flag. But because I don't watch the numbers on GME very often, so I didn't really I guess I didn't raise any red flags or anything and be like, hey, look over here. You know, it was elevated. I remember saying it was elevated that day, but I don't. I guess I just didn't see 3 times the amount of CHX volume on a single day being all that incredible. I guess it is. It should have been something I should have noted. So because it does look like 3 days ago there was some closing of positions starting or starting to happen. Let's take a look at institutional ownership on AMC. Yesterday was 133.716 million. Today it's 133.716, so no change. On options, highest amount of open interest for the day is still at a $10 strike. Yesterday there was 23.8 thousand contracts. There's still 23.8 thousand contracts, no change. On puts, the highest amount of volume is at a $3.50 strike. There was 37.7 thousand contracts. There's now 36.7. So about 1,000 contracts were closed out yesterday at 3.5. Whoever closed out 1,000 contracts of puts yesterday is breathing the heaviest sigh of relief from yesterday. They're looking at this aftermarket hours going like, whoo. It's gonna get. They were looking at that going, man, I barely walked away. Yeah, that's just getting out by the skin of your teeth there on that. But yeah, so a lot of volume. Yeah, I was being asked about a gamma ramp here. We do have some call options for this week at a $4.50, $5, and $5.50 strike. But it's really the $10 strikes that aren't where it really, until $10 that it starts to pick up this week. Those are pretty hefty. All right, let's take a look at the rest of the data right after I move some screens around. And let's see here. Give you a little bit of music in the meantime. All right, we got our jump yesterday. I circled this quite a few days ago, stating that this section of price movement was really similar to what we saw back here, and I circled this one. And I was showing you guys yesterday that we should see at least a 50-cent increase in price by the end of the day. Well, we got our 50-cent price increase, but it actually didn't come until the aftermarket hours, and I can't even express to you guys how cool it was. Like in the first few minutes in the aftermarket hours, Apex and I were talking a little bit, and I don't know if you see this. This might be hard to see on the page here, but this tail, on this candle right here, right after market closed, hit exactly. I'm on a 30-minute. If I go to the 1 minute, you'll see this. It hit exactly where I wanted it to hit to create that bullish triangle that I was looking for from the past here. And this is on a 1 minute scale here. It was right there, right on it. I mean, it found the level of resistance perfectly. And the best part about it, I think the coolest thing about it at all, in general, is the fact that as soon as it hit that in the aftermarket hours and broke through it moved quick. So we got our bullish flag with that retest at, and of course this is combined AMC and Ape, but that retest of about $6 was exactly what we were waiting to see the flag up on this. So that's what I wanted to see have happen. Let me take this back to a 30-minute interval here. So we're getting that same kind of feature that we were seeing last time on that run up. So we may be having kind of like a really like a similar run up as to last time, but now that we've got what I think or I feel is maybe some closing of some positions, I think we're going to start to deviate away from what was happening from the past to what's happening currently. If price continues to run up to about a $7.32 range and then reject off a 732 combined between AMC and Ape, we could see a pullback. Probably, if I had to guess, back down to where we're at, like right now at about 644. And then you guys all know what a cup and handle looks like. I see a perfect setup for a cup and handle kind of I can't talk this morning. Pattern showing up here. So that rejection off of 737 and then falling back down to perhaps somewhere around that 650 to 640, 75 range would potentially be where price would need to fall to get that nice cup and handle pattern. So hopefully we can see that. Usually on the backside of what I tend to feel like I see like 95% of the time on the backside of a cup and handle is I see ascending parallel channels that are broken to the top side. So I'll be watching really, really closely today for ascending parallel channels that break out the wrong direction. Because if we are in a cup and handle type pattern, that's what we'll end up seeing. And I almost feel like I can see it already. This looks like an ascending parallel channel a little bit right here, broken. And then this, obviously, I don't know. We'll probably have to see another something. This is this is just nuts. All right, too much time spent there. Moving on. Let's take a look at Ortex data. Short share interest of the free float's at 24.18%. There's our utilization at 100% right there for a really long time. Let's zoom in on this just a tad bit and see what our day-over-day movement on each one of these indicators was. On loan amount increasing day-over-day from 192.02 to 194.45. So we're looking at 2.43 million shares having been borrowed. Estimated short share interest of the free float rising from 24.02 to 24.18 as a result. Let's figure out what kind of how many of those were short interest shares on that. Oops. Of the 2.43 million new shares on loan, Ortex is estimating about 827,000 of those. I'm just going to call it 8.3. 8.3 or 830,000 of those was in short interest. Makes sense because it's about a third. That's what they usually guesstimate. On loan average age per day, with 2.43 million new shares, I would expect to be heading downwards. It is. We're still getting that downwards momentum on this. It went from 93.23 days average age per day, on loan average age per day to 92.65. Security lending volume increasing day over day from 7.15 million to 9.58. Hold on a second, guys. I gotta check something real quick here. We turned on the heater in the house because it was getting cold out, and now I'm like burning up right now. Hope I'm not sick. It is like so hot. I can't. Yeah, it is definitely a little hot in the house here. I gotta cool it down. All right. Let's see here. What was I going with? Oh yeah. Next. Ape. Short share interest, the free float's at 6.53%, utilization 79.35, which is slightly up day over day. On loan amount increasing from 28 million to 28.96, so 960,000 shares increase in loan shares. Estimated short share interest, the free float's going to rise because of that from 6.48 to 6.53. On loan average age per day with, let's see, it's not very many shares, 960,000 shares. I would expect this to still be going up. It actually came down a little bit here. So about 1 million shares caused it to start heading downwards. So two things could be happening right there. One is that you have new loans that are coming in. I wouldn't expect 1 million shares to cause this value to start heading downwards unless some of the positions that they closed yesterday would have been older age positions brought on with new loans as well coming in. So I have a feeling you probably saw a little bit of a mixture of both of those things happening yesterday. On loan average age per day dropped from 44.18 to 43.59. If we get 2 days in a row of downwards momentum, then we get to start tracking for a new sharp increase in price. I think I get to call this one completed as of right now. If you take yesterday's upwards momentum in the aftermarket hours, the signal from the on loan average age per day starting to increase back on March 9th. I think this is the completion of that price movement, or what would probably look like to be the completion of it, anyways. With on loan average age per day starting to drop again, that means that we'll be getting onto a new 15-day timer, which means we could see a dual mode increase in price. And security lending volume day over day increasing from 1.79 million to 2.12 million. I don't know if Eric Cuddle's still here listening and watching or not, but it's good to see you, buddy. I haven't seen you in a hot minute, and I know we talk every once in a while on Twitter, but it's good to see you again. Let's see here. Orders by Fidelity customers. It popped into my head. I don't know why. I just had to say it. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is right up at the very top on this list here. AMC is making the list. These are for the last 4 minutes of trades yesterday. So yeah, this is retail. Retail decided to retail decided to just jump in at the end of the day here. But unfortunately for GME right now, it's got a 42.87% buy to 57.13% sell ratio, which is not good. I like seeing 60 buy, 40 sell. So there is some selling going on GME right now, but that's it is what it is. You're always going to see your paper hands the first. When price starts running a little bit, you're going to see your first paper hands losing or jumping out as fast as they possibly can, and then it starts to stabilize. It's always the case. On AMC right now, we have a 60.03% buy to 39.97% sell ratio. So we're good at that 60-40, right on the nose where I like to see it at a minimum. And we have Ape on here as well. For the last 4 minutes of trades, and this is only the last 4 minutes, Ape had a 56.65% buy to 43.35% sell ratio. Not the best in the whole wide world. I'd like to see 60-40 or better, but it is what it is. Whenever price starts rising a whole bunch, it's usually a little bit of selling that goes on first, and then that stops once you get the paper hands out. SSR is at trips today for AMC at 3.97. I already figured out what it was for Ape earlier this morning. I forgot to write it down, unless it's still on my. No, it's not on my calculator. Let's see here. 1.332. is where SSR will trigger for the day-to-day on Ape, if it should trigger, which is going to be a long ways down. Considering shares available to borrow. So last night when I went to bed, I think we had about 350,000 shares or thereabouts. Yep, here they are. Oops. Woo, scrolling all over the place there. Let's see here. So yeah, it was about 350,000 shares. They borrowed another 50 towards the end of the day in the aftermarket hours. So we'll count those. 150. Well, let's just start at 400 here. So about 450,000 shares. I'm rounding up about 25,000 shares here, but we'll call it 450,000 shares. Yesterday it was 600,000. Available, not a whole lot left. Fees are currently at 186.5. Calls, we have 81.2 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 19.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. 46.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 38.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. We just had, I heard my kid's alarm going off. We just had our pokey stick of volume come in here, so I want to take a look at that here real quick. But let's take a look at our markets and the futures. Right now, they're mixed. Mixed futures, we've got anywhere from 0.16 down to 0.05% up, just depending on what it is you're looking at. Right now, the Dow Jones is up 0.03 for the futures. But it looks like things are starting to kind of trend downwards. The VIX futures are up 0.48. So we'll see what that looks like. Let's take a look at this pokey stick of volume. This is going to get this is going to be interesting. Ooh. We got our volume, guys. We got our volume in here. Pokey stick of volume for the day-to-day is coming in at 482,000 shares. That is damn near close to 100 million shares traded for the day for a prediction for me. 500,000 shares kind of equates to me, when I calculate it out, it kind of comes out to around 100 million shares traded, which ain't bad. That's a good number. So I'm going to guess somewhere between 90 to 110 million shares traded for the day-to-day on AMC. Actually, I'm going to knock it down just a hair. I'm going to go 85 to 105. Only because it didn't quite hit 500, and I just want to give myself a little bit of breathing room there. And I'm okay with being low on volume prediction. If we end up having way more volume than that for the day-to-day, that it is what it is. That's fine. We'll figure it out as the day moves on. Taking a look at Ape, pokey stick of volume, we had 339,000 shares in total after the pokey stick, when the pokey stick was 125,000 shares. So we're looking at volume, Dave, roughly around. This one's a little bit tougher. Let's go with 40 to 60 million shares. I kind of want to go higher than that. Yeah. How much higher do I want to go? Now, I'm sticking 40-60. Go with your gut, Casey. Go with your gut. All right. Sticking to my guns on this one. Let's take a look at some of our banks. Some of our banks in the pre-market, we've got Credit Suisse down 1.25. FRC is down 3.75. Silvergate's down 6.8. Let's see here. Some of the other ones, all kind of just ish on either side here. So definitely the top leading drop ones are on the top of my list here. So we're looking pretty accurate on some of our guesses on banks here. Credit Suisse, First Republic, and Silvergate. Ethereum Classic is currently down 2.92% right now, still trading within this wedge here that I've got. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently trading down 0.18, which should suggest that the market's going to be heading upwards. We'll see if that continues to be the case. Pre-market on oil is up 0.2. SPY is down 0.03. In the pre-market, Tesla is up 0.68. Amazon is down 0.37. Cinemark is up 0.31. Dogecoin is down 2.51. Bitcoin is up 0.11 at 28.2 a coin. GME is up 47.88 in the pre-market. HYMC is up 1.77. Hood is down 0.32. Ape is up 4.73, and AMC is up 5.44. They've managed to push this down quite a bit here, which is why part of the reason why I'm saying I don't think there's been a whole lot of closing of positions on AMC, but I think there was definitely closing of positions on GME. It's still holding at around that 50% mark there. Quite the move. I think most of what our move was sympathetic to losing control on GME a little bit. But we are showing signs of higher elevated volume for the day today, so that's a good thing. Let's take a look at inflow versus outflow. Yesterday we had approximately 700,000 shares more outflow than inflow. 558,000 shares traded so far this morning. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.56, which is just slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.21. It's cooled off quite nicely with this little bit of a drop here, giving us the ability to be able to run some more once market does open. It's at 55.21, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.17, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of, man, I can't even make it out, 23.79, which is signaling oversold. So really strong push down here, cooling off that RSI pretty quickly. The faster it moves, the faster the RSI cools. Let's take a look at Ape. Yesterday there was approximately $100,000 more outflow than inflow. 348,000 shares traded so far this morning. 4-hour timer or time interval. We have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.33, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.85, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.5, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.47, which is below average. If we take a look at our Ichimoto cloud here, it's going to look probably really beautiful. Yeah, what a time to have to go over or kind of have a review on what Ichimoto looks like here. Maybe some of that information that you guys got is going to be useful for you in identifying things here as we see this progress. We have lagging line on a 1-hour time interval on Ape. We have lagging line above price line. We have conversion above base. And price is right now it's actually double touching right now onto the conversion line, which means that oftentimes price likes to come back down and test base on the second touch of the conversion. So we may actually see price come down and to that base range, which is right around $1.49 right now. We're at 154. So it's coming down a little bit here. We have green cloud forming in the futures. Price does like to move down through green clouds. And let's take a look at the 4-hour chart here. Let me actually got to erase my numbers. What constitutes additional buying pressure from this 1-hour chart? From this 1-hour chart, you're going to want to see the lagging line eventually being able to cross over the price line, which means 168. But ultimately, you want to see price stay above conversion, which is 156. So we need to stay above a buck. I'm just going to call it a $1.57 to see continued buying pressure on our first push. Second push on a 4-hour chart here, we've got conversion just now crossing base. Lagging line is trying to cross through price line, but it's still below it. We are a really thin portion of the cloud today. To break the cloud in the beginning portion of the day, we have to hit 182. In the back portion of the day, it's 172. So a 10-cent drop in that. So I'm gonna put down a price somewhere in between. I'm gonna put down 178. Maybe 176. At 177, sorry, I got a cough. At 177, we may see some additional buying pressure coming in. Notice that's only 20 cents higher than the 157. So there's kind of on the 1-hour chart and the 4-hour chart are starting to get to the point to where they're in agreement about seeing some upwards momentum. We do have a thickening portion of red cloud ahead of us. If we can break through the cloud now, that's going to help support the idea that price can continue to move or stably move up for a longer period of time into the future. Taking a look at AMC on a 1 hour chart, we have lagging line above price line, conversion above base. We're hitting on conversion here for the very first time since breaking above that. Not quite touching on the baseline here. To see continued buying pressure for the day-to-day, again, we're going to need to stay above the conversion line, which is going to be 468. We're at 467 right now, so 468 is going to be the number that we want to stay above on AMC to see continued buying pressure. And on the 4 hour chart, we've got conversion across the base. Lagging line is right on price line. The only thing is we're kind of entering into that period of uncertainty here on the cloud for AMC. It is a thinner portion of the cloud right now compared to what's coming up in the future and what's happened from the past. So it is a potential breakthrough point here. It's really going to come. Today is kind of critical. If we can see price move up above 589, let's just call it 590. If we can see price move above 590 by the end of the day today, you could see some massive buying pressure going on. And of course, I know what's going on in your head right now. You're going like, dude, we're only at 468. How do you expect 590 by the end of the day? I don't know, man. Crazy shit happens. You never know. But we would see some really massive buying pressure if we were to break through this cloud here. Let's see here. Is that it? I think that's it. Don't have anything else to say, I don't think. 40 minutes of straight talking is not bad. Let me put the charts up here. So y'all can see them good. All right. Get rid of the Ichimoto on this one. The blue line. Some of you guys are going to be seeing that blue line there. You're going like, what the heck is that? That was the line that we needed to break through for a good hard push to reset a synthetic price failure. If I take us out to a 30-minute interval here, you'll see this is the bottom that we had down here at 406. We got the drive up here pushing us past that line. We should find support at that value. And it does look like on AMC we're finding support there. But if it breaks down past this, I've got, I think I've got, let me see if I have SSR set up correctly here. I tried to set it all up a little bit this morning before I started. See, 499. Synthetic price failure would occur at 326 on AMC, and I've got it set up already down here. So there would be a synthetic price failure, and SSR trips at $3.96 for the day today. So that's what those additional remaining lines are for down here. But as it stands right now, that's staying above that that value right here of what is it? I can't read it. Let me go back down to 1 minute here. 466. Staying above 466 is going to be kind of a, hopefully we can see that happen. It's going to be a kind of a critical point for us, a level of support that we need to kind of see and hold. We do have our point in reference to a point of contact for volume that in our aftermarket hours, most of our volume was kind of in the range of around 441, but a secondary point of high amounts of volume was right about where we're at right now. And let's see here. Same thing goes with Ape. 143. Synthetic price failure was reset when it broke 143. Let's see what you guys are saying. The Yishin says, Casey, what's the call to put ratio on SPY? I have no idea. I don't have it pulled up, man. I don't know. Max Payne is $5. Oh, Petro said it. Thank you, Petro. Jason says, how long is he going to talk? Forrest says UBS trying to play hot potato. Petra says, would it be beneficial for UBS to unwind their position on AMC prior to the reverse split? I don't think they plan on deleveraging anything that they don't have to. So if there's still a short thesis available on AMC and Ape, then and they don't perceive it as being risk. If they don't perceive the risk to be high enough, then they may not do anything. I really think that part of our move was sympathetic to some of the positions that they may have closed on GME. I don't see nearly the same idea. I don't see a thesis for being able to claim that there was a lot of positions closed out. I mean, maybe we'll see. We'll watch CHX volume for the day. If we see massive amounts of volume going through CHX, then I would say I was wrong. If we see very little movement through CHX today, then I don't think that they are looking. This is why making sure that we turn the short thesis into a non-thesis by allowing Adam Aaron to raise capital. And once he raises capital, the idea of short positions continuing to hold their positions becomes a liability. Einstein, I got you down 476 to 776. Thank you, sir. Roadster guy says, Casey, are you putting Powell's bowels on later? Yes. If I can find the, I mean, it should be pretty easy to find on there on the YouTube. So yeah, Fed rate hike today, guys. Let me see where the CME's estimated to be right now. Last night it was 87% for 25 basis points. As of right now, it's a 89.3% chance at 25 basis points. So I'm almost positive we'll see 25 basis points today. Yeah, I know it's Rally Vermont. That's fine. I don't mind looking at Jimmy's Pokey Stick, and I actually kind of wanted to see it myself. Yeah, it's only showing 219,000 shares so far. Not so far. I mean, it only showed 219,000 shares. The total volume was 942,000. So 8 million shares literally got traded yesterday on the market. It never showed up on. I mean, they showed up. If you go through the minute by minute and you add it all up, I actually pulled the report last night on Active Trader Pro. I'm going to blind you guys in 3, 2, 1. Blinding Excel chart. I literally pulled every single minute from market close to end of after hour market, which ended up being 84,654 or 53 data points worth of trades that occurred in those hours. I sorted them by largest quantities first because I wanted to see where the big quantities were at, and it was shockingly very, very small. Like let me see here, format cells, numbers. Let's do a decimal or a comma to separate it so you can see. It's only 213,464 shares for the largest order. It was 2 seconds after the end of the day. Everything else beyond that, I mean, there's only a handful of 2 handfuls worth of maybe 3 handfuls worth of orders that went through that were over 10,000 but less than 20, and everything was less than that, right? Like, I mean, there just wasn't really large quantities of orders going through, but more more, and I plan on doing a chart later on this. I'm going to do a graph to see what I didn't get around to it last night because I was on a space call till about 9. I kind of went to bed right afterwards, but uh, what I plan on doing with this is I plan on charting this out based off of exchanges that they traded through because I want to see where I want to see if there's a potential chance that I can figure out who traded what through where. Because some of these orders aren't really big. I thought maybe there might be like a smoking gun in these 11. Oh, by the way, I summed this out at the very bottom down here to find out how many total shares were traded in the aftermarket hours for GME, and it was 11.171 million. So, I mean, there was a lot of shares that were traded in the aftermarket hours that were not reported. And I don't know when they'll show up. We might see them in a settlement cycle within 2 days. But the volume is definitely increasing on GME. In regards to Pokestick, I don't. If I was going to guess what the volume is going to be on GME for the day to day, I can't. There's no way I could give you any kind of prediction on this because it's. I don't watch this on a daily basis. You would really need to watch on a daily basis to understand what the numbers look like on a regular to kind of get an idea or be able to gauge where volume is moving to. One thing I can tell you though, real quick here, let me do this. Let me take it back to AMC real quick here. If you pull up, let's see which one I'm going to do it on. Let's do this chart here. If we go to GME and search for an indicator called pre-market volume, I think is what it is. Pre-market volume. And I think it's the very first one that pops up here. It's created by Clancy with 903, I guess, upvotes or whatever. I don't even know what these are, but I think this is how many people are actually using it or something, something like that. I'm not sure what it is, but I use this on occasion to kind of check and see what pre-market volume looks like in contrast to previous periods of time. And you can see right now on GME that the pre-market volume. Now this isn't. It says. I wonder if I can do this on the daily. I don't think you can do this on the daily. I think you have to kind of do it. It doesn't like it. That pre-market volume doesn't like it when you put it on the daily. So you got to put it on like a. You can put it on a 1-minute chart, and it'll show up. But you can see the pre-market volume on GME in contrast to like previous periods of time. And we can actually. I wonder how far out I can go on this. I wonder if I can go to 4 hours. It'd be kind of interesting to see. Let me see if this is even accurate here. #21st of March. 22nd. That can't be right. Okay, so it doesn't like a 4-hour chart very much here. I usually look at it like if I was ever to look at something like this, I would usually do it on a smaller time scale. But I'm trying to see if there's a big enough jump on this right now to compare to the past to see what it would look like. But you can't really see anything that looks even close or remotely close to anything that we've seen for the past just quite yet. Although I would say one thing is different about on a 2-hour chart here. There's something one major thing that's different about this chart that I can already see here right off the top of the bat is that there's 2 candles here of large volume. So you almost have to add these together here, and you've got one of these being at looks like 23,000 shares, and then you've got this one at 19,000 shares. Whereas if you add those up, what do you get? You get 23 and 19. 42, and then yesterday was 40. So when you add these two together, it's actually over. The pre-market volume is over what you have here. But this is off of a 2-hour chart. Where else have we ever seen two candles next to each other in volume, so that they kind of split it up over time? Not really anywhere. Nothing jumps out at me. Nope, that's not it one. But this chart's usually best when you're looking at it on a 1 minute basis, and you're kind of scrolling out and comparing to the past. And so far, you can see that our current volume for GME in the pre-market just way surpasses anything else that's even showing up on a 1 minute chart. We go to a 30-minute chart. Last time it saw volume this high on a 30-minute chart in the pre-market. See, today's showing up at this one candle is showing up at 20K. But there's two candles here. 20 plus the 13. The last time we saw that much would have been maybe like 17th of March of 2022. I don't know, because it's more than that. It's two candles though. Hold on a second here. 20. So we're looking for something kind of in this range on a single candle, right about here. Yeah, so we're looking at March 22nd of 2022 would be close. January 24th of 2022. And of course, we could come out to a chart like this and see what happened in price during those days. One of them was this run right here. The other one was a very tiny run in here. Leading up to the pre-January run, it's looking like 18th of December range, 9th and 18th of December. Let's see what the prices were back then. Like $4 range. Anyways, I would use TradingView for that pre-market analysis if you wanted to get that down and get like a good idea for what you're going to see for daily volume. And you can look at this, add it all up, add up the daily volume, and see if there's not like a way that you can kind of come up with an idea for what the day may look like, and based off of what you're seeing for volume for the day. Where am I at? There we go. I don't know, Barbara. We've reset a synthetic price failure. It's always a possibility. Savvy, I fell asleep too. I was getting really tired last night, and I mean, it's a long day for me to go straight from 9 hours of streaming right into a space call. So I was getting really tired. My phone kept cutting off, so I was like, I'm out. I'm done. No, I'm not. Riley, there's way better people than me out there. Glenn says, so DRS did not hold up a steep rise. Dude, that DRS has never been it's never been what they thought it was going to be. Hey Glenn, if you want to figure out days to cover, it's simply the 3-month average volume divided by how many shares are on loan. See Pimpin, go back to the beginning of the live stream. Go back to the beginning of the live stream and check it out. I talked about it for I don't know probably a good 20 minutes. But it's in the title though. Thanks UBS. Real short and sweet. Petra says, can you add a Kennedy pucker factor indicator to the morning numbers, please? I do. I actually, believe it or not, I actually do have that indicator already. It's just that I don't put it up all the time. There you go. There's your Kenny G pucker factor. That's old Kenny G, by the way. That's old Kenny G. He is not looking the same anymore. He's not the young spring. What are they? Leaf or spring? What do they call it? Spring something or other. Then he Dynamite. Dynamite said, my son did that for me. My son did that for me. I said, like, dude, I need you to do me a favor. I was like, I need you to take this GIF here. I need you to put this guy's head on the GIF. Spry. Yeah, thank you, Grumpian. He's not the young chicken spry or spring spry, whatever it is. I don't know. It used to be. He looks so much different these days. I don't know. I think he kind of lost himself a little bit over time. You guys had no idea he was this hot, did you? Maybe you wouldn't feel as maybe you wouldn't feel the same way about him. I've had so many people say like, "Can you please just get rid of the face?" Pour some. I told my son. I said. I told him when he created. I said, my idea is I'm going to play the song for the day. Is going to be "Pour Some Sugar on Love" from Def Leppard, and I want to have this playing in the background as we're playing it. And, and so I did that, but I've kept it ever since because I knew, someday, I knew it would be in handy again. You never know when this kind of stuff becomes comedy material, reusable material. Sam, it's going to be 25 basis points, man. I'm like almost positive. I mean, at least based off of what I'm seeing from the indicators, 25 basis points. It's at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time, Savvy, or 3 Eastern. Rose saying 2:30. I've got. Hold on a second here. I see it saying 2 because I got 6. It says 6 hours, 28 minutes, and 15 seconds as of right now. So whatever time it is for you, it's in 6 hours, 28 minutes, and 9 seconds. Mega Johnny says, shocking that there are news reports of UBS trying to back out of the CS deal. Frank says, Kenny G looking to stop his alimony payments to his ex in the news yesterday. I would imagine, I mean, he's obviously got a new job. He's got sugar. He's got sugar. He's been prepping his body. He's ready to go. I got you down, Apex. I saw it earlier. I was gonna cover. Sorry. Thank you for reposting. Think we're running a bit on both AMC 499 and Ape 175. Combined closing price at 674, going 524 to 824. That is a big. That's almost a dollar jump for you from yesterday. I'm still undecided. I'm probably not going to decide until I come back from my break. Robert says, good morning. I think a great trivia movie would be Trading Places, Great Transfer. How about Great Expectations? No, I guess that's not really the same thing, is it? Yeah, I don't know. Unfortunately, Robert, we have those already pre-picked out, though. In your base says, thought it was UBS trying to block a third party from getting the good bits of CS. It's possible. Pirate Born, good morning to you. I don't agree, Mega Hulk. I don't agree at all. I think options are nowhere near as safe as buying shares. And not only that, but I think that encouraging people who've never invested money into options and telling them that they should just go for it is really bad advice. There's a reason why there's I guess the best way to say it, Mega Hulk, is that there's a reason why Vegas is Vegas. It's because gamblers lose money in Vegas, and it is what it is because of that. And there's a reason why Robinhood is a thing. There's Robinhood is a thing because they take people's money, and it's not the rich. They take people's money, and it's because they don't know what they're doing, and they're willing to just hand out, ability to be able to trade options to just anybody. And they're not the only ones doing it, right? There's other brokers as well. Savvy says UBS saw CS's numbers and said, F this. I'm sorry, Doug, but I'm calling it like it is. I call it what it is, man. And if it's broken, it's broken. Corey says it took me 2 years to totally grasp the concept. It takes time, and you should really like always make sure that that you're paper trading first. You don't want to just jump into something and just throw money at it. I mean, it is the hard way to learn. If you want a good life hard lesson to losing, there's nothing like losing money that will teach you some of the best lessons in life. But if you want to do it safely, there is ways to do it. Just throwing this out there, just so you know, because it only took me about 10 seconds to search this. Apex Clearing is a custodian execution agent for Robinhood, Betterment, Wealthfront, and many of the new entrant investment firms. Takes about 10 seconds to look that up. Weeble's just as bad, Doug. Weeble's no better. It's also really really bad. Just because I use it as a source for tracking prices and stuff like that doesn't necessarily mean that I think you should invest your money there. It's I wouldn't stand behind Weeble as a source for putting my money. I would never consider Weeble as being a safe place to put my money. But if you want to list in the comment section of this, or I guess the description of this channel, there's a list there of all the brokers and what they did and what crazy crap they went through and did in 2021. and tells you everything that it is you need to know about what those dirty brokers did. And it's a great, great read. You should go through there. It gives you links to actual factual data as to why they were shady as hell. And it'll give you everything that you need to know about those brokers and why they're bad. If you want to trust your money held someplace, and I'm not saying any one broker is better than another, but if you want to find a safe place to hold your money, go check that list out and look at what happened in 2021. Mega Hulk says, "How long when we run before the brokers start having technical problems and glitches?" You can almost unsh- uh, I, I want to touch on so many different topics here. I don't know, man. You'll see them. You'll see them popping up here and there. I'm sure of it. Don't let it discourage you. It's just it's going to happen. Break Nation Sports. I wanted to just say that I don't just because there's there's no assurance that any broker is going to be safe in the future. We have no idea how their positions are being held in the marketplace and what kind of impact that's going to have. So you do run the risk. Some people have said to me in the past, like, would it be best to potentially like move my positions into different brokers so that I mitigate risk? And I think while that's not a bad idea at all, uh, part of the and Adam Aaron has I even mentioned that on several occasions that he holds his positions on AMC through 4 brokers. And I want to be very clear. There's a reason why he does that. I guarantee you, he probably is thinking the same thing: mitigate risk as much as possible. He's the largest shareholder of AMC shares, any one single shareholder, and he's mitigating risk by positioning himself in a way that mitigates that risk by being in different brokerages all over the place. And and while I say this, I also want to mention to you that when you are spread like between multiple brokers, it will make it more difficult for you to sell your position when it comes time to sell your position. Obviously, the more brokers you have, the more trading platforms that you're going to have to open up and make your trades. And I want to say that the more confusion you add into a situation where you're already elevated in or heightened uh, a heightened moment of stress, the more likely it is that you're going to make mistakes. So always consider those kind of things as issues. So really, it depends on maybe how big your positions are. If you have smaller positions, then you probably don't need as many, to spread yourself between as many brokers. But it all depends on what you want. How much mitigation of risk do you want to have? Um, and so yeah. Yep, they absolutely do have a hand in this mess as well, Mega Hulk. You're absolutely right. It is. I think it is exactly why it's moving up, Doug. They are closing up positions on GME, and I think it's the reason the AMC and Ape's price has been moving up is a sympathetic move to the closing of some of those positions. Remember the old school photos with traders talking on multiple phones at the same time? Yep, that's absolutely right. break time it is. You're not wrong. I just now looked down and realized it was 7:43. Thank you for reminding me there. Time to go take a break. Let me put up my message. Alrighty, I will see you guys after I get done with break, about 15 minutes before market open, and we will. I'll try and do a price prediction. I'll have to get a price prediction in before the market opens here. Ape is at 1.48 right now, up 6.76%, and AMC is up 4.41, up 9.52% right now. All right, I'll see you guys in a little bit. Alrighty, I'm back, and a little late here because we're trying to figure out when we're going to go see John Wick this Friday. I think we're going to go see it. Let's see here. I am got to come up with a price prediction for the day. So I'm seeing elevated amounts of AMC volume for the day, somewhere between 85 and 105 million shares, potentially. Ape somewhere between 40 and 60 million shares. So I need to come up with some kind of price prediction with the idea that there's going to be some excess volume amounts today. Let's see here. Let me check the general markets and see where we're heading to. No clear indication on the markets, which direction they're heading. When the Fed comes out with their numbers later on in the day today, I'm sure it's going to not be good. So they'll likely head down. I think we consolidate for like maybe a good portion of the day today, and I don't know if it's going to be in the beginning half or the ending half of the day, but I think that there could be a chance at seeing a price rise up to about 527 on AMC. Write that down. And then on Ape, let's go with 170. So we're looking at 697 for a combined total. $547 to $847, I think would be my price prediction. Combined price of AMC and Ape right now are at $633. So I'm actually going to drop my price prediction down just a little bit on the bottom side, just in case something, you never know what's going to happen. I'm going to drop it down just a tad bit from this 547 number and take it down to about 540. So I'm going to go 540 to 840. And the question is where do I knock the 7 cents off of? Is it AMC or is it Ape? Maybe I'll take 3 cents off of each. Let's see here. We'll take 3 cents off of AMC, 4 cents off of Ape. So we're going to look at 524 for AMC and 166 for Ape. Yeah. All right. Those are my price predictions for the day today. Let's go volume. Andrew says cost to borrow on AMC just went to 208. Is that the average? Let me just check it real quick here. I'll refresh just for the heck of it. Let's see here. I got the average at 359.95, so and the min is at 328.15, which means and they've borrowed 864,000 shares so far. So yeah, cost to borrow is definitely spiking on AMC, on Ape. Looks like they've returned shares and have not borrowed a single share for Ape for the day today. 467,000 shares having been returned so far. Dr. Dazzle says, I only have 42 years left to live. I need this to squeeze ASAP. Drop in the bucket, sir. Drop in the bucket. Apex says, big day for Jerome today. Bigger day for Bitcoin. We will air Jerome's Mr. Powell's Bowels speech today. Bitcoin, by the way, is up 0.6% right now at 28.3K a coin. Brad, I've got 524 for AMC and 166 for Ape for a combined price of 690. Not financial advice. I have been wrong. You did hear ice cubes? That was my wife getting ice cubes for milk. I converted her. Before I met her, I don't think she was doing ice cubes in her milk before I met her. Now she does ice cubes in her milk. It changes it. It ruins. You'll never be able to drink milk again without ice cubes once you've had it that way. But I'm telling you right now, once you go ice cubes in your milk, you'll never go back. It is the way to drink it. It's almost like having ice cream when you're eating. It's the best. You can't go wrong with ice cubes in the milk. Just don't let it sit forever. I mean, a lot of people go like, "Oh, that's so gross. It waters down your milk." Well, you don't let it sit there forever. Drink your milk faster, for crying out loud. You're not supposed to let it just sit for a while. You'll see. You'll see if you ever try it out. You know, if you drink it cold, you'll actually drink faster. It's really good. Liquid butter. Let's see here. We got Doge down 2.27%. I just want to look at the banks real quick here before we get market started. We've got CS is down 2.44 in the pre-market. FRC is in the pre-market's trading even. Silvergate's down 2.72. Other big bank moves that I've got on my list over here is PacWest is down 7.47, but it looks like it's trending further down. Everything else is up or down less than 1%. Ethereum Classic's down 2.53. The US dollar is currently showing down 0.14. Very, very interesting. I think we may get that bounce off of 100 off the US dollar. Maybe, I don't know. It may not drop that far. It's actually already starting to slow down a little bit. It might actually find some support at 103. Nothing, Steven. I don't. It's just misreported stuff. Anytime I ever see stuff like that, I just ignore it. No, I didn't make any last night, Belarkey. I got on a space call and never had the opportunity afterwards. Both charts on Ape. Shouldn't be. Maybe a minute ago it was. Not now. Point Break says Casey, wind crash of Bitcoin. My guess is that you would probably see Bitcoin heading down as soon as institutions need to pull out money for collateral. So I don't know when that's going to be. I have no idea. Oh, it's time. It's time to get this day started. See you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GT. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GT. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Ecom, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting.
Guidance, we cleared all of our autoload constraints. From a weather
We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
AMC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thank you, sir.
Okay, let's go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now at SM.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
I hear the sound echoes beneath cannot see. When will we finally pages turning, I see the candle burning down before my eyes, before my wild eyes. And I feel you holding me tighter, I cannot see. When will we finally
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those edges. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. You guys are cracking me up. Hey, what time's that Fed meeting today? It's like right in the title. It's at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. The Fed rate hike at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time is when it's going to be happening. And as of right now, well, as of the beginning of this morning when I ran the numbers, we're at a 89.3% chance at having 25 basis points up for the day today. And as it stands right now, it's now an 87.8% chance at seeing a 25 basis points. So it is dropping a little bit here, but not very much. And Dino Mike says nobody reads, Casey. I know we're flinging poo and eating crayons, right? Nobody reads. But yeah, 2 p.m. today we'll get Mr. Powell's Bowels on there to talk to us through the Power Hour, I guess, because it kind of eats into our movie trivia time a little bit there, unfortunately. So I don't know. I don't know what I'll do about that. Maybe I read the numbers a little bit early, hope that he doesn't go more than a half hour. I mean, he usually just kind of reads the same script over and over and over, and then just says what it is and then asks a few questions. So hopefully it'll last less than a half hour long. But thanks UBS. A lot of people were probably wondering this morning, like what happened in the aftermarket hours yesterday. I'm going to show you guys what it is. There's a couple things that I thought was really kind of interesting about some of the things that happened with GME yesterday, and this has more to do with GME, I think, with what happened to AMC and Ape than it did with AMC and Ape specifically. So let's come over here to GME real quick. I'm going to scroll out to like a 30-minute interval, and I want to kind of show you guys a quick couple of things that I noticed about yesterday. And the trading blocks of time, actually, I haven't deleted all these here. There was about 11,000 shares traded in the pre-market yesterday on GME, so not very many shares traded at all. But then you saw something very unusual happen at the end of the day, and I'm going to draw up a little box here to just kind of give you an idea how many shares traded right up until the end of the day here. So there we go. So the amount of shares traded in both pre-market and aftermarket hours was just about 8 million shares. The problem with that is that the volume yesterday on GME in total was about 15 million shares, and so how in the world do you have 8 million shares in volume during the day, and suddenly 8 million shares just never actually show up anywhere? I went through and looked at I pulled the data from Active Trader Pro. I'm going to blind you guys here for just a second. In 3, 2, 1. Here it comes. I pulled all the data, which accounted for 84,653 trades for aftermarket hours on GME, and it did come out to 11,171,900 shares in total. Some of the largest orders, the largest order happened 2 seconds after market close with 213,464 shares. You had about, let's see here. We had about 11 data points, 11 trades here that went through somewhere between 10,000 and 20,000 shares, and then everything after that was less than 10,000 share orders. So, but there was 11 million shares traded yesterday in the aftermarket hours, and so the volume is just kind of missing. It's not. It's showing up as being reported as volume, but we never actually saw it. So I tend to think that there's going to be some interesting things happening today. The settlement cycle may be showing up. Some of those purchases may be showing up over the next 2 days, and I'm not sure exactly how that's going to work out. But there was a lot of missing volume. That was when you look at the tick by tick on this on trades that went through, you can account for it, but they didn't actually show up in volume on the ticker itself. I believe there was closing of positions happening for these various reasons, and I'll give you one last data point here to kind of show or prove to you that I believe there was some closing of positions that occurred yesterday. When you take it was only last night when market had finally closed. You can come over here and you can pull up a 4-hour chart, and you can see a very definite move on the vortex indicator of showing basically zero resistance in any kind of purchasing pressure that was happening at all. Vortex indicator got down to negative 0.37. There's only been 2 other times historically for GME that it's ever seen vortex indicator drop to that kind of a level. You can see here as I scroll backwards, like just nothing on the chart here even comes close to touching that point. The two times that it ever got down to those kind of levels were, let's see, I think this is one of them right here, which would have been August 24th of, I think, 2022. And then again in right here in February 24th of 2021, which was after the big run up on GME, the really big run up, price came back down, and this is closing of positions, right? Once they got some of the positions that may have been opened up over here, they likely closed out their positions, causing the price to really go back up again here. And this is what closing looks like, right? You see price, whatever positions, short positions that may have opened as the price ran way, way up, as it was coming way back down, they felt like they were at a bottom here. And those closing of those positions occurred, and you can see overnight that that vortex indicator did the exact same thing. Actually, it happened during the trading hours on that day, but it did the exact same thing with dropping down to negative 0.26 on that vortex indicator. Super, super low non-competing pressure against buying. And to me, that's closing of positions. And I think that's what it looks like. And so I think yesterday you saw, I think potentially maybe because of the news of earnings per share being greater than what it was. I think you got UBS closing out positions. You don't have to agree with me, but I'm pretty certain that that's what you saw here. It was only showing up on a 4-hour time interval earlier last night due to time. Not enough time having expired, but if you went to a 1-hour time interval now, you're starting to see that value there. And if you go to a 30-minute interval, you're seeing it. If you go to a 5-minute interval, you're seeing it right here as well. There was definitely closing of positions, in my opinion, happening yesterday. And I think that AMC and Ape, I don't think necessarily were closing of any positions. I think it was just a sympathetic move, like similarly to what happened in January of 2021 when GME ran. A lot of meme stocks started running with it, and it's because they lost control. If the market loses control price on one, they lose control price on a lot of others, and it's very sympathetic to each other because of their relationships that they hold and how they have these tied up. I think in swaps that likely benefit each other when one does move in price dramatically. Some of the others see it as well. So that's part of the reason why I think we saw that move on AMC and Ape last night. Now they're going to obviously try and push this back down. They don't want to see supported price levels at those numbers, as that will obviously could potentially cause some kind of gamma to occur. Fortunately, not for us. Fortunately for institutions, the gamma ramp for the next 3 weeks is kind of low, but you can bet your bottom dollar there's going to be people who are going to be jumping in left and right. Hopefully you guys are reading the titles, because yesterday I said it. Yesterday I said watch out for the cow patties, the options cow patties, because they're out there. They're going to be out there in big amounts, just waiting for you to lose money on positions that you create through options. It's Vegas. It's Vegas, and they're there to make money, and they've got control of price right now, so you got to be careful. So right now we're at 453. We're up 2.95 on AMC, and Ape is at 1.485, up 0.34 for the day today. Now I mentioned to you guys earlier, just before market open, that I felt like we would see some consolidation. I wasn't sure if it was going to be in the back half of the day or the beginning half of the day, and it looks to me and makes sense that you would do the consolidation in the first portion of the day, because as we've discussed before, how do you get the FOMO to go away? And the answer to that is that you drop volatility, and you drop volatility and volume by trading the price sideways, right? Because nobody wants to buy when the price is moving sideways. Everybody wants to buy when price is going up or going down, but hardly anybody wants to buy when the price is moving sideways. So what do? You simply eliminate volume by discouraging investors to come in and buy, by just kind of trading out the price sideways. So I think we're going to see that continued consolidation for the most part of the beginning portion of today, maybe even half of the day, and then maybe towards the back half of the day we may see price rising back up again. That would be my best guess, because as you can tell right now, we are, let's see, Yeah, 17 minutes into trading here, and we already have 8.43 million shares traded on AMC. So this is going to be the main goal: control, control, control. They don't want to lose control, so they have to be able to control it, and that's going to be consolidation in the early portion of the day when all that FOMO is kind of kicking in. Everybody watching it overnight and deciding what they're going to do. Steven says, don't you have to find shares to close out? Yes. And somebody was mentioning earlier this morning that it wasn't a very big position that would have been closed out, and I would agree with that. I don't think that the intentions there were to close out a large position. I think it was more or less probably an attempt to close out enough to cause somebody to be able to back out of a deal. So I have a feeling you're going to end up seeing UBS backing out of the position of being able to take on CS's dirty laundry. Let's see here. I'm reading through what it is you guys are saying. I don't remember which one was the highest shorted stock. I know I saw that out there somewhere, Deb, but I don't remember which one it was. Peter says borrow fees are up to 208. I ran the numbers a little while ago, and I was seeing 359 for the average cost to borrow, but they only borrowed 1.15 million shares for the day. But the important part about that was that the min was at 328, so there's not much of a spread. The min was 328, max 370, and the average is 359. So there's definitely not a whole lot of shares out there to be borrowed. That's for sure. Casey, I need help. PB shake. All right. Let's see. Let's see. One person. 2 scoops of ice cream. One or 2 bananas, your choice on how many. I mean, probably 1 banana is probably good enough. 1 banana. Probably like 2 of the biggest heaping tablespoons. Like just grab a big old tablespoon and put in 2 of the biggest heaping spoons of peanut butter, smooth peanut butter that you can into there. Maybe like a cap full of vanilla extract and milk. If you don't have ice cream, you can substitute ice, if depending on how good your blender is, and mix it up. Milk, I don't know. Fill it up until it's mostly only milk. And in regards to ice, you probably want about 1 or 2 cups of ice, about as much ice as you would put in ice cream. But there's no jelly in it though. Only PB. PB and banana. PBB. M code K is asking me, is it a good time to buy GME? I don't tell you what you do with your money. Those are decisions that you have to make on your own. I can't help you out with that, unfortunately. Powerborn says they, quote unquote, they repeatedly sell large blocks to suppress price, but struggle to cover those big IOUs without driving the price back up. It cuts both ways, much to their chagrin. Joe says add some protein to it. If you want to, you could. Yeah, not a bad idea. It's definitely a great protein drink. Richard says add some heavy cream to it to make it better. Half and half is good. Ice cream's over there saying, "What?" This is that part where I have to go back. I got to find this again real quick here. Hold on a second. I'm pretty sure Nikki put this. I need to save this someplace because it was really funny. Let me find it. She put this in the. I think she put it in the general. It was really funny. Let me find it real quick here. Hold on a second. Oh no, wait. I think it's under the memes. Hold on a second here. Let me find it. There it is. This is so funny. Wait, let me get the volume turned up here. They took a little Kahlua and kind of drizzled the Kahlua over the top of the bananas, and then they cooked them over the fire pit. Wait, I gotta watch it one more time. They took a little Kahlua and kind of drizzled the Kahlua over the top of the bananas, and then they cooked them over the fire pit. I just love that. That's hilarious. I got to save that someplace so that I have I can pull that up in the future. That was really funny. Nothing more cringeworthy than hearing your own voice, though. I hate that part. Let's see here. American Trader says it's a good time to buy some Melvin Capital. Have you heard? Did you hear about Melvin Capital? Oh my gosh. Mega Johnny says for zero dilution, it's better to freeze your bananas when they are getting overripe for smoothies. Absolutely, I totally agree with what Mega Johnny is saying there. Right as they're getting to that point to where you just wouldn't eat it normally, open it up, throw it in a baggie, and just throw it in the freezer, and then use those. I highly agree with that comment there. Fidelity share lending 61.25. I feel like it was higher than that before, wasn't it, Glenn? Wasn't it? Is that the highest you've seen? I haven't. I actually don't. I haven't been looking at that at all, but I feel like it's been higher in the past. Nikki says AMC implied volatility is 133.1, which I wrote down a long time ago what you said. You said 103 to 108. So yeah, that is still meh. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was getting really close to 100% before, so yeah. But I still think that this applied pressure that we saw overnight last night is still going to result in. I mean, it's obviously already resulting in higher volume. I mean, it's 9.65 million shares, and we still got 5 more minutes to go before I even take a look at the numbers. Janito says, "Hey Casey, couldn't hear you very well on the space call last night. I know, man. I am not a fan of my iPhone AirPods. They suck. The AirPod Pros really bite, and I'm sorry, man. I don't know what to say. It's really high right now, cost to borrow. Oh, Nikki's saying I heard okay. Ape is at 1.45, which is down 2.03%. AMC is at 4.527 and up 2.72. So they're definitely doing an aggressive attack down on price right now. I'm sure. I mean, it only makes sense. How's the rest of the market doing though? Right now, I see the VIX is down 2.71. So this may only be temporary, but SPY is showing down 0.1. The US dollar is down 0.06. There's some weird activity kind of going on right now. Very, very weird stuff. It'll be interesting to see what ends up happening, especially with the rate hike of 25 bips. GME is 2362 and up 33.68% from yesterday. Jason says, I just woke up and saw a discount to short AMC on the morning of the Fed meeting. I mean, I'm really, yesterday's move up was probably in anticipation of the 25 basis points and a potential drop in the market for the day. So I'm fully expecting that to be the case. Nikki says bizarre stuff in banking too, buyouts, then not buying out, and Indian bank having issues now too. The list adds up. Let's take a look at the banks real quick here. I'm just going to read them off to you. CS is down 3.54, FRC is down 2.47, SI or Silvergate's down 4.86. Other big notable ones over a percent or two is PACW is down 4.83. So yeah, there's some mixed numbers going on here. We'll take a look at them here in about 1 minute. We'll head over to the numbers and check everything out and see what's going on. Steve says, Casey, why no halts on GME? Let's take a look at it. First, in the aftermarket hours, you don't get halts, number one. Number two, let's take a look at this chart real quick before we go take a look at the rest of the numbers here. I'm going to have to add a chart here. Let's see here. All right. Because price has been relatively very stable since market open. That's why. Almost could have halted maybe in the first 5 or 6 minutes of trading, but then started to stabilize a little bit, and it's definitely well within the percentages that it needs to change in order to see a halt as of right now. So I don't see anything in here that tells me there should have been a halt here necessarily. It's over, yeah, but Jason, it has to be over a 5 minute period of time. If it drops, over like 6, 7 minutes, and it's less than a certain amount, then it's not going to count it. Yeah. So like Maccabee says, Jimmy dropped 10% in 12 minutes, not 10. Yeah. It has to be within a certain period of time. So the time frame wasn't accurate enough for it to be able to trigger any kind of halts right there. That's why. You have to know what the limitations are on a drop, and what causes those and what triggers them over certain periods of time. All right, let's take a look at our numbers and we'll see where we're at right now. Steve, good morning. I'm moving over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, now would be a great time to test it out, see if it's something you can work with. It is an added level of protection or security for you that keeps somebody out of your account that shouldn't be there. If you try it out and it allows you to set up a secondary device to be able to receive the code, do that in case something happens to your primary. If you don't like it, get rid of it. Not a big deal. Also, I'm asking people to start taking pictures or video footage of your portfolios, saving those in a folder someplace for your own security in case something should happen with your broker to where, there's a dispute on how much you held prior to a change. You would have that information available to you. So I'm kind of asking people to kind of check that out and save that information for your own record keeping. It's actually really not looking all that bad, guys. I'm looking at the numbers right here. These aren't looking too bad. I know it seems bad right now because you're looking at the charts and living in the moment, and it sucks. And I understand that, but it's not. It's actually not looking all that bad technical analysis wise. So let's see what we got going on here. Starting with the top left-hand side, price predictions for the day today. I've got 540 to 840. Eric's going 5 to 8. Apex has 524 to 824, and Einstein has 476 to 776. This is just four apes trying to guess price, combined price of AMC and Ape by the end of the day, every single day. Not financial advice by any means. And let me see, what am I looking at here? Right now, combined price is $6. Let's see here. Taking a look at what do we got? Starting with the first thing in the day here. Short exempt volume was up on both AMC and Ape day over day. Oh, by the way, we have a four-way tie going into hump day here, so we're all tied up on the price prediction tally points. Short exempt volume was both up on AMC and Ape. AMC up to 352.1 thousand shares. Ape up 228.8 thousand shares. AMC was up yesterday 3.28%. Ape was up 8.82%. And AMC still has 100% utilization. And there's a slight increase on utilization by Ape to 79.35%. Max pain for the day today is still $5 for this week. And let's take a look at those off exchanges. By this time of the morning, I would expect about 44% to be traded through off exchange. EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11. Watch these numbers just be through the roof right now. Oh, they're not. They're really. Oh, actually, EDGX is pretty high. It's making up for the difference. We got 47.39% going through off exchanges. EDGX, which is going to be your options, is up 15.61%. The combined total 63%, when I would expect to see about 54%. So it's up by 9% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 0.01% of the total daily volume, with 30-day average at 1.97. Ape is got 43.63%. Going through off exchanges. EDGX is sitting at 8.9. Combined totals 52.53%. Not as much suppression in price here as I would expect to see on a normal day. It's actually down quite a bit. It's only it's about 1.5% less than it should be than what I would be expecting on a normal day. CHX volume is 0.02 with a 30-day average of 0.08. And so nothing unusual going on there. And on GME, CHX volume is up a little bit here at 0.11 with a 30-day average of 0.22. So it is a little bit up right now, but not a whole lot. I would expect to see, actually, take that back. While it's only 0.11% of the total daily volume, the total amount of shares going through CHX is 23,000 shares. That's actually pretty elevated. 30,000 is a lot for GME in one day. So even though that total percentage is low, the value that's going through there, the amount of shares that's going through that exchange are pretty high. So we'll take a look at that a little bit later and see if that continues to increase as the day goes on. Let's see what's next. Institutional ownership. Earlier today, the institutional ownership was 133.716. It's still the same, no change. And that's in million. Highest amount of volume for the day today on call options is at a $5 strike. Yesterday it was also $5. There's 15.2 thousand contracts so far created on AMC. Those numbers are obviously very high. Normally, a normal day I think would be around 3,500 contracts. So we're seeing like nearly 5 times the amount of volume going through those option cow patty fields. Highest amount of volume on puts is at $4.50. That is up 50 cents from yesterday's amount of highest volume at 4. And there's currently 7.5 thousand contracts there. There's a close runner-up at $4 though, with 7.3 thousand contracts. Market so far right now indicating a closing price on AMC is somewhere between 4.5 and 5 by the end of the day today. As it stands right now, though, we are currently at 603 or 604 combined between AMC and Ape. So we had in the aftermarket hours. I want to show this real quick here. In the aftermarket hours, it hit perfectly right where I wanted it to for that secondary touch point to create a bullish triangle. So here's the first touch point, second touch point, and our trend line upwards here that we had. I really wanted to see this bullish triangle that we would break out of, and sure enough, we did break out of it. We actually broke down back into this bullish wedge and are now starting to see a retest of that 605 range that I was mentioning yesterday. If we can break through 605, we may see continued price movement upwards, as this may have only been just a temporary sympathetic move to some of the positions that were occurring on GME. But the actual move upwards here, I think we're kind of resuming where we left off from at this point where we're at right now at 605. So zooming in on this just a tad bit here, you can see, hopefully see that. What does this mean for us long term? Let me delete some of this. I'm going to keep that. I'm going to get rid of this. And I feel like I'm starting to see a little bit of a different pattern kind of forming right here. Almost. It's really starting to look a little bit like an ascending parallel channel, a much larger ascending parallel channel spanning over about a 4-day period. It's not quite. There's a little bit of a dropout over here that doesn't quite fit in the numbers. But it is very close. I've got 2 touch points on the bottom, almost 3 touch points on the bottom side down here, and then I've got about 2 touch points on the top. I'm going to keep this. I'm going to hold this here for like it is and see if we don't trend up this channel here. It's not a very aggressive ascending parallel channel, but my thought process on this is there's a strong possibility that we may see a continuation upwards in price and a potential breakout to the top side, even though this trend channel here is supposed to be indicating a downwards move in price to break out of this, a bearish move. I'm kind of expecting to see a bullish move breaking out of this. I just don't know how long it's going to take exactly. It may happen in aftermarket hours, or it may happen during the market time, during trading hours. I'm not sure which, but I'm going to keep this drawn up here for right now, as I feel like this is kind of the new trend that we're kind of following right now. Taking a look at Ortex. So far for the day today, AMC is showing a report of 1.08 million shares having been borrowed. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 24.25%. Cost to borrow min is at 328.15, average 360.76, and max is 390.16. Let's take a look at our utilization for the last straight 47 trading days in a row being 100%. Zoom in on this just a tad bit. Day over day on loan amount increasing 2.43 million shares to 194.45 million shares on loan. It's about 4 million shares away from being the highest we've ever seen on record. Ortex is estimating that of those 2.43 million new shares on loan, that 830,000 of them were in new short interest day over day. Taking a look at estimated short share interest, the free float, that rose from 24.02 to 24.18. And our on-loan average age per day still dipping from 93.23 to 92.65. Security lending volume day over day increased from 7.15 to 9.58. On Ape, no shares borrowed so far for the day today. We have 467,000 shares having been returned. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 6.51%. There is no reporting on cost to borrow since they have not borrowed anything yet for the day. Utilization at 79.35, which is up just a little bit day over day, not too much. Yesterday it was 79.04. On loan amount increased to 28.96 million shares on loan. That was a 960,000 share increase amount. Estimated short share interest, the free float rose because of that from 6.48 to 6.53. And on loan average age per day took a dip from 44.18 down to 43.59. Security lending volume day over day was up from 1.79 to 2.12 million. Orders by Fidelity customers. We currently have AMC and Ape and GME were all in the top 30 most heavily traded stocks of the last 4 minutes closing of positions. Let's see if we make it back on here again. GME is number one. Their buy-sell ratio is 45.14% buying to 54.86% selling. I always do usually expect the first initial portion to be more selling than buying, as paper hands are kind of, exiting their positions if price is moving back down. AMC is on the list now. We have a 61.5% buy to 38.5% sell ratio, looking very strong there. And Ape was on the list for the last 4 minutes of trading for the volume. Ape is not on the list here today. I am expecting lower amounts of volume on Ape compared to pre-market. PokeStick was kind of indicating that there'd be less shares being traded on Ape for the day today. So that could explain why it's not on the list. SSR trigger price for AMC today is at $3.97. Ape's at 1.332. Looks like there's about 60,000 shares available to borrow right now. 5, 10, 15. I'm just going to call it. I rounded up a little bit earlier this morning, and I'm just going to not count the shares that have been borrowed so far since earlier this morning. So we're looking at about 450,000 shares borrowed for the day today. It was 600,000 yesterday. Fees are at 208.1% now. We currently have 62.5 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 38.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 75.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 9.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. Some of the reason we maybe why we might be seeing price dropping a little bit is if people are closing out their call positions, that could be part of the reason why you might be seeing price drop a little bit. Let's see here. Man, there's calls for this is saying 0 calls in the money for 519. Makes me want to go check it and see if that's accurate. That's so bad. For next week, we're up to 68,000 contracts that are out of the money right now. It's not as bad as it was. NASDAQ is down 0.11. Dow Jones is down 0.04. S&P 500 down 0.04. We have 3,446 decliners to 2,815 advancers. Let's see here. Top losers, I'm going to look for banks. Here's a mortgage. IMH is a little bit down here. Just looking for banks that might be on the list of top losers for the day. I wonder if I should do I'll just leave it the way it is. Let's see here. Taking a look at the banks. CS is down 3.17. SI is down 4.66. Let's see here. Everything else is trading. PacWest is down 3.68. Everything else is trading up or down less than 1%. Ethereum Classic is down 2.41. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently down 0.03. Oil is up 0.3. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.01 to 0.03, and the SPY is down 0.06. VIX is down 3.55. VBR is down 0.03. VB is down 0.22. Tesla is down 0.6. Amazon is down 0.9. Cinemark is down 1.62. Doge is down 2.27. Bitcoin is up 0.93 at 28.4K a coin. GME is up 35.86. HYMC is up 0.06. Hood is down 0.96. Ape is trading even at $1.48. AMC is at 4.555. 4.55 and up 3.17% for the day today. Inflow versus outflow for the day, we've got about $1.4 million more inflow than outflow. 11.69 million shares traded so far after 47 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 97 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between, I think I said 80. Let me look back at my notes here. 85 to 105 is what I suggested in the pre-market. I think today we're going to see some end of the day volume. I really do think that they're just trying to control volume right now and consolidating and trying to get rid of that FOMO. And then I think you're going to see a little bit of a run towards the end portion of the day today. Pre-market volume was really suggesting that there was going to be a lot more volume than this being traded out. So I'm kind of surprised to see it at 97. Because by the time the end of the day closes out, that could be down as much as 60 million shares traded for the day if things go as usual. So I'm expecting some late volume in the very end of the day today. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 51.15, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.89, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.91, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.40, which is below average. So we have a lot of cooling off of RSI from the run from last night, giving us the ability to be able to continue to move upwards in price again, so, since it has cooled off. And on Ape, we have $900,000 more inflow than outflow. 8.99 million shares traded so far after 49 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 71.55 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 40 and 60 million. This is actually doing a little bit closer to what I would expect to see. So you might see some even keel volume trading for the day today on Ape between that 40 and 60 million. AMC, I think, is going to have a little bit of additional volume at the end of the day, but we'll see. I don't know. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure on Ape with RSI at 51.27, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI at 49.72, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI at 40.81, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.62, which is below average and almost signaling oversold, which it was earlier this morning. Might be looking at a double dip into oversold before maybe seeing a bounce off. And heading back upwards. So let's take a look at Ichimoto. Let's see what's going on with that. On a 1 hour, touch that baseline. Lagging line is still above price line. Price did come back down and touch the baseline, and that's where we're at right now. In regards to the 1 hour chart here, the numbers that I read off this morning on Ape was that we need to see 157 or greater to see continued momentum and buying pressure coming in. We didn't manage to hold on to that. We're down to 146.5 now, so we've got about 10 cents up higher that we'd need to be to see continued buying pressure to come back in again. We are heading down towards the green cloud that's formed for tomorrow. If we were to trade out sideways right where we're at today, I would expect to see maybe a slight push through that green cloud going into tomorrow. On a 4 hour chart, we have conversion above base. Lagging line is just below price line back here. So not quite a buy signal on this one just yet, but price would need to rise above 590 to get above the cloud here. You could see a buy signal starting if the later portion of the day as the lagging line would cross the price line. If it held where it's at right now, you would have conversion above base, price line below lagging line, or lagging line above price line, and price, if it could move back up into maybe like a $1.53 range, you would see more continued probably buying pressure because the 4 hour chart would suddenly be a buy because it's not inside the cloud at that point. So again, wait for that later portion of the day today to see some more maybe continued buying pressure on Ape. Looking at AMC. On a 1 hour chart, we've got lagging lines above price line, conversions above base, but prices touched well onto the baseline here for the day. So the number we needed to hold above was 468. We're at 463. Getting above 468, the sooner we get above 468, the better. On a 4 hour chart, lagging line is, where is it? I can't see with all these lines. Get rid of these lines. Lagging line's right on price line, conversions above base. If price were to move to Anything above 478, you could see some potential buying pressure kicking in, but the real big buying pressure is going to be more closer to the 590 range. I think I already said that. I might have accidentally said 590 for Ape. I meant 177. It's 590 for AMC. I think I said the numbers. I was looking at my numbers wrong when I was reading them off earlier. So yeah, that's those are kind of the buying pressure points that we've got here, and you can see that from the standpoint of looking at this from like where's the cavalry at? You know, the FOMO buying. We've got a little bit of work to get price up about 10 cents on AMC and Ape both, and that would probably start to get some cavalry to come in and start FOMO buying back in again. But that's where we're at. Let me see here. What do we got going on right now for pattern analysis? Let me get rid of the Bollinger Bands for just a second. It almost looks like a descending broadening wedge. Oops. I'm going to ignore the pokey stick. If this is the case, if this is a descending broadening wedge, I would expect to see a break out of this and head back up to around 484. And then we would have we'd have probably a 60% chance at seeing price come back down again. 60, I think it's like a 62% chance or something like that, 64% chance. But that's not always a for sure thing. And if we did break this at those price levels at around 483, 484, we could see some more buying pressure kicking in and beating the signal. On Ape, let me just check and see if there's any pattern analysis here. Nothing really stands out. All right. With that, I can see what it is, you guys. You can see the volatility coming way, way down here. A lot of volatility loss. Let's see here. Little Keys to Relax says, sounds like Casey started drinking a little early today. Nope, not the case. Josh says spell pokey stick, and when I can't do it on the computer, at least I don't think I can. But I spell it whenever I put in pokey stick. I always put in with a little slash over the e, like it is in like Pokemon, whatever they call that little mark. I don't know, accentuation mark or whatever it's called. That's how I spell it, but I mean, it doesn't really matter how you spell it, Josh. Pokey is fine too. And it's not a it's something that it's a term that I coined, so I wouldn't go around like telling everybody, hey, the pokey stick of volume. Nobody's gonna know what you're talking about, except for people that are here. If you go around saying to everybody, hey, you know that 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time pokey stick of volume, they're probably gonna look at you like you're crazy. Probably laugh at you a little bit, and that's okay. Just laugh along with them. They don't know. It's 5 minutes, Mac and Bees. Little Keys to Relax says Pokey Sticks are Japanese candy. And that's what I think of it. That's what I think of when I see those Pokey Sticks. How do you guys get the E to show up like that? I don't know how to, like, if you just hold, I can't get it. I can't do it. You must be on your phones. You must be, if you're putting because I can get it to show up on my phone, but I don't know how to do it on a computer. Dan says Spy is pumping. I was kind of wondering. Something doesn't something a little stinky right now, right? Because I mean, you got VIX down, you've got DXY down, and then Spy's down. It's like, what? What's going on there? Yukon says cow pies everywhere. you know, the important thing. Oh, by the way, Yukon, since you're here, I still love. Every time I play my song now, I always hear your intro with the guitar, the fuzz guitar, and it like makes me sad every time when I don't hear your solo in there. Depending on the version that I'm playing. So I enjoy Fridays now. I really enjoy Fridays because I get to hear your version again. Just throwing that out there. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. It's really fun to hear that. Um, but I've got what was it? There's something I was going to talk about before I saw that. Um, Shoot, I can't remember. Little Keys to Relax says always pumps on Fed Day. I feel like the pump came early though yesterday, right? I mean, yesterday really felt like a big pump going into today. Let me check something out real quick, Meep. Hold on one second. Let me look at something real quick. I'm not sure. I'll check something out and see. Let's see here. So first off, what I'll say is this, and I've had this question for a really long time. By the way, CHX volume on SPY is 6.32% of the total daily volume, with a 30-day average of 2.32. Which means that the volume is extremely high, like 3 times higher than the amount of volume going through CHX on SPY. But the one thing that I wanted to kind of mention is that I've had this question and I don't know the answer to this, and I've been searching for the answer for a really long time. Is there a possibility of a squeeze on an ETF? And the problem that I have is this, and let me show you something that's really kind of interesting. Maybe you guys can help me find the answer because I really don't think that it's possible. Excuse me. I'm thinking it's not possible. And let me show you why. If you pull up SPY, for example, on Ortex. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Let's try that again. If you were to pull up SPY, and you went to the shorts tab, you have short share interest of the free float at 15.66%, right? And it tells you that the live short interest is 145 million shares. Okay, that's all good and dandy. That's great. Okay, I know what the short positions are. I know that it's 15.66% of the free float. But here's my problem. here's my massive. Oh, by the way, it's only 65.9% lent out by institutions right now. But here's my biggest problem is that to get some of these numbers, you have to know how big your free float is, right? If you're at 15.66% of your free float, then you've got to have a free float. Well, if you take a look at the SPY, what's the free float? Anybody? Can anybody tell me what the free float is on an ETF? I don't think there is one. I really don't think that there is a free float on the SPY. I think they can really just generate shares whenever they want to. It's like, yes, Blackie says 0. So what is can you really truly honestly get a run in options through can you squeeze or have a gamma squeeze on an ETF? And yeah, it's you get a point, Blarkey. I'll give you a point for that. You're right, it's 0. Because you answered that pretty quickly. I did see it come through fast. And so I don't think that I just gave you a point. I don't think that you can squeeze an ETF. I just don't think that that's really possible. But it's only because I don't think that there's a limitation on how much that can be created in positions against it. And I think SPY is not really a good one for me to show you, but there are ones out there. There are ETFs that I can pull up for you and show you where they are just monstrously over leveraged. And I don't. How big is your free float? Asking for a friend. They're just monstrous. You can find some free floats out there. And I'm trying to remember. I want to say it's IWM. Let me show you IWM. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's one of the ones that I looked at from the past. Let me just check it out real quick here, and I'll show you what I'm talking about in regards to the positions that are held there. Is it IWM? Probably is. Let's see. Yeah, it's not one of the better ones, but it's a good example. It's good enough. So here you got IWM. They've got 29.26% short share interest of the free float with 85.6 million shares in short interest. And I don't know that there's any limitations on how high the short interest can go because I can actually find you some more examples of positions that are held far in exceeding of 29%. I'm trying to remember which one it was that I found one time. AMC used to be a part of IWM, and what was the other one? I'm pretty sure it was the other one. It was the one that had just massive amounts of short interest positions held. It was IWM, and I want to say it was 2 letters. I think you're right, Little Keys. I think you're right too. It's an entirely different beast, and I don't think that they could be squeezed either. So it's almost like it's the free range of the creation of liquidity in the marketplace. Tom D says it is important for investors to understand that many of the market mechanics that come into play when attempting to squeeze an individual stock do not apply to ETFs. I don't know where you're writing that from, but that's the conclusion that I came to a long time ago when I started doing some research on some of the ETFs that were out there. Significantly reducing the possibility of a short squeeze occurring in an ETF. In fact, it's nearly impossible. I feel like you just wrote that or copy and pasted from someplace. Oh, per Google. I had to just keep reading. So this is what I'm talking about, guys. You want to talk about the liquidity that can be just created out of thin air. You open up positions in ETFs, and then you have yourself an unlimited supply of whatever it is that you need. There's your loophole in the system that needs to be fixed. Yes, I don't disagree with what you're saying there. People shorting SPY could get margin called if they're underwater. I totally agree with that. But the point that I'm trying to make is at what point is a ETF squeezable? And it's not. So margin calls could still happen on an entity that owns a position, but is the actual ETF squeezable, or is it completely manageable and there is no limitations? And the answer is there's none. There's no limitations. Yale says, Casey, is the news that UBS is now, and this, and oh, by the way, guys, I believe this is just my tinfoil hat. Wait, hold on. Tinfoil hat theory. You have seen massive. You haven't. Maybe you haven't. I have. I have seen massive pushes for general investors and companies alike to invest in ETFs before, as the market was starting to fail. Massive amounts of pressure to try and get people to invest into ETFs. Why? Because if you can get people to invest into ETFs, throw their money there, it gives you more ability to be able to create liquidity in the marketplace. The more you have sitting in there, I truly and honestly believe the more that you can manipulate the entire market as a whole. So, yeah, Doug, I wouldn't place any. I wouldn't put any money down on a Chat GPT answer. I wouldn't even really put a whole lot of money down on a Google answer either. But I've given up on Chat GPT, especially with some of the answers I've seen lately that I know are wrong. Yeah, I can check the short interest MEEP. I actually already have it pulled up. Short interest on GME is 24.23%, or 63.34 million shares. Their utilization's at 100%. Shares on loan, 92.36 million shares. Their cost to borrow right now, min is 33.72, average is 53.12, and max is 73.83. Anyways, that's my tinfoil hat moment for the day today. Hayden says ChatGPT said I was handsome. Oh yeah, well you should definitely trust in ChatGPT now. I'm teasing. I think you're a pretty handsome guy too, Hayden. Oh, full FOMO, full FOMO. Dino Mike says I never met a tinfoil hat that didn't fit my head yet. Yeah, I know. I know that feeling, Dino. I asked if AMC KC is trustworthy, and it came back darn tootin'. Farting all the way home. Oh man. Joe says what's going on in here? Ooh. How do you link to ChatGPT 4 though, Nikki? Because can I give you a tool? Can I make you a tool real quick so that you can give us a link to the ChatGPT 4? Because I for some reason every time I try to search for ChatGPT, it just takes me to 3, or it's 4 a paid subscription. Which is it? Cup and handle. Yeah, I pointed that out earlier this morning on the is it the 30-minute chart on hold on a second here. Pull it back. I want to say it's the 30-minute chart on AMC plus Ape, and yeah, it is. I was hoping for the bigger cup and handle. What was that movie? So I Married an Axe Murderer, and he says, "I believe I ordered the large espresso." I really wanted, the really large espresso here, but espresso. I like saying espresso. Let's see here. We've got. I mean, I wanted to see this. I wanted to see kind of a drop down here. I wanted to see the pull up all the way back up to around 733, and then the drop down to perhaps maybe around like 633. we may be seeing the shorter version of this cup and handle, which is going to be right here at about 636. So a good way to know whether or not it's a cup and handle is to take your top side of your cup minus your bottom side. Let's get what those numbers are here. High is 656 minus the low of 535. Divided by 2 is 605 minus the top of 656. 595 is where price should pull back to. Let's see here. Let's put a line at that value. $5.95 right there. We hit it. We hit it dead on. We'll see. If we break past if we break past 656, then the top of our cup and handle, the completion of it would be at 716. So I'll put another red line in here at 716, which happens to be a Fibonacci retracement point. Oh, son of a gun. Come on. That's not what I wanted. And happens to also be a level of support and resistance from the past, which is the bigger cup and handle that I was hoping for. So we'll see. If we are able to maintain above 607 and continue to see a price movement upwards, that's going to be your stopping points about 715 to complete that pattern, if that's the case. This is combined AMC and Ape, though. Buzz and Buzzman says GME order books are flying. Nobzilla says Chat GTO told me, whatever that is, told me that Casey's beard was fake. It says it stays on by use of Velcro. Wow. I'll tell you what, I'll have my wife pull it tonight and then tell you tomorrow, have her tell you tomorrow. Pull my beard, hun. Pull it. It's so gross. I hate this beard. I really hate this beard. My beard. Josh says it says you won't. Are you kidding me? You don't know me well enough, Josh. Dares don't they don't impact me, man. That's an easy one. You got to hit me with something way harder than that because that's way too easy. That's an easy one. Ooh, that sounds gross, chimp. So we ate. Let me tell you how gross beards are, guys. Let me tell you how gross beards are. I'm gonna gross you guys out here for a minute. This is how you know how gross a beard is when you go to eat spaghetti and you find that there's like almost an impossible way to get spaghetti in your mouth without it somehow dangling down and touching your beard. That's how much I hate beards. You can't eat damn spaghetti without it like dangling and hitting your beard somehow. It's annoying. There is no amount. I mean, you either cut it up like you're feeding a 2-year-old, or you twirl it on your fork and hope that it doesn't, do that thing where it like unwinds as you're trying to put it into your mouth. I spent way more time eating last night than I wanted to. It's so gross, Josh. It's so gross. Yukon says there's always one noodle that scrapes off the tomato sauce into the beard. It's gross. I think he's being quiet for a reason. I think there are some periods of time. Let me see here. Let me look something up real quick here. Um, there are some kind of like periods of time where they have to kind of like not say anything at all, and we've seen this happen on a couple occasions where he's kind of gone radio silent on us, and I think this is kind of one of them. And let me see something real quick here. Hmm. I don't know. I think I think he probably, and this would be my guess. This is going to be my guess here. With the lawsuit that's pending right now, between now and the 27th, I think he's probably been told by the lawyers, like, don't say anything. Clam up. Now is not the time to be saying something when we've got a case in the works. I can't imagine any lawyer out there being okay with him, going out and tweeting things as they are, in the midst of a lawsuit that could make or break the difference between uh, having the ability to create or generate capital, raise capital. I keep saying the wrong words. To raise capital versus not being able to raise capital. And so I would imagine that if I were his lawyer, which I'm not, and I'm not even a lawyer, I would probably be telling him less is more. Don't say anything. Shut up. More than likely. Any good lawyer will tell you that the more you say, the worse it is going to be on any kind of case they're trying to put out there for you. So I'm sure they're probably asking him, please, 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 don't say anything right now. Walt says, go to the bedroom, put the plate on the floor, and lay on the bed belly down with head hanging above the plate. I feel like you'd still get it in your beard. Casey's not a lawyer, but he plays one on TV. I'm not a lawyer, but my dad was a lawyer. That's the closest I get to it. That's the closest I can come to saying I have some kind of lawyer background. Look, the only safe way to eat spaghetti with a beard is to cut it up like you're feeding it to a 2-year-old. That's it. That's the only safe way. And I hate eating my spaghetti like that. I'm not 2. What Mark Ram said above. Isn't the price of Ape irrelevant really right now because it'll go up to the price of AMC at the split? Uh, not exactly the way that you're saying it, Mark. I mean, yes, it will be the price of an AMC share when it's all said and done, but I wouldn't agree that it's just going to magically appear at the price of whatever AMC is. And in fact, the higher we can get the price and the market cap up on AMC before a reverse split or conversion, the better. Ooh, I hadn't thought of that, Aaron. A beard mask. Huh. That might be worth trying. I mean, because I think I'd rather have the spaghetti hit the outside of a mask than a sanitized mask than my beard. That's not a bad idea, man. A beard bib. I hadn't thought of that. Josh says, blend it up and drink it through a straw. Z Wade says, no food is safe food. You know what I really miss more than anything, Z Wade, is my Red Robin Royal Red Robin burgers. I miss those so much. There's no way you can eat a over easy egg on a hamburger with a beard. There's just absolutely 0% chance of being able to walk away with that with any kind of sanity whatsoever. You have to be a sick individual to be able to do that. Just super sick individual. Or either that, uh, be willing to like drive straight home and take a shower immediately. One of the two. I can't, chimp. I can't do it yet. I got a bet with myself, and I'm not. It's not coming off until I hit 90. It's not quite what you're saying, Meat Jacket. It's you have to include market cap, and market cap's going to kind of play a factor into how the market's going to adjust the price. So yes, technically the shares will be worth the price of an AMC share, but it's going to be the price of an AMC share after the market decides what that total market cap is going to be afterwards. So you have to kind of take that into an account. Oh yeah, and egg yolk turns into beard glue if you don't catch the. Yep, that's what I'm talking about. That beard glue from the egg yolk is the worst, man. It is so bad. The last time I ate at Red Robin Tech We Love, that's what I did. As soon as I got done eating the hamburger, and I felt extremely embarrassed because I knew there were people that were probably like watching at nearby tables me eat this hamburger and just like not giving two shits because I just wanted it so bad. I couldn't take it anymore, and I just ate, and it was all over the place. And so I went straight to the bathroom, and I literally like just washed my face as best as I possibly could. I won't do it again though. It was a once in a lifetime thing, and I will never embarrass myself like that again. It was so it was so humiliating. I felt like a caveman or something. It was just terrible. You guys are laughing. It was so degrading. Like I literally felt like a Neanderthal or something. It was like it's like everybody was probably watching in the restaurant, sitting there looking at like who eats like that. I was like, I gotta get. I powered down that hamburger as fast as I possibly could, and it was just straight to the bathroom. I didn't even eat the fries. I let the fries go cold. I was like, I'm not even trying. And then I went to the bathroom, washed my face, and then came back out and ate fries cold. It's not myself. It's me. Me, Nana. It has nothing to do with when I say myself. I'm talking about me. Dude, Tech We Love. when I did that, the experience I'm talking about, I blew through like, I want to say it was like 4 napkins. I'm not even really a napkin kind of guy. Like I usually can eat pretty cleanly. I don't really ever feel like I need, maybe more than a corner of a napkin, and that's about it. And so to have to blow through four napkins because I couldn't control my my ability to eat correctly was another sign of like how just terrible it was. But yeah, 4 napkins. Ugh, never, Michael, never. You've gone too far, sir. You've gone too far. We got about 2 more minutes here before we look at the numbers again, guys. Let me take a look at Ape real quick here. I just want to see where we're at. Okay, yeah, volatility. They're just trading this thing sideways, getting the volatility down here. They want no volume, as least amount of possible shares traded, so they can continue resume normal trading activity without volume. This is the tactic that's used on a constant basis here. I haven't had any problems with ribs. Corn on the cob I don't really eat too much, so it's not a big deal. Yes, Yukon, I saw that this morning on Twitter. Buzz and Buzzman says Credit Suisse. Let's take a look at these banks real quick here. Down 5.62%. FRC is actually up right now 3%. Silvergate's down almost 10%. Other big movers, we've got Charles Schwab down 2.46. Let's see here. And PacWest is 4.67 down. VIX is down 4.86. How is the VIX? I don't understand this. This is insane. VIX is heading down. US dollar, what's the dollar doing? Down 0.17. What is going on here? This is so weird. They're waiting. They know something's going to happen today, and they're going to flip. The whole tables are going to turn as soon as the Fed announces what it's going to announce. I'm almost guarantee it. 87.8% chance is what I saw earlier when I updated for 25 bips. What are we looking at now? 86.4. I'm still seeing really high percentages on a 25% increase, or 25.25, quarter percent. I've never had a problem yet with pizza. Z-Way, that might be the final straw. If I have problems with pizza, that would probably be the final straw for me, and I would probably just lose my bet to myself and just cut it all off. But fortunately, to this day, I've not had any problems with pizza yet. Um, but I mean, I guess it probably depends on where you live. I'm more of a New York style kind of pizza guy, so it's real thin, goes in the mouth nice and easy. You don't have any drippings anywhere. It's all great. I imagine Chicago style pizza would probably be a little bit more of an issue. So it probably just depends on the kind of pizza you're eating, I guess. Walt says, "Hope they never invent the soap burger and you try it." I'm starting to think, Nan, I need to go with a beard, one of those beard masks. That might actually help. Tech We Love says, "Oh crap, we discovered the beard kryptonite for Casey." I mean, you're never going to see me eating I can't imagine having problems with pizza. I just don't see it being a problem. I'm starting to think that maybe if I just shave the part like directly underneath my lower lip down to where the chin is, like so that my chin is open. I don't know. I don't know how ridiculous that would look. Let me see. Let me see if I can find a picture of somebody that has like no chin, no beard, full beard. Let's see, full beard, no hair under. Uh, what would you call that area? That's like I guess no hair under bottom lip. That one's called that. Let's see if we can find some pictures. I want to see how stupid that looks. see if it's something I could live with. Because I would probably, if it doesn't look too bad, I probably would go with it. Actually, that's not too bad. You know who it reminds me of? I'm like looking at some pictures in here. It reminds me of Bigums, almost. I think it was Bigums. Maybe it was somebody else. I don't remember who it was, but it reminds me of somebody. The one beard that I see, it actually doesn't look that bad. Check this out. Hold on a second. Then we'll do numbers. Sorry, guys. We'll do numbers right after this. This isn't that bad. I could do that. And that might actually help. Like cleaning up like this area right in here, that would really, really, really help. It doesn't look stupid. It kind of looks weird, but that's doable. Hmm. I have choices. Beard mask or shave this under portion area right in here. Hmm. Hmm. Nikki says, "Don't do that, Casey. You'll look like a garden gnome." It's the Amish beard. Essentially, yeah. I think I understand why they do it now. My wife braided it the other day, Sam. It looks stupid. It's called an Amish beard. Is that what it's called? Hold on a second here. I gotta look it up. Because those actually kind of, I mean, I know what an Amish beard looks like, and those kind of look stupid. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at pictures of it, and it's kind of, sort of. Hold on a second here. Yeah, that's what it is. It's an Amish beard. I know why they do it. I now know why the Amish cut their beards the way they do. It totally makes sense. They're smart people. Dang, they're smart. This looks so dumb. Wait, I gotta show you guys this one. Oh, this is too much. It's just, because somebody already said it. It's a neck beard. That's too much. That is going way too far. I can't do it. Okay, yeah, I can't do this. That's that's too much. Can't do that. I don't know who this guy is. Colby Rasmus. Disgusting beard didn't last long enough to feel the internet's wrath. that's that's the title of the picture. That's really, really bad. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. That's not happening. Oh man, definitely not doing that. Blake says he's glorious. Oh man, he's a legend. Aaron says. I am not doing that with my beard. It's going way too far. All right, taking you guys over the other page here. Let's take a look at our numbers for the day today, and as I kind of mold this over in my head as to whether I should go with an Amish beard, so I can go eat a hamburger that's got an egg in it. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't think I can do it. So let me move a couple screens around. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. And let's see, this is the last screen I want to pull over here. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on. Starting with the off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 49% through those exchanges. EDGX to be somewhere between 11 and 12%. On AMC, it is currently at 52.09. EDGX at 14.36. The combined total 66.45%. This is lower than I thought it was going to be for the day. I thought it's high 70s for sure. I'm really kind of surprised by this, but it just seems like there's just not a whole lot of volume coming in as of right now. We'll see what happens towards the end of the day, though. What do we got? I guess by this time of the day, it would normally be around 60%, so it's about 6.45% higher than it should be. CHX volume is only 0.05% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 1.96. On Ape, off exchange is at 50.84. EDGX is at 7.48. Combined totals 58.32, or about 1.7% less than what I would expect on an average day. CHX volume is 0.02 with a 30-day average of 0.08. And GME CHX volume right now is at 0.24 with a 30-day average of 0.24 and equates to 92.3 thousand shares. Guys, it was a covering. That's not covering, closing. It was a closing of positions on GME that occurred. I'm convinced of it right now. There's no way they have 92,000 shares that traded through CHX, and you didn't see some kind of closing of positions. Those numbers are pretty high. Somebody was closing out positions. It wasn't a whole lot, but it was enough to jumpstart this price movement that they saw. That's definitely closing of positions there. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was 1.08 million shares having been borrowed for AMC for the day today. It's now 899,000 shares. A little bit of a drop there. It's not really going to change the estimated short share interest of the free float too much at 24.23%. Cost borrowing still really high at 328.15. Average is 360.74. Max is 390.16. Shares on loan for the day today is at 194.45 million shares. That's down, or up rather, 2.43 million shares day over day, and Ortex is estimated that of that 2.43 million new lended shares, that 830,000 of them were in short interest. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 467,000 shares having been returned, rather, and that has not changed in the last hour. However, there has been some shares finally borrowed in the amount of 52,000 shares so far. No change to estimated short share interest of the free float at 6.51%. The cost of borrowing is at 4.72, and average and max are also the 4.72, as there was only one borrowing so far for the day today. Shares on loan increased by 960,000 shares to 28.96 million shares on loan. And looking at options, as of an hour ago, the highest strike price was a $5 strike for volume for the day. That's still the case. It went from 15.2 thousand contracts to 21.5. puts are highest at $4.50 strike. There were 7.5 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 12.3. That's going to have the market suggesting that price is going to close on AMC somewhere between $4.50 and $5 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we're currently at $6.04, holding that level of support that I wanted to see us kind of break out of today. I mean, we did overnight break out of it, but I think they dropped this right back down into kind of like that trading bullish triangle period that we had in here. And but it does seem to me like we may be moving into more of an ascending parallel channel currently. We may see the breakout coming up a little bit later today. I would see it around 1400, which would be at 1 o'clock Central, or yeah, that's right about when the announcement's going to be rolling in from the Fed. That's where I would envision seeing this breaking out again. We do seem to be holding support though at 595. I mean, not 15. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME and AMC were on this list an hour ago. Let's see if they still are. Ape was not on this list, likely due to less amounts of orders being traded. Let's see what we got going on here. GME is still number one, but they have a 44.48% buy to 55.52% sell ratio. There is some retail paper handing some shares there. Let's see here. On AMC, we have... where did it go? 60.37% buys to 39.63% sell ratio, which is good. It's the bare minimum that I like to see, but it's still making it, and it's back on the top 30 most heavily traded stocks, so that's a good thing too. It's getting exposure. SSR trips at $3.97, Ape at 1.332 for SSR. And shares available to borrow. Looks like they did borrow some more shares here. About 20,000 shares. Not enough really for me to up my numbers just yet here, but pretty soon I'll have to start rounding up on it and call it another 50,000 shares borrowed. But so far, a little over 450,000 shares borrowed for the day today, maybe around like 475,000. Fees are now at a 208.1% cost. Or rate, I guess. Rate's probably a better word to use. NASDAQ is up 0.07. Dow Jones is down 0.15. And the S&P 500 is down 0.01. The market is, I think it's doing about as well as it was an hour ago with 3,553 decliners to 2,760 advancers. Let's look at banks real quick here. Banks doing the worst right now. We got Silvergate down 10.78%. Any other big movers? PacWest is down 8.71. No positive green side ones that are moving really quickly upwards. Most banks are down. Ethereum Classic is down 0.41. The US dollar is currently showing down 0.17. Oil is up 1.98. Mortgage-backed securities are down, or up rather, anywhere from 0.06 to 0.07, and SPY is down 0.05. VIX is down 3.74. VBR is down 0.34. VB is down 0.44. Tesla is down 0.35. Amazon is down 0.44. Cinemark is down 1.66. Doge is up 0.05. Bitcoin is up 1.79 at 28.6 a coin. I think 28.7 was the value that I wanted to see breaking like a solid break past 28.7 a coin, and we're getting really close to that. We may see another run on Bitcoin here pretty soon. It was really funny. I was kind of going through some tweets and noticed there was a Bitcoin enthusiast. I'm gonna call him enthusiast for right now until I have like a better word for it. But I saw a Bitcoin enthusiast who was suggesting that at 28.7 to, I think it was like 30 something a coin was going to be a big purchasing buying point to get in on Bitcoin. I don't really necessarily have any opinion of. I mean, actually, I do have a strong opinion against cryptocurrencies as a whole, as they're unregulated. But you know, it is your money, it's your choice. Do what you see fit. GME is up 39.43%. HYMC is up 0.44. Hood is down 0.7. Ape is down 1.34, $1.46. AMC is up 3.31 at 4.556. Bunch of sideways action right now to really kind of minimize the amount of volume that we're seeing for the day-to-day. That's going to be the main goal, is minimize, minimize, minimize. We have about $2 million. That's actually about $1.9 million more inflow than outflow for the day-to-day on AMC. 16.41 million shares traded after 107 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 59.81 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested somewhere between 85 and 105 million shares, so we're well underneath my prediction for the day. I'm not backing down on it. Maybe we see some really large volume at the end of the day today that kind of gets us back up in those numbers. But as it stands right now, we're not pacing those kind of numbers, and I think that's an attempt to try and remove all doubt from any kind of potential investors that they don't want it. That now is not the time to get in. That's going to be the general thesis here: is discourage, discourage, discourage. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 49.93, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more, slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.71, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, we have, I don't know because it's not updating, a blank screen. That's what we have. I love my internet. All right, cool. Numbers. Vortex indicator showing more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.12, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more internet. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.94, which is below average. On Ape, for the day today, we have approximately $1.5 million more outflow than or more. I can get what I get. Hey, there's data. Let me see what my bit rate is here. It shouldn't be that bad. It should be okay. All right. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.66, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with what appears to be a divergence occurring currently, and RSI at 48.6, which is average. With more selling pressure, by the way. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.53, which is below average. In a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.22, which is below average. By the way, in order to see, I've mentioned this on several occasions in the past, but I'm just going to throw it back out there real quick as just like a generalized statement. In order to see 100 million shares traded a day, you need to see about 250,000 shares traded a minute. So we're obviously well below that. One of the key numbers that I find to be kind of a consistent thing on AMC is that they usually try to drive volume under 60,000 shares a minute. Once they've achieved 60,000 shares a minute, then they find it. I think that they, quote unquote, whoever may be controlling price, finds it much easier to control price once you're under that 60,000 shares per minute, and that's when you tend to see trading resuming. What happened here? Oh, we got a bunch of gnome things going on now. Oh man, the gnome shave. Ain't no place like gnome. Did anybody say that one yet already? Hopefully I got that one first. Gnome is where the heart is. How's that one? Customer K says, how I hate this manipulation again. It's never going to go away, man. It's not going to go away until they are forced to go away. Save the gnome. We need to have like a rolling meme now that we starts going around that says "Save the gnome." Wait, I feel like this is like a carryover. Wasn't there something on Bigum's channel with gnomes or something like that? I feel like there was like this is a carryover. You don't know me. Good morning, myself. Billy was a gnome. I feel like you know what I loved about because I actually did see Bigum's when he first put out the first Billy. I loved so much his character drawings of Billy, and the reason I loved him so much was because it reminds me of how poorly of an artist that I am, and I love when I see people who are just as bad as me putting and just being okay with the idea that they can only draw a stick figure. So it makes me feel normal that that's the best that I can do. And then every once in a while, my kids they want to play. I want to play that game where you draw. Is it Pictionary? It's probably. I don't think it's not called Pictionary. It's another game where you have to draw stuff. And whatever the game that is, I hate that one so much. It really drives me nuts because I just can't draw. Nobody knows. Lucas, how's it going, man? Rose says that wasn't a stick figure. It was really a realistic drawing of Astro. Have you seen Trey's legs? Have you seen Trey's legs? I think I think Trey might have Astro beat. Not saying. I'm sure of it, but I would probably put money on it. I don't usually bet unless I'm sure I can win, but I tend to think that Trey's legs might be a little bit smaller. Trey has legs. I remember there was one time where he started sitting with his legs up in the chair. Almost, I think Astro does that too, but it was almost like he had been spending a lot of time with Astro, so he just started sitting in his chair with his legs up. And I was like, is that his legs? Because I mean, they literally looked as skinny as his arms. And I was like, holy crap, that's insane. But you have to understand, though, he was a serious long distance runner, and long distance running and leg day don't coincide. so, so understanding that why his legs are the way that they are, it makes sense because he was doing a lot of long distance running. Trey's Jack now still around here and there on other platforms. Yeah, I saw a picture not too long ago with the the muscle flex picture or something that he had not too long ago, but it still didn't show his legs. I was like sitting there going like he's still skipping leg days. According to our knowledge, does Credit Suisse hold any short positions on AMC? Yes, and if so, will they have to close when they get bought out? Um, Something's going to have to happen to their positions, and I'm not sure what exactly. Somebody's going to end up having to take care of their bill. Trey's running from lawsuits? Nah, is he really? Nah, I can't imagine. Yeah. Walt, nice one. I like it. Full no-mo. That's a good one too. We've got the Fed meeting or the Fed announcement on the rate hike coming up in 3 hours and 30 minutes. So we're looking at 2 o'clock p.m. My time. So I normally come back from break. So what I'll probably do, I don't know, I'm gonna have to do a little bit of a different break structure today to kind of work around that. But we should be getting the his announcement then. I don't know if I'll sit through all the questions because we still have movie trivia to do. Tomorrow, guys, don't let me forget that I want to do open up the back of the Big Tramp for discussion at around maybe after the 9 o'clock reading of numbers, and keep it open until I go to break. Lucas says, I heard that most shorts on AMC are currently in profit at these price levels, unrealized. So if price starts moving up, again, they might close positions before their profit turns into losses. And what I would say to that is that you can only close a position with shares. You have to close out the position with a share. So that means they would have to start buying if they're going to close out, which is I think exactly what happened on GME yesterday. Yes, just send me a Trenton, if you want to get into the back of the Big Tramp, you gotta just send me a DM through Twitter, or if you're already on the Discord, then you can just click on it and go in there any old time you want to. Buck says that gives you plenty of time to clean it. Does it need cleaning? What do you know? I don't know. Sounds dangerous. No, I don't do VIP stuff, man. Steve, you're killing me, man. Steve just sent me a message. I feel like I gotta share with you guys. I gotta share this, Steve. Hold on a second here. I'm posting this. This is too funny not to post. I gotta post this. I'll share it with you guys here in just a second. Let me post it up. Um, All right, let me share it with you guys. Let's see here. It's funny. In case anyone was wondering, they actually had 5K, 10K, or half marathons in mind. Silicon Valley Bank Run 23. Oh man, that doesn't age very well. Uh, maybe they could raise some capital. They could do a fundraising marathon run. Oh boy. Yeah, that shaman guy on Discord is your son, right? I removed him from the fan club to remove his access to the motel. That's actually that's actually the older son who's in the military who could probably accept the fact that that's happening over there. Probably a great candidate for the motel. However, the one that you would HSX Fox, I think, is probably the one that you'd be looking to restrict access from, as that is. Let me see if that's what his user ID is. I don't see him on here. Maybe maybe he left. Hunter, maybe. Oh no, maybe he's offline. Here we go. I didn't look through the offline list. I have to talk to Hunter on tomorrow and be like, so, did you leave the Discord? Yeah, here he is. It's HXS Fox is his ID here. So if you see him on there, yeah, he's an admin. He was helping me originally with a lot of the stuff in there. What does a bank run entail? I've been hearing that word a lot. Not a native English speaker. I assume it refers to panic and lots of people getting their money out of banks. You nailed it. That's it. People pulling their money out of the banks, and then creating problems for the banks on what they hold. He got scared and ran out. Hunter's a good kid. I'm not too worried about it myself. It'll be okay. I mean, he's only a few months away from graduating high school, and he's darn near 18 here. So I mean, if he can't deal with that kind of stuff now, I didn't prepare him well enough in life for the future ahead of him. So I think he's gonna be all right. He's okay. The motel isn't doing too well, by the way. Okay. I'm not keeping tabs on it, so I don't really know. If you think the motel should go away, we can just go do away with it. Can there be a jog on the banks? Sure, why not? The what do they call those? The 5K walks? Pirateborn says he is almost the man he's going to be. Your window of influence is closing fast. I was thinking about that Pirateborn about a week or two ago, and I kind of the more I started thinking about it, he went through COVID for one of his years in school, so he's really only had like actually it was 1.5 years. He really has only had I guess like 2.5 years worth of time in school. And I started thinking about that, and I was like, I really need to. There's something that I need to do before this is all over because this is a senior year. And I remember I used to take lunches a lot to my older son when he was in high school. Well, not a lot. I shouldn't say a lot, but I took him at least more times than I have Hunter. I don't think I've ever taken lunch to Hunter at school before, and so I think I need to do that. So I might spend some time here in the very near future on take a little extended lunch break and take him some lunch there. It's always nice to have, Dad show up with like some like decent food instead of having to deal with whatever it is you would have been eating at anyways. It is his senior year. It'd be kind of nice to be able to enjoy a good hamburger from like Five Guys or something like that. And Ayo says take him some carnitas. Yeah, Chick-fil-A, Five Guys, who knows what, something. Take him to Twin Peaks for lunch. it's not it's not close enough. But yeah, I need to take him some lunch here a couple times before this year's out because I feel like COVID changed things, guys. It really did. It changed kids' experience of what high school is supposed to be like. Like my oldest son Bradley didn't get a prom. There was no prom for his class, and it kind of sucks, man. Like for more so for girls probably. Like guys probably don't really care too much. Like I didn't even want to go to my senior prom, and I just kind of got forced into it a little bit. But I mean, for girls, you're missing your senior prom is a big deal. And I feel bad, man. There's an entire class year that just missed out on prom, and that sucks. No woman, no cry. That's pretty good. I like that, DJ. I know, Lucas. That's what I'm saying. Like us guys, we probably don't really care all that much whether we missed a prom or not. Like we really don't. It's not our thing, right? But it's a big deal for girls, man. Girls like that stuff. They like they like prom. I mean, not all of them. I'm not trying to say all girls like prom. I'm just saying that girls tend to like prom more than guys do. KC stands for Killing Carnitas Shaw. That's not a bad idea, Pro Jeweler. Just bringing in like a bunch of pizzas so that he can share with his friends as well would be an amazing idea. I would love to do that. I might not do six. I'll probably do like three. But he doesn't have very many friends. No, I'm just teasing. Oh man, I'm killing Hunter on it. He doesn't even know it. He can't even defend himself. I have friends, Dad. He's in band after all. That one time in band camp, what instrument did you just think of? He's got lots of friends. They're all in band. He's a band kid. But he plays like Dynamite says a redhead. He plays the coolest instrument though, like drums. Like if you're gonna be in band and you're gonna have an instrument that you're gonna play as a dude, you're gonna definitely want it to be the drums. No, he doesn't play the flute. Man, I feel like it's like super like I know it's just because I'm not talking, but I feel like it's like a quiet day today. Like it's just like pretend like nothing ever happened. It feels like one of those days where it's just like the calm before the storm. Hold on a second. I feel like I gotta look up something because I just feel like there's like something lurking out there. Hold on. Excuse me. Nothing there. Jimmy's got some news showing up here. What does it say here? Shares surge 34% on swing to Q4 profits. Let's see here. I don't understand why it's still reporting. I think that's a bad number. I really feel like there's going to be, I mean, look at the volatility. Just really pinching down here, like super, super. Where's this going to break at? It wants to break out of this. You can just tell. Hmm. Militia Ape says bass guitar is the coolest instrument. Not very many bands have bass guitars in them, like bands in high school bands, like not rock bands, but like band. Uh, but I mean, I still think drummers are cooler in a band. sorry, sorry, but bass guitar players get no love, man. I think the drummers probably get a little bit more love than the bass players. Slap. Oh man, I like that. Slap the bass. Slap the light guy now, or whatever it is. That the bass guy. You know what I'm talking about. I can't think of his name off the top of my head, but I was watching so many of his bass or not live streams, but YouTube streams that he had from a while back. That guy's hilarious. Yeah, Davey. Is it three? There's like numbers that follow it, like Davey 310 or 399. I don't know what it is. That guy. 504. Thank you. I can't remember the numbers. 301, 504, whatever. He's really funny though. I like that guy. Lucas says at this point he's the only guy. He's the only guy who ever said slap that like now or whatever it was he would say. He's the only person that's ever gotten me to actually not stop watching his video when he tells me that I have to like his video. Because everybody else, the minute somebody says like that video or something like this, the minute it comes out of their mouth, I instantly stop watching. I just can't. I can't. I just don't like being advertised to. Like I'll do what I want to do. How about I just don't watch anymore? Davey 504. Every single time you'd say that, I loved it. I was like, okay. What about the Japanese drummer chick? Maybe I've seen her before. I don't. I'm gonna look it up. Let me see. I'm just gonna type it in like you said it. Oh, yes, I have seen her. Um, she's really good. I mean, it's really impressive to watch little kids. I feel like the younger generation and kids playing instruments these days have really kind of changed how people view playing instruments a little bit. I think they've kind of opened up the Pandora's box on being able to do things that most people probably never thought was even possible on playing on playing an instrument. And that really excites me about the future of music because when you see kids at those kind of ages, I think we're heading towards a music revolution in having some geniuses. There's that other guy that plays the piano. He's kind of turning into this like big phenom now with his piano playing, where he just looks like he's just banging on the piano the whole time. But he's like really, really, really good at it. And it's just, yeah, Renaissance. That, thank you. I couldn't think of what it's called. We're moving into like a period of time where we're about to see an explosion of great minds in music that I think in our future here, and it's going to change everything. We're going to see some stuff that we've never seen before coming out of music, and I'm really excited about it because I would love to live through an era of music where you see it just being redefined, and just taking like on a whole brand new shift, because I really felt like we hit like a big huge low point in the 2000s. Like, I mean, like it we really hit like a rock bottom in the 2000s. And for if you grew up in the 2000s and that's your music and your era, I'm sorry to tell you this, but we were fishing real low here. We had some really uh, we had those were some tough years. If you think Britney Spears is the epitome of amazing music, we have problems. And I hate to break it to you, but we found new lows during those that era, and I think it's going to change though. Casey, is there a chance that we break down instead of up? We never hit that 340 range that I was suggesting, but there's always that chance. SP says no more auto tune fake crap. That would be nice. Yeah, no kidding, man. Joe says, "Look, my wife loves my wife absolutely loves Britney Spears. So I'm treading on thin ice when I say those kind of things. But I'm telling you right now, guys, we hit a low period of time in music and the creation of music in that era. And it's nothing against the people. It's just that the quality of the music was not revolutionary. It just wasn't. There was nothing revolutionary about the music that was happening at that time. It's not the music that's going to go on in the future and people are going to look back on and say like, what amazing music they had back in the 2000s. Nobody's ever going to say that. I hate to tell you that. And it's changing, and it's changing for the better, and it's a good thing. Yeah, I mean, again, same thing with Lady Gaga. Just, I mean, it's cool. It's all right. It's nothing great. I think Taylor Swift is extremely talented. I didn't say anything bad about her. I think she's a great, maybe transitional portion of that younger age group that's starting to head or move music towards back to like a really good foundation. But I don't think she's that renaissance that I'm talking about yet. We haven't seen it. It's just now starting to rear its head, and it's in some of these kids that you're seeing that are playing instruments. We're probably another decade away from what it is that I'm talking about, where you see these like just absolute musical geniuses coming out with some amazing music that just blows your mind. But we're probably still another decade away from it. And it's just now starting to rear its head. See, that's the problem myself is how hard is it to remain original? It's extremely hard. That's why when original things happen and you can see that it's unique and different and um, um, redefining of what can be done with music, that's how you know that you're moving into like a, yeah, as was said earlier, like a Renaissance type move, something that's redefining. Yucca says, Casey, guess what day it is? Happy Hump Day! Pop music is pop music. and Dynamite, you bring up an interesting point in arts in general. I agree with exactly what you're saying. The revolution or the Renaissance in arts isn't just going to be in music. It's going to be redefined in a lot of different genres. It's going to be redefined in movies. It's going to be redefined. I mean, look at some of the crap movies we've had over the last, I don't know. I don't know exactly what year some of the crap movies were starting to come out at, but we were just getting like repeat after repeat after repeat, and everybody just wanted to do another remake of a movie from the past. And I think within this next decade, we're moving into a renaissance of arts. Period. And it has some of it has to do with the fact that we're going to be moving into a different uh, era of kind of society, how society sees or values things. And I think we've kind of moved away from valuing arts, and I think that we're probably going to be heading back towards that in the future, maybe another decade from now, where people view arts as being something amazing and awesome. And you're going to see these, uh, I dare say, Mozarts of their time starting to appear out of nowhere. And you're going to see this change in movies, TV. You're going to see it in music. You're going to see it in everything. It's just absolutely everything. Painting, you name it, and it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be great to live through and see, be a part of it. I don't know how long it'll take, but I think we're on the cusp of it though, and you can see it in the you can see it in the younger kids. You can see it forming. DW says I saw Mozart in concert once. We got some gang signs going on in the chat. Yeah. 5 more minutes, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers here. The Stonk Renaissance will be the best. Funaissance. That's I don't even know if I want to comment on that Pineapple Express. So I don't know if you guys remember this. I had a real hard time with this. There was a day somebody requested a song, and it was it had a lot of swearing, which I really don't have a problem with, but they were using the N word quite a bit in the song. And I got a little bit of a problem. Like I don't want to play that kind of stuff. And I felt like I had, in order to be able to play it, I felt like I had to find the edited version of the song to play it on here. And it really bothered me, like so much so that I changed the song to a different song, because I don't. One of the things that I hate more than anything is, to me, that's like silencing an artist. If an artist decided that they wanted a word to be in their lyrics for a reason, then you leave it that way. You don't change it because of how you feel about whatever it is that's being said. It's there for an artistic reason. And so for me to play the edited version of that song felt so wrong, and I didn't like it. I hated it, and I wanted to play like the real version of the song the way it was, unhindered. And it just bothers me. It bothers me that I couldn't do that, and I don't know. It's just I can't because I'll end up getting in trouble or I'll get some kind of like content strike for playing it, and it's just like I can't play it or something, you know. And it's just like I hate that. I hate the fact that there's censorship like that. You know, if artist wants to put words in a song, that's their choice. You don't take that away from somebody. That's not freedom of speech. That's control of speech. And so I didn't play the song again because I just didn't feel right about playing the censored version of the song. But if you guys ever see me not playing a song that you guys requested, it's usually because I listened to it and I know that I'm going to get some kind of violation for probably the content on the song, and it's just and it makes me so angry that there's censorship like that. It makes me really, really, as a musician, it makes me so frustrated on the inside knowing that I can't play that song because stupid people. you know, get over it. Get over somebody decided to use it and put it into a song. Get over it. Move on. But whatever. If the court rules in favor of AA, how many shares will he have at his disposal to raise extra revenue once this all settles down? Will he have to act fast? I would hope that he acts fast. I don't know how fast he would have to act. What I will tell you though is you're asking how many shares, remaining shares left to dilute with in his possession will be 403,973,587 shares. And then he will still have the Series A preferred shares of 50 million shares at his disposal, which come at a 100-to-1 ratio. So you would get 100 shares of common stock for every one share of that 50 million preferred shares. So that's going to be what's at his disposal, and that's those are the numbers. Let's go ahead and take a look at our numbers, guys. What I said about the whole music thing and freedom of speech and all that kind of stuff wasn't meant to like start like problems in here or anything like that. It's just it makes me angry, and that's makes me angry that I can't play what it is that I want to play because I know I'm going to get a content strike, and the ability for me to be able to have the freedom of speech to be able to say what it is that I say to you guys hinders upon the fact that I can't be fully I can't say exactly what it is that I want to say all the time, and I'm also hindered by some of the music that I can play too, and it pisses me off, quite frankly. I can put it in the Yuck. I'll put it in the list on Discord. I don't know if that was one of the ones that you already posted up there or not. Let me see here. Music suggestions. All right, I just put it in there. We'll see. I got to listen to it and then see if it's something that feels right for me or not. Myself says make a second channel on another account. Christopher Bate, I am already a rule breaker. Trust me, man. I am pushing it to the very edge when it comes to breaking rules and doing a YouTube channel. Because quite frankly, YouTube doesn't like the fact that I'm not monetizing. They would probably way prefer if they were making money off of me and me wanting to make money off of them. And so yeah, they view this as probably being a waste of their services. So let's take a look at our numbers, guys. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Let's move this chart over to here. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchanges and EDGX combined. On AMC, we have 51.72% going through off exchanges. EDGX is 13.89. The combined total 65.61%, or about 3.61% higher than it should be. CHX is at 0.92 for AMC of the total daily volume, with a 30-day average of 1.96. That's a little bit low. The total amount of shares is 162,000 shares so far, so there is some closing of positions occurring, but not what I would consider to be massively elevated yet. Off exchange for Ape is at 52.85. EDGX is 7.19. Combined total 60.04. It's about 2% less than it should be by this time of the day. 1.01% of the volume going through CHX with a 30-day average of 0.08. GME has CHX volume at 0.26 of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.25. The total amount of shares is at 120.8 thousand shares having been exchanged through that exchange. That is probably 4 times higher than what I would expect to see on a large day of volume going through there. So there's massive amounts of closing of positions going on right now on GME, and I think is further proof of the fact that that's exactly what was going on in the raise of the price overnight last night. Taking a look at Vortex. Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, okay. As of an hour ago on AMC, there was approximately 899,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 722,000 shares. A little bit of a drop there is going to slightly lower that estimated short share interest of the free float to 24.22. Cost to borrow mins at 328.15, average is 360.19, and max is 390.16. Shares on loan is up 2.43 million shares day over day to 194.45 million shares. And Ortex is estimating about 830,000 of those was in short interest that was created, new short interest that was created day over day. On Ape, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 467,000 shares having been returned. It's still the same value. That's going to leave the estimated short share interest, the free float, at 6.51%. Cost borrow min is at 4.72, so is average and max because they've only borrowed once. For 52,000 shares. And shares on loan for the day increased day over day by 960,000 shares to 28.96 million shares on loan. Options. Highest amount of options for calls would be at a $5 strike for the day today. There was 21.5 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 25.6. And on puts at a $4.50 strike, there was 12.3 thousand contracts. There's now 14.9. Indicating that the market's likely going to close the price somewhere between $4.50 and $5 for AMC by the end of the day. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $5.97. It's finding that consolidation and support right there at about $6, and I'm hoping to see a breakout here somewhere starting around 2 o'clock Eastern, all the way up to close for the day is where I kind of am expecting to see another jump up in what actually could turn into maybe perhaps some cat ears. I know we used to talk about cat ears, exploding kittens. We could see a little bit of exploding kittens action going on here, where you get the first ear coming back down and then drawing up a second ear coming back down and then another big run up, creating a head and shoulders in the futures. So we'll see if that ends up being the case here. Let's see. Did we have a cat? Let's see if we had cat ears back here on this run up. Maybe a little bit. Cat ears right here. You got 1 cat ear, 2 cat ears, and then kind of your head and shoulders pattern leading to the downwards momentum in price. So yeah, I think that's what we're kind of leaning towards here, is kind of a cat ear type pattern. And today's a consolidation, at least part of today's a consolidation. I don't know if it'll be all day long or not, but we are seeing that consolidation. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is number one on the list here with a 44.07% buy to 55.93% sell ratio. I got a little bit of paper hand going on over there. That's it happens when price runs up really quickly. Buys on AMC to sells is 61.48 to 38.52%. That's meeting the bare minimums at 60.40 that I like to see. And I do not see Ape on the list. SSR trigger price would have been at $3.97 for AMC. Ape would have been at 1.332. Shares available to borrow is at 60,000 shares. Let's see. It looks like they borrowed another 15K. It's getting really close to me starting to say another 50,000 borrowed for the day. Maybe another 5,000 shares borrowed, and I'll raise it to 500,000 shares borrowed for the day. Fees are at 208.1%. NASDAQ is up 0.08. Dow Jones is down 0.12. S&P 500 is down 0.06. We have 3,910 decliners to 2,428 advancers. Market's declining just a little bit more than it was an hour ago. We've got, let's take a look at some of these banks. CS is down 4.51. FRC is down 3.36. SI is down 9.52. Charles Schwab is down 3.33. And PacWest is down 10.46. VIX is down 2.76. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Let's go to Ethereum Classic. Ethereum Classic is currently showing down 1.89. DXY, or the US dollar, is going down 0.14. WTI, or oil, is up 0.4, sorry. Mortgage-backed securities are either pretty much breaking even. SPY down 0.1. VIX is down 2.81. VBR is down 0.72. VB is down 0.73. Tesla is down 0.6. Amazon is down 0.59. Cinemark is down 1.28. Doge is up 3.34. Bitcoin is up 1.65. GME is up 37.28. HYMC is down 0.97. Hood is down 1.39. Ape is down 3.28. And AMC is up 2.92 for the day today. Inflow versus outflow on AMC. We have about $2.4 million more. It's almost $2.5 million more inflow than outflow. 19.22 million shares traded so far for the day today after 161 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 46.55 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested 85 to 105 million shares. We're well off a pace for that, and I'll be really surprised if we don't see some kind of end of the day volume run up, or maybe it's even in the aftermarket hours. I don't know, but I would be surprised if we didn't see that. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.49, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.94, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.2, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.28, which is below average. On Ape, there's approximately $1.2, almost $1.3 million more inflow than outflow. 12.48 million shares traded after 162 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 30.04 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested 40 to 60 million shares, so we're definitely underneath my pace. But look at the volatility that's still going on Ape on as of right now. I mean, this volatility is really, really, really super high. All things considered, where price is at. So it's kind of weird to see how much volatility that they've not been able to reduce by, and yet still trading kind of sideways. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.15, which is average. On selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence of the vortex indicator within the last 2 hours. RSI at 44.97, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.71, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.57, which is below average. Whew. Following this trend line down here. We did get a little bit of a boost in volume. We had 642,000 shares that were traded in this single minute right here. Had a little boost of volume for that minute. Movie trivia for tomorrow. For today, the movie trivia is going to be Deadpool, the original. I gotta get pull up here for tomorrow's movie trivia question or movie trivia movie for the day. And let's see here. Get rid of Deadpool. All right. Choose. Your choices for tomorrow are going to be Three Amigos, Clueless, Norbit, what's the last one gonna be? Pet Cemetery. I knew it was gonna be something that was like not gonna fit the group here. So I had this like sick feeling that it was gonna be something that was gonna just not fit in with the rest. I don't know how I knew that was gonna be the case. Uh, do you think the Feds will be suspending any rate increases in light of the banks failing? Also, when will the Fed meeting be? It's going to be 2 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time or 3 Eastern, and I expect it to be 25 basis points, and I think that's a very hard number. Right now, we got about 2 hour and 43 minutes and 53 seconds left, an 86.4% chance at seeing 25 basis points. I don't think there's any way they're going to do anything else other than 25, and that's it. Have I seen the movie True Romance? I have to look it up because I'm really bad with names, so I have to look and see um, what it is. Well, there's a lot of big actors in there. I feel like that's something. Actually, Gary Oldman's one of my favorites. So and Brad Pitt's not bad. Although I'm looking at this and I don't recognize it. So in Detroit, a lonely pop culture geek marries a call girl, steals cocaine from her pimp, and tries to sell it in Hollywood. Meanwhile, or is it Brad Pitt? Was it Brad Pitt or was it somebody else that was in this? This doesn't look like Brad Pitt here. It looks like Christian Slater. Why did I say Brad Pitt? Let me go back to IMDb here in just a minute, but let me finish reading this. Meanwhile, the owners of the cocaine, the mob, track them down in an attempt to reclaim it. It says Brad Pitt was in the movie. Dennis Hopper, Christian Slater, Christopher Walken. Man, there's some big names in there. I don't know Patricia. I don't know who Patricia Arquette is. The last name sounds familiar, but I don't know. I'm gonna say I have not seen it. Modern romance. I don't even want to look it up. Yucca, this is what you get. This is what you get, man. When you joke around too much, I get tired of looking. I'm not gonna look it up. I don't know. I'm gonna say no. I don't know. Always learning. I mean, it's a possibility, but I mean, we're not. I'll tell you what I really think it is. Always learning. Last night we saw like incredible amounts of buy orders coming through, and yet we saw like no volume, right? Like we had hardly any volume last night whatsoever, and yet we're seeing tons and tons of upwards momentum. I think you're seeing the results of that, the opposite side of that happening today. I don't know if there's a big seller here, but I doubt it. I don't know. We'll look at OBV tomorrow and find out. I don't know if I would say I loved Full Metal Jacket, but it was a good movie. I don't know that I've ever seen it all the way through. I almost feel like it's like two different movies. Like there's like the boot camp part of the movie that I always feel like is separate from the rest of the movie where they're actually in Vietnam. I think it was Vietnam. And now I'm starting to wonder. I don't even remember where it was they were, but it's really kind of the first part of that movie that I like the most. I don't really like the last part of it. CEO of Hershey just said Skinny Pop revenue are 500 million per year. Hey, Glenn, just to throw this out there, when I had the kids tasting the popcorn, I think one of those was a Skinny Pop version, or it was a lot like Skinny Pop popcorn, and that was one of their second favorites. They liked AMC's first, and then Skinny Pop second. All right, I think I'm gonna go to break. Well, let me look up what year was that movie released? I'm kind of curious now. Hold on a second. I gotta look this up real quick. Have you seen True Romance? Let me see what year that was released. 1993. That's why I didn't see it. I can tell you right now, if my mom's listening, I love you, mom, but I wasn't allowed to see R-rated movies. This has got to be an R-rated movie. Hold on a second here. What was it rated? Yep, R. I wasn't allowed to see R-rated movies when I was a kid. So, and I didn't graduate high school until 1994. So, this would have been my junior year that this came out. I was extremely fortunate to have gone to a friend's birthday party and seen Basic Instinct at a friend's birthday party when I was a senior. That may have been probably that, and I think. Let me see here. Let me look. I'm not sure if this was rated R or not. Hold on. Um, what was it rated? Come on. Yeah. The only other movie that I probably saw that was rated R prior to that was The Terminator. And I went to a cousin's house, and the cousin had Terminator on. That I was really young for, and I don't know, it had to be less than 10 years old. I don't remember how old it was exactly, but I remember um, I was glued to that TV for Terminator. Never seen anything like it in my life. It was, I remember being scared. I laugh about it because it's not really that scary of a movie now, but I remember being scared as a kid back in those days. What year did that come out? Terminator. Let me see, because I know he played on. They had it on their TV. It was probably like HBO or something like that. Let's see, IMDb. What year did that come out? 1984. So it would have probably been like, if I had to guess, it probably came out on TV probably like 2 years later. So it would have been 86. So I would have been 10 years old. Those are the only two rated R movies that I think I ever saw before I got out of high school. Well, are people literally still trying to push the whole idea of a 10-to-1 conversion? I mean, that's got to stop. That's just ridiculous. I don't understand where people are coming up with the idea that it's going to be a 10-to-1 and anything that you purchased prior to the vote would only stick, and that's just it's a bunch of nonsense. If you're collecting information from people that are trying to push that information out there, and I'm not saying it's you and your base, I'm just saying if somebody's telling you there's a 10-to-1 reverse or 10-to-1 conversion, or they're trying to tell you that any shares that you purchased after the vote won't count or something like any BS stuff that people just ignore that person from here on out going forward because they're just a bunch of idiots. They have no idea. They really just don't know what they're talking about. My wife told me I need to stop calling people idiots. I'm sorry, but if they're pushing that kind of information, it's just really bad information, and there's no truth to it whatsoever. No, I'm not saying you're pushing it. I'm not saying you're pushing it in your base. I'm just saying if anybody is pushing that kind of information, just ignore them. Sounds good, Jason. I'll look at it. I'm gonna go to break here right now, so call them nincompoops instead. Bunch of nincompoops. Those silly. What did Trey used to say? Silly chickens, right? He'd call them silly chickens. I've got I've got this FOMC meeting at 2 p.m. Eastern. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Son of a gun. You might be right. Hold on a second here. I feel like I looked at this yesterday, and let me just pull it back up again real quick here. Today's the 22nd. I got FOMC meeting at 2 o'clock p.m. So yeah, 1 o'clock. Hold on. What do I got in the? I'm gonna change it. I'll change it on the live stream to 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern or Central. So we'll get them playing on here at 1 p.m. Alrighty, guys. I will see you at 12:10. Go over numbers, and then shortly thereafter, we'll get good old pals up here to speak for us. See where this market's going to start trading to. See, we'll see. That silly chicken. Pals. Let's see here. Let me put up some music for you and move the message around real quick here. Let's see. Alrighty, I will see you guys back at 12:10. 12:10. Can't say it. See you guys in a bit.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight in the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. has cleared the tower. Every 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
I forgot my my glasses. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, and it's time to take a look at the numbers here. Casey, the Resident Evil AMC's birthday is today. The Resident Evil AMC's birthday. Wait, what? I'm so confused. The Resident Evil AMC's birthday? What the heck does that mean? I feel like you're mixing like two different things together. Are you saying it's the Resident Evil and AMC's birthday? All in like two different things? I need a comma. I need a comma in there somewhere. Yeah, I mean, we could definitely do a toast to it. I don't see why not. Our mascot. Now you made it like even more. I'm even more confused now. Oh, right. The Resident Evil. Now it just made sense. I just told it it's his birthday today. Hold on a second here. All right, hold on a second. Now makes total sense now. All you had to say was YouTube kid, and that's it. That would have been enough for me. Yeah, absolutely. The Resident Evil's birthday will make it a toast. Resident. I think of video games the minute I hear Resident Evil. That's why my mind immediately went over that, and then you said AMC, and so it was like throwing me way off. The Resident Evil, YouTube, we'll put in here for birthday. Absolutely, we'll get toast out to him for sure for the end of the day. We'll share up his YouTube channel again, and people can go check that out if they want to. I also got contacted earlier as well. I've got a band that wants to play a song on here. Let me make sure I want to get the name right here. I don't want to say the name wrong. Let's see here. The band name is Dead Amsterdam, maybe. I think yeah, Dead Amsterdam. And so I'm gonna play that tomorrow. I'm pretty sure. I like one of the songs that they had in there. So I'm gonna play one of their songs tomorrow. Let's see here. It's not his birthday. That was March 2nd. What? What the heck? I don't understand. Like, is it his birthday or isn't it his birthday? What are we doing here? Yucca saying it's his birthday, and then Sensor Khan saying it's not his birthday. I've got the movie trivia winner and the wannabe movie trivia winner disagreeing here. Are we excited about GME's earnings as positive, profitable? I'm excited about it. I think it's a good thing.
Hey guys.
Well, I'll post your link to the top, Yucca. I'll pin it. Yeah, let's take a look at price. Let's see what's going on here. All right, I'll cheers to him for a happy birthday, even if it is late. We'll still say it. Let's take a look at these numbers here so we can go check out and see what Powell's going to be saying. Powell's Bowels is going to be saying here. Let's see here, which is going to be in about 45 minutes. So we got to hurry up with these numbers, get them through real quick here. So I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you were writing, so hold those personal comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, it'd be something worth your while in testing out to see if it's something you can live with for your account, because it could help keep your account safe and somebody from not getting into your account that shouldn't be there. When you do sign up for that, if they allow you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive your code, not a bad idea. In case something should happen to your code, you can always get the code sent to your other device. I'm also encouraging people to start taking pictures and or video of your accounts now before your broker decides to change it all up on you, and make sure you know what it is that you hold pre and post changes for the future. You never know when it's going to happen, so be ready for that. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and take. I'm going to move a couple screens around, and we'll take a look at what we got going on here for numbers. Let's see, that one, this one, and this one. All right, here we go. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see somewhere around 50 or 63% going through off exchanges in EDGX combined. For AMC, that is really low. Wow. There's a lot of closing of positions going on right now in AMC. And those might have been some of the things that we saw happening last night and why we saw prices moving the way that it was last night. Off exchange as a result is then ending up to be lower than what we would usually see. We got 49.94% of our volume going through off exchanges. EDGX is at 13.13% for a grand total of 63%, which is right where it's supposed to be at. But check this out. CHX volume 3.7% of our total daily volume with a 30-day average of 2.01, and that's a total of 769,000 shares having been traded through CHX. There is closing of positions. I think this is a pretty good sign that there's some good closing of positions going on right now. Taking a look at Ape. 52.87% going through off exchanges. EDGX is sitting at 7.28. The grand total on that 60.15, so about 2.85% less than what it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.01 with a 30-day average of 0.08, so nothing really happening there. And then GME CHX volume right now is at 0.3 with a 30-day average of 0.26. 157,000 shares going through that exchange. Definitely some positions closing out. As their normal amount, like 30,000 shares going through CHX is a pretty large number, but they're at 157,000 shares going through that exchange right now. It's 5 times the amount of volume going through that exchange. There is definitely closing of positions happening. Taking a look at what do we got going on here on Ortex. On Ortex, an hour ago, there was a reporting of about 722,000 shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. That has not changed in the last hour. I mean, everything is grinded to a complete halt, waiting for this Fed announcement here on the basis points. Short share interest, the free float as a result's not changed. It's at 24.22. Cost per min is at 328.15, average is 360.33, and the max is at 390.16. Shares on loan day over day increased by 2.43 million shares to 194.45 million shares. Ortex is estimating that about 830,000 of those was in new short interest day over day. I really feel like, I mean, based off of everything I'm seeing right here, because Ape an hour ago had 467,000 shares having been returned. It's now 522. Not a whole lot of changes in the last couple hours. I think there's a lot of weight riding really, really heavily on what's going to be announced here for the rate hike. Short share interest, the free float's not really changed much. It's at 6.5%. Cost to borrow, min, max, and average are all the same because they've only borrowed once today at 4.72. Shares on loan day over day increased by 960,000 shares to 28.96 million shares on loan for Ape. On options, highest amount of call options are at a $5 strike in volume. An hour ago, there's 25.6 thousand contracts. There's now 31.3. Highest amount of put volume has been at a $4.50 strike. There was 14.9 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 17.4. Market still suggesting a closing price between 4.5 and 5 by the end of the day today. Currently, we have combined price at AMC and Ape at $6.03. It's holding right there, just waiting for the announcement to happen. Whether or not we can see continued movement upwards in the later portion of the day today. I'm expecting a breakout, and I'm expecting a breakout to the top side right towards the end of this day here, right around when the Fed announcement's going to happen. I draw this breakout not based on time. I draw this breakout based off of indicators. I'm seeing indicators that we should be seeing some kind of big break move happening here, starting about when the Fed's going to be talking, and it's just the way I'm reading the charts, guys. It has nothing to do with the time that they're supposed to be coming on, but I'm seeing the move starting at 1400 or 2 o'clock Eastern, which is funny because I was saying 2 p.m. Central earlier, which would have been, if I was drawing this according to where the meeting was, I would have been wrong because I thought the time was later in the day earlier. So I'm just drawing it like I see it. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, GME is still top dog here, but the buy-sell ratio is kind of slipping a little bit still. 43.8% buy to 56.2% sell ratio, so still got some paper hands going on today. AMC's got on the list with a 61.79% buy to 38.21% buy sell ratio, which is good. It's not the best, but it's meeting my bare minimum requirements. For a good buy-sell ratio. SSR trips today at $3.97 for AMC, Ape at 1.332. Shares available to borrow is at 60,000 shares. Fees have started to go up, even though they have not borrowed any more shares. They are now at 215.7%. We currently have 3,990 decliners to 2,397 advancers. The market is, shoot, I can't remember where it was at an hour ago. I think it's a little more declining than it was an hour ago. NASDAQ down 0.02, Dow Jones down 0.33, and the SP 500 is down 0.19. And let's see what these banks are doing right now. We got CS down 5%, FRC down 4.4%, SI down 8.83%. Other big movers is Charles Schwab's down 3.92, and PacWest is down 10.46. Ethereum Classic is down 3.25. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently down 0.17. Oil is up 0.89. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.11 to 0.13, and the SPY is down 0.22. The VIX is now up 0.05 after having been down most of the morning, quite a bit down actually, which to me is kind of indicating that they're expecting it to be 25 basis points now, because earlier this morning it was showing a negative VIX. Now that it's showing a positive VIX, it's confirming that the downwards momentum in the price is now confirmed, at least by the market's future indications, but based off of the number that I see here. VBR is down 0.77, VB is down 0.73, Tesla is down 0.79, Amazon is down 0.51, Cinemark is down 1.04, Doge is down 2.03, Bitcoin is up 0.94 at 28.4 coin, GME is now up 40.40, HYMC is down 1.91, Hood is down 1.34, Ape is down 2.36 at 1.445, AMC is up 3.74 at 4.571. Inflow versus outflow on AMC for the day today. We have approximately $2.7 million more inflow than outflow for the day today. 21.37 million shares traded after 236 minutes worth of trading. putting us on a pace for 35.31 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested somewhere between 85 and 105. I have not been this far off on volume prediction for a day in a hot minute. If we are going to see the kind of volume that's going to push us back up into that range by the end of the day today, it's going to be a lot of volume. More than likely, most of it in the aftermarket hours, if I had to guess. So we'll see what it looks like at the end of tomorrow. But man, nowhere near as much volume as I would have anticipated in the front portion of the day today. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.95, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure. Well, hold on. Let's go with just slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.96 or 50.69, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.6, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.93, which is slightly below average. On Ape, we have approximately $1.4 million more inflow than outflow. 13.35 million shares traded so far after 237 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 21.96 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested 40 to 60 million shares traded, so also way higher prediction than what we're actually getting at this time. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 48.08, which is slightly below average. No, it's average. It's average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a crossover in the vortex indicator on that 1-hour chart with an RSI of 46.04, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.52, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 39.91, which is below average. All right, let me look. Let me look at see what's going on with the charts here. I mean, there's some pretty hefty consolidation just kind of occurring right now. I'm going to draw in some. We did break out of this descending parallel channel, or descending broadening wedge. I don't know why I said parallel channel. Descending broadening wedge, but we never got the push up. It just more or less traded out sideways. And the push should have taken this up to at least about 484 or thereabouts. And I'm just not seeing it as it stands right now. I'm seeing what appears to be a little bit of just mainly some consolidation that's occurring, and would have me draw something a little bit along the lines of this. And you can see this is going to cause us to see a wedge being created with this consolidation that's going to break out, leaving out just the tip really soon. That's going to be at 1335 is what I'm showing here. So pretty close. 1335 to 1401 is what I'm getting for a breakout point here. It's getting close. You can see it coming. And then Ape's just refused to move. Ape's done stuck. Somebody give it a push. Somebody get out and push. It's done stuck. It's going to be real interesting to see what happens when Powell gets out there and starts talking which way it's going to head. I kind of want to do a poll and find out which way you guys think price is going to head here. Let's see if I've got enough votes in here. Oh, Three Amigos is way ahead. Let's end this poll and see let's poll for about 30 minutes to see what everybody thinks which way is going to AMC and Ape's going to head here with the announcement. End poll. It's definitely Three Amigos for tomorrow. Let's see, new poll. See if I can give you guys all of the options here. Is that all the options? I think that's it. I think I gave you all the possible combinations. My math, it sucks, man. I think I gave you all the possible combinations. What do you think will happen to the price of AMC and Ape when the announcement comes through? I should have been more specific about when, but AMC up, Ape up, or AMC up, Ape down, AMC down, Ape up, or AMC down and Ape down. Those are the three or four choices that you have there. Be interesting to see what's going to happen, what you guys think compared to what actually does happen. Oh, we're getting the breakout already. We're getting the breakout on AMC starting right now. It's starting to move downwards. It's already started. It's already starting to move. Is it going to be temporary or is it going to actually keep on moving here? Let's see. Is Ape moving as well? That's going to be the big question. Ape doesn't seem to be moving yet. It might just be bad lines drawn on my part here. VIX is starting to head down here as we get closer and closer, which could maybe mean it's going to start heading up. We do seem to be getting the breakdown here on Ape. That's definitely a move. Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up right now. Give me just a second. I'll make sure and pull up the Fed Powell's bowels. Let's see here.
We shall see.
Oh.
We have really smart people who are going to be talking about
Breaking
this
news.
more intelligibly than
Bloomberg.
I will. Certainly coming up, we have a former Fed Vice Chair Rich.
That is not what I wanted. I wanted the actual. That was Bloomberg. I actually want the Fed's. Here we go. I got it. I found it. Bring us some nice. Oh no, that's Fox News. Dang you! All these guys are putting out. There we go. There's our music. Nice little soft music in the background there. Why not? Glenn says at 2:30 Eastern. We should have numbers in 25 minutes though. I see the CME Fed Watch tool saying 24 minutes. Right now the current percentage is 84.9% chance at 25 basis points. It's never immediate ABC. It always. Sorry, I don't mean to shout. I've got music in my ears. I gotta remember just because I can't hear myself doesn't mean you can't hear me. It's never same day. And I think some of the price movement that from closing of positions happened last night. So you want to know why price isn't moving? Because it already happened. I don't think so, Proud Dad. I'm not counting on that. Barry Electronics says I always need a sedative when Powell speaks. Maybe I should crack open a beer early. I don't think that's the case, man. I'm not expecting that to be the case. Yeah, I don't think any of that's going to be. I know a lot of people have been suggesting it, but I don't think that's the case. QSIP is what I think you're looking for, a new QSIP, and I know a new QSIP will occur, but I don't think it's going to change anything. I haven't heard anything as of late, Ariel, but let me look and see real quick here. I'm going to try and pull it up. 2 hours ago, Reuters was saying UBS buyback bonds days after issue to buoy investor confidence. Buoy. U.S. Investor Group said on Wednesday it would buy back 2.75 billion euros worth of debt it sold just days ago in a bid to boost consumer confidence. Let's see here. Let me see if I can find something more recent. Bloomberg says, let's read this as 2 hours ago. This is from Bloomberg, so I'm only going to get part of the article here. This was printed at 10:31 a.m. Central, so like a little while ago. Crispin O'Day is betting that UBS Group AG's shotgun marriage with Credit Suisse Group AG will pay off. The UK hedge fund manager said he invested 2% of his O'Day asset management funds into UBS shares after the takeover. O'Day personally ran about 1.3 billion of assets at the end of February. I probably should have put 5% in, O'Day said by phone, adding he had concluded that there was a disparity between the lender's market value and the increase in net asset value from the deal. UBS agreed to buy Credit Suisse for about 3 billion over the weekend in a deal that transforms the landscape of Swiss banking. The last-minute merger brokered by the Swiss government on Sunday has left investors racing to break down the implications for UBS, one of the world's largest wealth managers. For now, the benefits in terms of potential cost savings and dramatically improved market share are largely outweighed concerns about the complexity of integrating Credit Suisse and the risks on its balance sheet. UBS shares fell as much as 16% on Monday after the deal was announced, but have since recovered and continue to trade above the level seen at the start of the week. Shares are headed for a negative close Wednesday. O'Day's flagship European European Incorporated.
Reserve System works every day to support
Hold on a second. I can't talk over somebody talking.
Economy. Across the United States, the Federal Reserve, through its Federal Reserve.
Sorry, I couldn't do that. O'Day's flagship European Incorporated hedge fund surged 152% last year, powered mainly by its highly leveraged short wagers on long-dated UK government bonds as inflation and political turmoil roiled the British economy. The returns marked a comeback for O'Day, who was now fully recouped losses accumulated between 215 and 220, or 215. Sorry, I said this so wrong. Recoup the losses accumulated between 2015 and 2020 when its bearish wagers repeatedly failed to pay off. The fund is down 3.4% this year through March 14th, according to the investor document, ahead of many macro peers. And then, let's see here. Yeah, that's the most I can read. Let's take a look at some more. Marathon bought Credit Suisse debt before UBS takeover, CEO Richard says. Marathon Asset Management Chair and CEO Bruce Richards says buying the short-term debt of Credit Suisse operating company, the biggest. Hold on a second, I gotta click on it. The biggest thing his firm has done in the banking sector recently. Quote, we avoided all the longer-term debt and just bought the OpCo debt in the low 80s that are worth high 90s or par now, he says on Bloomberg Markets. And let's see here. Yeah, I don't see anything on a bill on a decision to not um, what is this saying here? Yeah, I don't see anything that says that UBS is looking to skip out on the deal. Not in more recent news, anyways. Here's an article that says UBS will look to cut Credit Suisse's 10 billion shipping portfolio. I can't really. I can throw SPY up, perhaps, in place of one or the other. I can like get rid of one or the other, but I can't. Like I can put SPY over here. I can replace it with Ape since Ape's not really doing anything right now. And I can watch Ape on the side, and if some massive changes, I can always throw it back up again. So SPY is on the right now, and AMC on the left, just so nobody like freaks out and says, "Oh my gosh, Ape's $398 a share." Lots and lots and lots of you'll know you won't even have to ask that question, Cowboy. When you see and welcome, by the way, I don't recognize the name. When you see 100, 200 million, I personally would love to see 200 million shares in a single day. That tells me that we're on the right track. But you'll know when you see it. It won't be it won't even be something you have to ask a question about. Nomura says we believe the Fed is likely to cut by 25 basis points and halt QT in March as rising financial stability concerns take center stage despite continued inflationary pressure. I gotta get closer to the screen. I can't read it. Let's see here. Yeah, I have no idea, Aaron. Ariel says Morgan Stanley says there are 5 events that tend to cluster just before major market crisis 2007, 2001, that all 5 are in place today, which is a rare ZH article. I know, right, Jeff? That would be nice. Oh, let me turn on the cute little music that they got going on over here for. It does say 2:30 p.m., so we got another 45 minutes to go here for the press conference. But we should know the results for the rate hike here. I would think in about 14 minutes. What is Sorry, give me a second. I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna view this chart here. View in full screen. Nope, that's not gonna work. 322. Trying to see if there's a way that the website that I've got going on here, if they are going to report the actual number, or if how, I'm not sure how it's going to report on here. It should report straight up on the page. Yeah, we'll see. I'm not sure if it's going to report it on this page or not. Larky says, Casey, think nervous, bro. JP, the real JP, how's it going, man? It's a good question, Dog Mom. It really just kind of depends. I would say probably days. Ariel says Powell is literally between a rock and a hard place. No doubt, man. I mean, this could potentially be probably one of the biggest decisions he could possibly make for his career today, potentially. Miller says retail thinking dump, so we'll probably pump today. Nikki saying, could it be zero? The numbers are saying no. I haven't seen this Fed Watch tool wrong yet. It's saying 83.4% chance at 25 basis points. And I haven't seen it wrong yet, so I'm not sure. We'll see. If it gets it wrong, I'll be surprised. I wonder if do you think that there's no way that the Biden administration replaces them? I don't think they would dare do something like that at this time. The poll's already up there. The poll's already up there, all in AMC. It's up there for you to vote on. What will happen to the price for AMC Ape? You think it, and then it's based off of each one of them. Up, down, down, up, down, down. It's almost starting to sound like the code for Contra. left, right, BA. I've got him down for a toast for the end of the day today, Tom. Thanks, ABC. I can't take credit for it. Those guys that are on that space call are pretty smart guys, so. No, I mean like soon, like right now soon. Like next 2 weeks. Nikki says crypto on its way down right now. We've got Bitcoin's up 1.15%. I think it was lower earlier this morning, so it's actually on its way up. Most of the other cryptocurrencies were already down this morning. So I'm not really seeing the downwards momentum you're talking about here just yet. As I'll pull it up here, Bitcoin on the left-hand side of the screen here. Let's go to the 1 minute, and you can see here on the 1 minute that it's actually starting to head up. Looks like it's heading up right now, not down. Getting a good pump up here. Ethereum Classic, pumping up. They're heading up, not down. I got Bitcoin up now 1.25%, so it really looks like it's starting to pump upwards here. Which means that we're probably going to see a downwards dump on the market, which means that we probably got the 25 basis points like I thought. And it's really starting to pump. We're up 1.3 on Bitcoin. We'll see. We'll see if it does. We got about 7 more minutes here before I think we may know an answer as to which direction it's heading, but that's just based off of what the CME FedWatch tool is saying. It's saying 6 minutes left here before we find out, but I don't know if it's going to update on its own or if I'm going to have to find out from someplace else. And we got the breakout on AMC heading a little bit further down, just minutes before the breakout box that I had here. So we've definitely got a downwards trend started from most, a pretty big wedge that we had for the beginning of the day today. We're getting this kind of push to the bottom side here. The combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at 596. So we're getting that retest on that 596 level from that cup and handle that we drew out earlier this morning. Ape is also taking a little bit of a trend down as well. You know, that 1 penny makes a big difference. I'm still surprised at how much volatility that there still is, even with as little price movement as we've had. The volatility still seems to be, the Bollinger Bands are quite wide right now. Really kind of surprised by how wide those are. I gotta itch my back. 83.4% chance. Jason says, I'm pretty confident that it will jump to 1.6 plus after Powell drops his bowel news. Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Whoa. What is that, little keys to relax? On a hot summer night, would you offer your throat to the wolf with the red roses? Is that like a quote from a song? What is that? Clarky's over here saying, brace for impact. Huddle! Yeah, I figure it was like a song lyric or something. Had to be. Ah, Meatloaf. No wonder. I'm not a big Meatloaf fan. In real life or in music either. Oh, is that where that quote came from earlier from about holding hands from Pirate Born? If you never ask a girl to skate with you, is that where that quote comes from? I don't know. I'm confused. I always felt like his lyrics were just always really confusing. AMC is getting a little bit of a boost here. We've got VIX down 1.5. They cut out the music entirely. We got SPY heading up still at 398. I was saying that we would see a test of 400 before it came dropping back down again. We'll see if that ends up being the case. What else? Let's see. We've got Bitcoin at 1.46 up, and Doge is improving as well. Ethereum Classic's down 2.6. DXY, the US dollar, is currently down 0.16. Oil seems to be improving at 1.19. Mortgage-backed securities are improving at 0.33 and 0.37. SPY starting to head green. The actual meeting's at 2 in about 30 more minutes, but the numbers should be coming through here any minute. There we go. We got SPY action now. Heading up to 399. It's moving pretty quickly. Let me go back over here.
The Federal Reserve System works every day to support a growing and stable
We got some
US
big
economy.
pushes. They must have found
Across
out
the
something
United
with
States, the Federal
maybe
Reserve,
it is
through
zero.
Federal Reserve Education
Maybe we got a
Program,
zero.
also helps people understand how the economy works, so consumers have the tools to make sound financial decisions.
Man, I
Through
wish
this
I had.
education program, teachers have access to classroom-ready online resources for students from kindergarten to college. Videos, classroom lessons, online education, publications, and more. These resources are all free for educators to use in their lesson plans, or as they see fit. Many of the Federal Reserve System's regional reserve banks, located in 12 districts across the nation, also offer in-person and online professional development that allows educators to deepen their knowledge and hone their craft when it comes to economics, personal finance, and more.
All right, you guys are saying 0.25. Why is it running?
In-person opportunities by taking tours of exhibits in many.
She needs a shush. Why is it running? Why in the world is it running? If it's is it going to be the quick run up just before the big drop? You guys are saying go Ape go. It's improved a little bit. It didn't really move that much. I put unless you're looking at the SPY over there. You could be looking at the SPY. There's the test of the 400. And it may come crashing back down once it hit that test of 400. It literally hit 400.6. Let's see if it continues. I want my nice soft music to come back. They're still doing a commercial. Oh, SPY, she's a pumper and a dumper. It's a big reversal on this. Looks like Man, what a pump and dump. Jeez. Somebody had to close out positions at 400 and then it just dumps or something or what? What the heck? Man, that's some serious activity. Volume for the day today is at 35 million shares traded right now on the SPY. Let me pull it back to the day just to see what that looks like in volume for most days. I mean, lately we've been averaging somewhere around like 90 million shares. I think 90 million shares in a day is probably kind of close to average. We're only at 35 right now, so there's a lot of volume to make up ground. So if we're moving up on low volume, it definitely sounds like a fake false move to the wrong or the direction they want you to think it's going to move to because it's on low volume. Mhm. It is hitting the top of this Bollinger Band up here as it's moving upwards, which typically means that it's going to do a reversal back down to the simple moving average, which is about 398 right now. Take care, Nikki. Data depending, pause for next meeting. Let's see what we got going on here. Hold on. I'm going to update the tool and see what it's saying for next time. May 3rd, as of right now, it's saying that there's a 49.4% chance at another 25 basis points if we are indeed up 25 right now. So there's three different options. There's a pullback to a quarter of a point of a percent. There's a stay even at 475 to 500. And then there's the 500 to 525, which would be another 25 basis points. And the 49.4% is for the increase in May. The 43.8% chance is for stay where it's at. And then the 6.8% is on a reduction by a quarter of a percent. The real question is why are a lot of things starting to pump right now on this news? Let's SPY it. SPY at 401.70 and crawling up really, really hard on the backside of this Bollinger Band here. That's crazy. I don't get it. I don't get it. This market makes no sense. It makes no sense. Why would it run like this right now? VIX is down 1.64. SPY is up 0.52%. What's the dollar? Dollar is probably still heading down. It was 0.16 earlier. Let's see what's that now. It's 0.17. It's so weird. It's so weird. I'm at a loss for words. I don't even know what to say. Like, it's crazy. I would say it's higher rates is tougher on everybody. Javi the Gray says, "I'm your butthead voice." The market sucks. This is the most incredible thing that has ever happened, and I don't even know what it is. I don't know that it's shorts are covering though. I mean, I don't think they're closing out positions right now. I mean, they are closing out a lot of positions. You're not wrong. We're seeing that happening. They are definitely closing out a lot of positions right now, and we saw it in CHX. Let's go ahead and, I mean, it is time to take a look at the numbers. So since I have time to do it before Powell gets on to speak, maybe I should just run through these numbers real fast, and I'll turn on a little cool background music. As long as this music's not too loud, I'm gonna try and talk over it. So you guys let me know if this background music is too much, because I don't want to miss him coming on. I mean, I guess so, Blarky. I mean, maybe that's what it is. It's just doing the opposite of what it's going to do when he comes on to talk. Maybe you're right. It just doesn't make any sense, though. I mean, it's already turning around. All right, let's do numbers. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until after you see the big tramp come back up on the screen again. I'll try to get through these numbers really, really quick because I know you guys probably want to see what's going on. I know. I want to see too. But I think it's important to maintain these numbers and know what's going on here. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, 64% is what I would expect to see going on between off exchange and EDGX on AMC. As of right now, we got 50.13 going through off exchange. EDGX is 13.02. That's 63.15% or 0.85% lower than what I would expect. It's right in the wheelhouse of where I would expect, I guess, kind of for a normal day. 3.48% of our total daily volume going through CHX, which is a total of 772,000 shares. Anything over a million to me is a lot of positions being closed out on AMC. On Ape, we have 52. Oh, wait, that's not right. That's last hour. Hold on. Let me update. 53.42% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.2. The combined total 60.62%, or about 3.4% lower than it's supposed to be. CHX volume is 0.01 with a 30-day average of 0.08, which is below normal levels of CHX volume. And GME CHX volume is 0.31 with total volume going through CHX at 173,000 shares when I consider 30,000 shares or 50,000 shares to be a lot. That's a lot of shares. So to see that many shares going through there, 4 or 5 times the amount of shares is a lot of shares. There is a lot of closing of positions happening there. Let's take a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately, on AMC, there was approximately 722,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 731. Not really much of a change, leaving that estimated short share interest of the free float at 24.22%. Cost of borrow minutes at 328.15%. Average is 360.33 and max is 390.16. Shares on loan day over day increased by 2.43 million shares to 194.45 million shares on loan. Ortex estimated about 830,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape. An hour ago, there was approximately 522,000 shares having been returned. It's still the same. It's leaving that short share interest of the free float at 6.5%. Only 52,000 shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day one time, leaving our cost to borrow min, max, in, and average all at the same 4.72. Shares on loan increased day over day by 960,000 shares to 28.96 million shares on loan. On options, highest amount of calls has been at a $5 strike most of the day today. We went from 31.3 thousand contracts in the last hour in volume to 34.1. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4.50 strike. It went from 17.4 thousand contracts to 18.2. Market still suggesting a closing price between 4.5 and 5 by the end of the day. Total price of AMC and Ape combined is $5.98. Still finding that support right there on our cup and handle kind of pattern that we've kind of got going on right here. And maybe we see 715 at some point from a launch from this pattern, potentially. But I do see an ascending parallel channel that we're in, so we'll see what ends up happening there. Whether it's a quick move or more of a long, prolonged move up to that value and then coming back down over the next week or so. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is not in first anymore. They moved down into second, looks like. Looks like Tesla moved up a spot there. Remember back in the days when we had the big three? Tesla, GME, and AMC all the top most heavily traded stocks that were out there. Might be onto something again here. Oh. They cut the music again. Come on, computer. You can do it. Internet connection, no data. There we go. Lovely internet. All right. GME has a 43.52% buy to 56.48% sell ratio. AMC has been on the most heavily traded list here, a top 30 list, with a 62.17% buy to 37.83% sell ratio. And Ape has not made it, likely due to low volume. Trigger price for SSR is $3.97 for AMC. Ape is at 1.332. Neither have triggered for the day today. Shares available to borrow, no changes in the last couple hours, and fees are now at 215.7%. NASDAQ is up 0.38, Dow Jones is up 0.04, and the S&P 500 is up 0.18. We have 3,621 decliners to 2,767 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing now, but the markets are up. We got a lot of big hitters that are probably up right now, but it looks like they might be starting to swing back down in the negative direction here. But it's market looking worse than it was an hour ago, that's for sure. Banks, we got CS down 5%. FRC is down 3.61. Silvergate's down 8.75. Schwab is down 4.42. And PacWest is down 9.84. Ethereum Classic is down 2.01. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently down 0.71. WTI is up 1.39. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.59 to 0.63, and SPY is now up 0.13. VIX is down 4.26 after it had that quick recovery, and then now it's back to down again. VBR is down 0.59. VB is down 0.36. Tesla is down 0.42. Amazon is up 0.33. Cinemark is down 1.62. Doge is down 0.4. Bitcoin is up 1.14. GME is up 38.3. Sorry. HYMC is down 1.02. Hood is down 0.96. Ape is down 2.7 at 1.44. AMC is down 3.29. Is up 3.29 at $4.55. Inflow versus outflow. $2.8 million more inflow than outflow for the day today. 23.46 million shares traded after, let's see, how many minutes are we into the day here now? 287. We're on pace for 31.87 million shares traded on AMC by the end of the day today. I suggested 85 to 105 million. So we're going to have to see some big jumping in volume for me to get even close to that. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.75, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.09, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 44.4, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 46.8, which is just slightly below average. On Ape, there is approximately $1.3 million more inflow than outflow. 14.12 million shares traded for the day today. After 288 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 19.12 million shares traded by the end of the day. I said 40 to 60 million, and we're not even close. And it doesn't look like we're picking up the volume enough right now to really kind of get to where it is that I thought we were going to be at. Real deceiving on volume in the pre-market this morning. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.52, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.88, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.85, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.62, which is just slightly above average. Yeah, it really is. AMC really kind of is still kind of in the pennant. Now, what I would do is I would just redraw this out probably a little bit. Not like that. Probably a little bit along the lines of something like this now, and extend it out and say that the next breakout is going to be a little bit further down the road here. Probably right around here. Yushin says Ape is 2% up. I'm not sure what you mean by that. It's actually down right now 1.35%. Are you talking about since the announcement, Yushin? We got about 8 more minutes before Powell's supposed to come on and talk here. Not too much longer. From 2 p.m.? Gotcha. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Relative to the announcement, yeah. Everything's starting to head back down now where it was. It's almost like everything just kind of cooled off. Most everything I feel like is about where it was trading earlier today. I don't want to put MA back on here again. I'm pretty sure we're really close. You can see the simple moving average on my Bollinger Band, which is accounting for 50 periods back. So basically for the last hour's worth of data, we're trending really close to the simple moving average right now on AMC. I'll bet you probably goes this. Well, Ape's starting to get a little bit of a push here, but I would imagine that a lot of things are probably trading really close to that. Ichimoto on the AMC for the 4 hour, sure. Lagging line is right at price line. Conversion is above base. It wouldn't take much. I mean, you could see that within this next, unless they push price down to about 426, which I doubt is going to happen, the lagging line will be above price line, and price just has to move up above conversion, which is 4.6. So if we saw a bump up above 460 on AMC on a 4 hour chart, this could turn into a buy signal. On the 1 hour chart, the only problem with the 1 hour chart right now is that price is below the base, which isn't necessarily a sign of strength. You could use another indicator to kind of maybe say like, okay, this is a false run to the bottom side and everything else is saying up, 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 up. But Vortex indicator is not currently showing that. One of the other indicators I could add in here would be DMI. DMI doesn't necessarily show necessarily a positive trend just yet. Or TTM squeeze would probably be another good one too. And that one's not necessarily showing a reversal as of yet either. So we would have to see a pretty big push, I think, probably up to about 473. So like a 20-cent increase in price to get this to really start pushing. We should call Casey Captain Fuzzy. Why Fuzzy? Oh, the hair? Fuzzy only on my face. Actually, I got thick arm hair, guys. Hate to break it to you. I'm like, when it comes to arm hair, I'm dang near Robin Williams esque. But I don't have a hairy back like he does. That mofo. I have like no hair on my back at all. Like none. Zero. Zilch. And I'm glad. No, it's not myself. That's the spy. I've got spy up on the screen there. Everybody wanted to see what was going to happen with it. And I kind of do too, so. Oh, my screen is fuzzy? That's because my internet sucks. Lucas, yes, I would agree with that. But you need to see some other indicators showing a reversal though, which should do that if we got up to that 470 range. If we drove up to 470, I would expect to see like the TTM squeeze would start signaling the other way. Vortex indicator would flip the other direction. A lot of different indicators would probably start showing, a positive move that would warrant perhaps maybe some like day traders to start trading in. It's been pretty good lately, NC Proud Dad. OBV's been looking pretty good for AMC. I can pull it up though. I haven't seen anything that suggests to me that there's anything wrong with the holding of shares on AMC. All right, this is probably Powell. Let's see here. I'll try to get. Oh, here he comes. I'll get OBV on for you later.
Good afternoon. Before discussing today's meeting, let me briefly address recent developments in the banking sector. In the past 2 weeks, serious difficulties at a small number of banks have emerged. History has shown that isolated banking problems, if left unaddressed, can undermine confidence in healthy banks and threaten the ability of the banking system as a whole to play its vital role in supporting the savings and credit needs of households and businesses. That is why, in response to these events, the Federal Reserve, working with the Treasury Department and the FDIC, took decisive actions to protect the U.S. economy and to strengthen public confidence in our banking system. These actions demonstrate that all depositors' savings and the banking system are safe. With the support of the Treasury, the Federal Reserve Board created the Bank Term Funding Program to ensure that banks that hold safe and liquid assets can, if needed, borrow reserves against those assets at par. This program, along with our long-standing discount window, is effectively meeting the unusual funding needs that some banks have faced and makes clear that ample liquidity in the system is available. Our banking system is sound and resilient with strong capital and liquidity. We will continue to closely monitor conditions in the banking system and are prepared to use all of our tools as needed to keep it safe and sound. In addition, we are committed to learning the lessons from this episode and to work to prevent events like this from happening again. Turning to the broader economy and monetary policy, inflation remains too high and the labor market continues to be very tight. My colleagues and I understand the hardship that high inflation is causing, and we remain strongly committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal. Price stability is the responsibility of the Federal Reserve, Without price stability, the economy does not work for anyone. In particular, without price stability, we will not achieve a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. The U.S. economy slowed significantly last year, with real GDP rising at a below-trend pace of 0.9%. Consumer spending appears to have picked up this quarter, although some of that strength may reflect the effects of swings in the weather across the turn of the year. In contrast, activity in the housing sector remains weak, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates. Higher interest rates and slower output growth also appear to be weighing on business fixed investment. Committee participants generally expect subdued growth to continue. As shown in our summary of economic projections, the median projection for real GDP growth stands at just 0.4% this year and 1.2% next year, well below the median estimate of the longer-run normal growth rate. And nearly all participants see the risks to GDP growth as weighted to the downside. Yet the labor market remains extremely tight. Job gains have picked up in recent months, with employment rising by an average of 351,000 jobs per month over the last 3 months. The unemployment rate remained low in February at 3.6%. The labor force participation rate has edged up in recent months, and wage growth has shown some signs of easing. However, with job vacancies still very high, labor demand substantially exceeds the supply of available workers. FOMC participants expect supply and demand conditions in the labor market to come into better balance over time, easing upward pressures on wages and prices. The median unemployment rate projection in the SEP rises to 4.5% at the end of this year and 4.6% at the end of next year. Inflation remains well above our longer-run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in January, total PCE prices rose 5.4%, excluding the volatile food and energy categories. Excluding those, core PCE prices rose 4.7%. In February, the 12-month change in the CPI came in at 6%, and the change in the core CPI was 5.5%. Inflation has moderated somewhat since the middle of last year, but the strength of these recent readings indicates that inflation pressures continue to run high. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 3.3% for this year, 2.5% next year, and 2.1% in 2025. The process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go and is likely to be bumpy. Despite elevated inflation, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are highly attentive to the risks that high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we are strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. At today's meeting, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by a 1/4 percentage point, bringing the target range to 4.75% to 5%. And we are continuing the process of significantly reducing our securities holdings. Since our previous FOMC meeting, economic indicators have generally come in stronger than expected, demonstrating greater momentum in economic activity and inflation. We believe, however, that events in the banking system over the past 2 weeks are likely to result in tighter credit conditions for households and businesses, which would in turn affect economic outcomes. It is too soon to determine the extent of these effects, and therefore too soon to tell how monetary policy should respond. As a result, we no longer state that we anticipate that ongoing rate increases will be appropriate to quell inflation. Instead, we now anticipate that some additional policy firming may be appropriate. We will closely monitor incoming data and carefully assess the actual and expected effects of tighter credit conditions on economic activity, the labor market, and inflation. And our policy decisions will reflect that assessment. In our SEP, each FOMC participant wrote down an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what that participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. If the economy evolves as projected, the median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 5.1% at the end of this year, 4.3% at the end of 2024, and 3.1% at the end of 2025. These are little changed from our December projections, reflecting offsetting factors. These projections are not a committee decision or plan. If the economy does not evolve as projected, the path for policy will adjust as appropriate to foster our maximum employment and price stability goals. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting based on the totality of the incoming data and their implications for the outlook for economic activity and inflation. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Reducing inflation is likely to require a period of below-trend growth and some softening in labor market conditions. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. How confident is the committee that the recent stress that we've seen and you've alluded to is contained at this point, and that deposit flight among mid-sized lenders in particular has ceased?
Thanks. So I guess our view is that the banking system is sound and it's resilient. It's got strong capital and liquidity. We took powerful actions with Treasury and the FDIC, which demonstrate that all depositors' savings are safe and that the banking system is safe. Deposit flows in the banking system have stabilized over the last week. And the last thing I'll say is that we're undertaking a thorough internal review that will identify where we can strengthen supervision and regulation.
Okay, just a quick follow-up. I mean, given all of the stress and the uncertainty that you've also alluded to in the statement, how seriously was a pause considered for this meeting?
So we did consider that in the days running up to the meeting, and you see the decision that we made, which I'll say a couple things about. First, it was supported by a very strong consensus, and I'll be happy to explain why. And really it is that the intermeeting data on inflation and the labor market came in stronger than expected, and really before the recent events, we were clearly on track to continue with ongoing rate hikes. In fact, as of a couple of weeks ago, it looked like we'd need to raise rates over the course of the year, more than we'd expected at the time of the SEP in December, the time of the December meeting. We have stability, and all of the evidence says that the public has confidence that we will do so, that we'll bring inflation down to 2% over time. It is important that we sustain that confidence with our actions as well as our words. So we also assess, as I mentioned, that the events of the last 2 weeks are likely to result in some tightening of credit conditions for households and businesses, and thereby weigh on demand, on the labor market, and on inflation. Such a tightening in financial conditions would work in the same direction as rate tightening. In principle, as a matter of fact, you can think of it as being the equivalent of a rate hike, or perhaps more than that. Of course, it's not possible to make that assessment today with any precision whatsoever. So our decision was to move ahead with a 25 basis point hike and to change our guidance, as I mentioned, from ongoing hikes to some additional hikes maybe, some policy firming may be appropriate. So going forward, as I mentioned, in assessing the need for further hikes, we'll be focused, as always, on the incoming data and the evolving outlook, and in particular on our assessment of the actual and expected effects of credit tightening.
Mr. Chairman, can you explain the difference between ongoing rate increases and firming? Does firming imply a rate increase per se, or could policy firm without you increasing rates?
No, I think it's meant to refer to our policy rate. Really, I would focus on the words may and some, as opposed to ongoing ongoing. So we clearly were, what we were doing there was taking on board trying to reflect the uncertainty about what will happen. I mean, it's possible that this will turn out to have very modest effects. These events will turn out to be very, very modest effects on the economy, in which case, and inflation will continue to be strong, in which case, the path might look different. It's also possible that this potential tightening will contribute significant tightening in credit conditions over time, and in principle, if that means that monetary policy may have less work to do. We simply don't know. So.
Do you have concerns that the hike you did today could further exacerbate the problem in the banks?
No, I mean, with our monetary policy, we're really focused on macroeconomic outcomes. In particular, we're focused on this potential credit tightening and what can that produce in the way of tighter credit conditions. I think when we think about the situation in the banks, we're focused on our financial stability tools, in particular, our lending facilities, the discount window, and also the new facility.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, in your testimony 2 weeks ago, you had indicated you thought the terminal rate would be higher. Obviously, that was before the stress in the banking sector. And I realize there's a lot of uncertainty, but can you explain at all to what extent your forecasts or those of your colleagues or those of the board staff incorporated today a material tightening of credit availability because of the stress in the banking sector, or are you waiting to see it in the data before you incorporate that potential tightening into your forecasts?
So, we've just come from an FOMC meeting, and, the people who write the minutes will be very carefully counting, but I'll tell you what I heard. What I heard was a significant number of people saying that they anticipated there would be some tightening of credit conditions, and that would really have the same effects as our policies do, and that therefore they were including that in their assessment, and that if that turned out not to be the case, that in principle you'd need more rate hikes. So some people did reflect that in their SEP forecasts. I think there may also just have been, remember, this is 12 days ago. We're trying to assess something that just is so recent, and it's very difficult. There's so much uncertainty. So December was a good place to start, and we wound up with very similar outcomes for December. And in a way, the data in the first 5 weeks of the intermeeting period, pointed to stronger inflation and stronger labor market. So that pointed to higher rates, and then this latter part, kind of the possibility of credit conditions tightening, really offset that effectively.
To follow up, have you considered at all whether your primary tool, the funds rate, is going to be enough to sustain the kind of tighter financial conditions that you believe will be necessary without doing significant damage to the banking sector? Have you, for example, considered changing reserve requirements, selling assets out of the system, open market account, as a way to better achieve tighter financial conditions that don't accelerate deposit erosion, for example, from banks?
We know that we have other tools in effect, but no, we think our monetary policy tool works, and we think, many banks, our rate hikes were well telegraphed to the market, and many banks have managed to handle them.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. I wanted to ask, you, along with the FDIC and the Treasury, the Fed Board decided to invoke the systemic risk exception to allow uninsured depositors to be protected at these two banks. And I was just wondering if you could speak to why that decision was made. Was it purely a confidence issue, or was there a concern that there would be some sort of economic contagion or financial contagion from the failure of these banks?
The issue was really not about those specific banks, but about the risk of a contagion to other banks and to the financial markets more broadly. That was the issue.
Okay, and then can you also, just to follow up, can you speak to the role that you will be playing in the Fed's internal investigation on its supervision and regulation? So
Vice Chair Barr is of course leading that review, and he's responsible for it in his capacity as Vice Chair for Supervision. I realized right away that there was going to be a need for a review. I mean, the question we were all asking ourselves over that first weekend was, how did this happen? And so what we did was early Monday morning, we sat down and said, let's do this, and he was obviously going to lead it in his capacity. So I don't, my role was to announce it, and I get briefed on it, but I'm not involved in the work of it.
Hi, Chair Powell, Howard Schneider from Reuters. So I want to go back to your February press conference. You mentioned the word disinflation, I believe, 9 or 10 times, a process that you felt was, I forget the word you used, but gratefully underway or something like that. Is disinflation still occurring in the U.S. today?
Yes, I mean, what actually happened, Howard, was I got the question 12 times. So maybe it's a feature, not a bug. But yeah, absolutely absolutely the same. The story is intact. So it's really three parts, right? Goods inflation's been coming down now for 6 months. It's proceeding more slowly than we would have liked, but it's certainly proceeding. Housing services is really a matter of time passing. We continue to see the new leases being signed at much lower levels of inflation. So that's 44% of the core PCE index, where you've got a story that's ongoing. Where we didn't have in February, and we still don't have now, is a sign of progress in the non-housing services sector, and that is, that's just something that will have to come through softening demand, and perhaps some softening in labor market conditions. We don't see that yet, and that's of course 56% of the index. So the story is pretty much the same. I will say that the inflation data that we got, to your point, really pointed to stronger inflation.
If I could follow up on that, I was curious why you don't see more coming from the credit crunch, because it seems to me that's something that you'd actually welcome to a degree and expect. And are you not seeing more coming from that because you don't know, or because you just don't want to have another round of wishful thinking?
So it's really just a question of not knowing at this point. There's a great deal of literature on the connection between tighter credit conditions, economic activity, hiring, and inflation. Very large body of literature. The question is, how significant will this credit tightening be, and how sustained will it be? That's the issue, and we don't really see it yet. It's so people are making estimates. People are publishing estimates, and it's very kind of rule of thumb guesswork almost at this point. But we think it's potentially quite real, and that argues for being alert as we go forward, as we think about further rate hikes. For us, we'll be paying attention to the actual and expected effects from that.
Gina. Hi, Chair Powell. Gina Smilik from the New York Times. Thank you for taking our questions. I wonder if you could talk a little bit, I know that you've got your internal review coming, but I wonder if you could talk a little bit about what you think happened with oversight at Silicon Valley Bank, and whether this suggests that something about regulation and supervision needs to actually change going forward. And I wonder, how can the American people have confidence that there aren't other weaknesses out there in the banking system, given that this one got missed, as you noted?
So let me say what I think happened, and then I'll come to the questions around supervision. So at a basic level, Silicon Valley Bank management failed badly. They grew the bank very quickly. They exposed the bank to significant liquidity risk and interest rate risk, didn't hedge that risk. We now know that supervisors saw these risks and intervened. We know that the public saw all this. We know that SVB experienced an unprecedentedly rapid and massive bank run. So this is a very large group of connected depositors, concentrated group of connected depositors, and a very, very fast run, faster than the historical record would suggest. So for us, for our part, we're doing a review of supervision and regulation. My only interest is that we identify what went wrong here. How did this happen is the question. What went wrong? Try to find that. We will find that. And then make an assessment of what are the right policies to put in place so that it doesn't happen again, and then implement those policies. It would be inappropriate for me at this stage to offer my views on what the answers might be. I simply can't do that. Vice Chair Barr is leading this, and I think he's testifying next week, but that will be up to him. So that's really where it is. The review is going to be thorough and transparent. It is clear, to your last question, it's clear that we do need to strengthen supervision and regulation. And I assume that there will be recommendations coming out of the report, and I plan on supporting them and supporting their implementation.
And the final point, can we feel confident that these weaknesses don't exist elsewhere, given that they got missed at this bank?
These are not weaknesses that are at all broadly through the banking system. This was a bank that was an outlier in terms of both its percentage of uninsured deposits and in terms of its holdings of duration risk. And again, supervisors did get in there, and they were, as you know, obviously, they were on this issue, but nonetheless, this still happened. And so that's really the nature of the of the review, is to discover that.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. You've been very consistent in saying that the Fed would be raising interest rates and then holding them there for quite some time. Following today's decision, the markets have now priced in one more increase in May, and then every meeting the rest of this year, they're pricing in rate cuts. Are they getting this totally wrong from the Fed, or is there something different about the way you're looking at it, given that you're now thinking that moves might be appropriate as opposed to ongoing?
So we published an SEP today, as you will have seen, and it shows that basically participants expect relatively slow growth, a gradual rebalancing of supply and demand in the labor market, with inflation moving down gradually. In that most likely case, if that happens, participants don't see rate cuts this year. They just don't. I would just say, as always, the path of the economy is uncertain, and policy is going to reflect what actually happens rather than what we write down in the SEP. But that's not our baseline expectation.
Well, if I could follow up and ask, as you look forward into the rest of the year here, are you saying that what you see and the 5.1% basically consensus is based on it will be sufficiently restrictive, or is it leavened by the idea of you don't know what's going to happen? In other words, what should people think about in terms of how the Fed thinks about how far it is from the terminal?
It's going to depend. Remember, we're looking, for purposes of our monetary policy tool, we're looking at what's happening among the banks and asking, is there going to be some tightening in credit conditions? And then we're thinking about that as effectively doing the same thing that rate hikes do. So in a way, that substitutes for rate hikes. So the key is we have to have policies got to be tight enough to bring inflation down to 2% over time. It doesn't all have to come from rate hikes. It can come from tighter credit conditions. So that we're looking at, and it's highly uncertain how long the situation will be sustained or how significant any of those effects would be. So we're just going to have to watch. In the meantime, and obviously at the end of the day, we will do enough to bring inflation down to 2%. No one should doubt that.
Go to Rachel Siegel.
Hi, Chair Powell. Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Thank you for taking our questions. I know we've talked a bit about how Silicon Valley Bank was unique to a certain sector of the economy, but there's also growing concern that there are financial stability risks from the commercial real estate market and loans that will begin to roll over later this year and next, and that smaller regional banks also disproportionately hold those loans. Is there a risk that could mimic the kind of what we saw with SVB to banks that disproportionately are focused in commercial real estate?
So, we've well aware of the concentrations people have in commercial real estate. I really don't think it's comparable to this. The banking system is strong, it is sound, it is resilient, it's well capitalized, and I really don't see that as at all analogous to this.
Question, would you be open to an independent investigation separate from the Fed's probe?
I welcome. It's 100% certainty that there will be independent investigations and outside investigations and all that. So we welcome, when a bank fails, there are investigations, and of course, we welcome that.
Edward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. Inflation has been rather sticky, so do you need help from the fiscal side to get inflation down faster?
We don't assume that. We don't give advice to the fiscal authorities, and we assume that we take fiscal policy as it comes to our front door, stick it in our model along with a million other things, and we have responsibility for price stability. The Federal Reserve has responsibility for that, and nothing is going to change that. So we will get inflation down to 2% in time.
And if I could follow on that, but they're working, the spending that's happened is working against what you are doing, right? So it's prolonging inflation?
You know, if you have to look at the impulse from spending, because spending was, of course, tremendously high during the pandemic, and then as the pandemic programs rolled off, spending actually came down. So the sort of fiscal impulse is actually not what's driving inflation right now. It was at the beginning perhaps part of what was driving inflation, but that's not really the story now.
Let's go to Neil Irwin.
Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. Two questions about aspects of the government's response on Silicon Valley Bank 2 weekends ago. First, why is this new bank funding facility done under Emergency 13.3 authority as opposed to expansion of the discount window, changing the terms of the discount window that's been around a long time? And second, can you discuss the Fed's role in the FDIC guarantee of uninsured depositors and why there's $143 billion on your balance sheet last week supporting that deposit guarantee?
Sure. So 13.3 seemed like the right, we have a little more flexibility under Section 13.3. We've done quite a lot under the discount window as well. We needed to do a special facility that was designed a certain way, so we did it under 13.3. Really no magic to that. It's only available in unusual and exigent circumstances, and it has to meet certain requirements, but it seemed to be the right place. So with the FDIC, we're lending to the, in effect, we're lending to the bridge bank. So that's where the funds came from, and it's a loan that's 100% guaranteed by the FDIC, so there's no risk in it for us.
Chris Rugaber.
Thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. The SEP suggests one more rate hike, as does the change in the language in the statement, and which suggests that you're perhaps nearing the end of a cycle of rate hikes. Do you feel, though, that if inflation remains high, you'll be able to resume additional hikes as needed, or have you somewhat tied your hands here with these signals about rate hikes coming to an end? Thank you.
No, absolutely not. No, if we need to raise rates higher, we will. I think for now, though, as I've mentioned, we see the likelihood of credit tightening. We know that can have an effect on the macroeconomy, on demand, on labor market, on inflation, and we're going to be watching to see what that is. And we'll also be watching what's happening with inflation and in the labor market. So we'll be watching all those things, and of course we will eventually get to tight enough policy to bring inflation down to 2%. We'll find ourselves at that place.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thanks for taking the question. Kyle Campbell with American Banker. I have a couple questions about the balance sheet. First of all, I'm curious at what point the financial supports that the Fed is extending through the discount window and through its enhanced lending facility might be at odds with the objective of reducing the balance sheet. And I'm also curious what your thoughts are on not just the availability of reserves, but the distribution of them throughout the banking system, and at what point you might be concerned about it being scarce for certain banks.
So people think of QE and QT in different ways, so let me be clear about how I'm thinking about these recent developments. So the recent liquidity provision that has increased the size of our balance sheet, but the intent and the effects of it are very different from when we expand our balance sheet through purchases of longer-term securities. Large-scale purchases of long-term securities are really meant to alter the stance of policy by pushing up the price and down the rates, longer-term rates, which supports demand through channels we understand fairly well. The balance sheet expansion is really temporary lending to banks to meet those special liquidity demands created by the recent tensions. It's not intended to directly alter the stance of monetary policy. We do believe that it's working. It's having its intended effect of bolstering confidence in the banking system and thereby forestalling what might otherwise have been an abrupt and outsized tightening in financial conditions. So that's working. In terms of the distribution of reserves, we don't see ourselves as running into reserve shortages. We think that our program of allowing our balance sheet to run off predictably and passively is working. And of course, we're always prepared to change that if that changes, but we don't see any evidence that that's changed.
Hi, Chair. Katerina Saraiva with Bloomberg News. The minutes of the January-February meeting, the last meeting, indicate that you discussed the possibility of runs on non-bank financial institutions and the impact of large unrealized losses on bank portfolios. Can you talk a little bit more about that discussion, kind of what was talked about in light of that? And then why didn't the Fed, do anything about that at that point to ultimately prevent, what happened this month?
I mean, to be honest, I don't recall the specifics of that. It's been quite an interesting 7 weeks, but I will tell you though that there have been presentations about interest rate risk. I mean, it's been in all the newspapers. It's not a surprise that there are institutions that have had unhedged long positions in long duration securities that have lost value as longer term rates have gone up due to our rate increases. So that's not a surprise. I think, as you know, as it is now on the public record, the supervisory team was apparently very much engaged with the bank repeatedly and was escalating, but nonetheless what happened. And so that's really the purpose of one way to think about the review that Vice Chair Barr is conducting, is to try to understand how that happened and try to understand how we can do better and what policies we need to change. I mean, one thing is the speed of I'll come back to that, the speed of the run. It's very different from what we've seen in the past, and it does kind of suggest that there's a need for possible regulatory and supervisory changes, just because supervision and regulation need to keep up with what's happening in the world.
Can you confirm whether or not the board knew about these escalations by the examiners in San Francisco?
I will have to come back to you on that. Yeah, I don't know.
Simon Urbanovich with The Economist. Thank you very much. Chair Powell, you've stated twice today that all depositors' savings in the banking system are safe. Are you saying that de facto deposit insurance covers all savings? Shouldn't Congress have a say in that? And just by way of example, if a bank with less than $1 billion in assets failed, are you promising to bail out all of its depositors? Thanks.
Well, I'm not saying anything more than I'm saying. So, but what I'm saying is you've seen that we have the tools to protect depositors when there's a threat of serious harm to the economy or to the financial system, and we're prepared to use those tools. And I think depositors should assume that their deposits are safe.
Go to Greg Robb.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Greg Robb from MarketWatch. I was wondering if you could give us a little bit more color. You gave just a little bit of color. You said during the first week of the Silicon Valley weekend, you said the question you guys asked was, how did this happen when you saw Silicon Valley Bank? So I was wondering if you could go to the Credit Suisse merger. I mean, wasn't that the big gorilla in the room? Didn't you breathe a sigh of relief when that merger happened? Thanks.
Sure. So, that was really the Swiss government. We, of course, were following it over the course of the weekend, and we were engaged with their authorities in the way that you would expect, all the ways that you would expect. It seems to have been a positive outcome in the sense that the transaction was agreed to, and it has been the markets have accepted it, and it seems to have gone well. And I think there was a concern that it might not go well. So coming into the middle of this week, yes, I would say that has gone well so far.
Nicole.
Hi, thank you, Chair Powell. Nicole Goodkind with CNN Business. In the summary of economic projections, the FOMC sees the unemployment rate increasing to 4.5% this year. I'm wondering how you anticipate preventing this from snowballing while using the admittedly blunt tools at your disposal.
So that's an estimate of what will happen as demand slows and as conditions soften in the labor market. And it's a highly uncertain estimate. And there's really, we have to bring inflation down to 2%. The costs of bringing it down, there are real costs to bring it down to 2%, but the costs of failing are much higher. And if you read your history, as I'm sure you have, you can see that if the central bank doesn't get inflation back in place, make sure that inflation expectations remain anchored, you can have a long series of years where inflation is high and volatile, and it's hard to invest capital. It's hard for an economy to perform well, and we're looking to avoid that, and and to get back to where we need to be, back to where we were for a quarter century, and get there as quickly as we can.
But I guess the question is, historically, it's hard to.
Mr. Mike, please.
Yes, sir. Historically, it's been hard to contain unemployment, and the question is, do you worry about some sort of snowball effect, and how do you factor that into your projections and your thoughts?
Well, it depends on whether so recessions tend to be nonlinear, and so they're very hard to model. The models all work in a kind of linear way. If you have more of this, you get more of that. But when a recession happens, the reactions tend to be nonlinear, and that's so we don't know whether that'll happen this time. We don't know. If so, we don't know how significant it will be. And so, we're very focused on getting inflation down, because we know in the longer run that is the thing that will most benefit the people we serve. That's how we can have we've had very strong labor markets through these long expansions that we've had. 4 of the 5 longest, or 3 of the 4 longest expansions in U.S. history have been really since the high inflation period. And the reason was inflation wasn't forcing the central bank to come in and stop an incipient or an expansion. You can have very, very long expansions without high inflation, and we had several of those, and they're very good for people. You see late in an expansion, you see low unemployment, you see the benefits of wages going to people at the lower end of the wage spectrum. It's just a place that we should try to get back to.
Hi, Chair Powell. Jean Young with Market News. I just wanted to ask, with all the events of the past 2 weeks, do you still see a possibility of a soft landing for the U.S. economy?
It's too early to say really whether these events have had much of an effect. It's hard for me to see how they would have helped the possibility, but I guess I would just say it's too early to say whether there really have been changes in that. The question will be how long this period is sustained. The longer it's sustained, then the greater will be the likely declines in or tightening in credit standards, credit availability. So we'll just have to see. I do still think, though, that there's a pathway to that. I think that pathway still exists, and we're certainly trying to find it.
Hi, Chair Powell. Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. Just wondering how many financial institutions have been issued matters requiring attention or matters requiring immediate attention citations at this point?
How many? I don't know. But those are serious regulatory, particularly immediate attention. That's and I guess there were 6 of them. So.
And getting to the seriousness of it, how are you going to ensure that banks comply with these citations, take them seriously? How will you enforce them?
That is a great question and is right in the heart of what the review will be doing under Vice Chair Barr's leadership. So I think that's what you think about. What can we do to make sure? But again, that's not for me to answer today.
So you don't have specific thoughts on that?
Well, if I did, I wouldn't share them because I really, this review's going on, and I want nothing other than us to find out what happened and why, figure out what we can do to do better, and then implement those changes. That's all I want. It's for me to be giving you my half-formed or partially informed thoughts. It just isn't appropriate. There's a real serious review going on with people from all over the Federal Reserve System who are not connected to this, to this work, not connected to this bank, and under again Vice Chair Barr's leadership, and I'm confident that it will produce a satisfactory result.
Okay, we'll go to Jennifer for the last question.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. Curious, how do you view financial conditions
Yahoo Finance
right
gets
now?
questions.
If credit becomes expensive enough, choking off growth, as you said you're watching for, would that situation warrant a rate cut? What situation would warrant a rate cut? And have the bank failures prompted any discussion around changing the implementation of the balance sheet runoff? Thank you.
So we haven't really talked about changing the balance sheet implementation, that's not something we've discussed yet. As I mentioned, we're always willing to change that if we conclude that it's appropriate, but we're really not seeing any signs there. Sorry, then the question before that was, just give me a...
Curious how you view financial conditions now, and if
Yeah,
credit were
okay.
to tighten enough, if that would prompt a rate cut.
So, financial conditions seem to have tightened, and probably by more than the traditional indexes say, because the traditional indexes are focused a lot on rates and equities, and they don't necessarily capture lending conditions. So we think that, though. So there are other measures which if they're focused on, bank lending conditions and things like that, they show some more tightening. The question for us, though, is how significant will that be, and how, what will be the extent of it, and what will be the duration of it? And then, once you know that, there's a fair amount of research about how that with broad uncertainty bands, how that works its way into the economy over what period of time. And so, so we'll be looking to see the first part of that, like how serious is this, and how does it look like it's going to be sustained? And if it is, it could easily have a significant macroeconomic effect, and we would factor that into our policy decisions. I mentioned with rate cuts, rate cuts are not in our base case, and so that's all I have to say. So, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. So one of the best questions that I really and I only heard it kind of like in passing because I was kind of like I was preparing some food or something at the time. I don't remember what I was doing, but I was doing something, and I heard somebody ask a question about like how are you going to be aware of potential reporting of information that's coming out from the banks that's obviously allowed this original problem to become masked and kind of like uncertainty about all the fact that all of a sudden you have SVB just failing out of nowhere, right? And so you've got a lot of banks who are reporting information, and I think the key question for me would be to Jerome Powell would be is how do you know that you're getting reports? I mean, if you're waking up in the middle of the night, or you're you're finding out oh my gosh, how did this suddenly happen out of nowhere, and it's blindsiding you, then it sounds to me like you got some problems with some banks reporting perhaps some liabilities that they maybe don't have, that they have that they're not necessarily reporting. Something's going on, right? Like it seems like maybe you're not completely informed how the banks are actually doing. So is it possible that there's maybe a lot of there's not enough oversight of the current banking systems and procedures? Maybe. I'm kind of curious about what Barr has to say this next week, or I guess wasn't he saying it was this next week that Barr is going to be testifying? I think it was this next week. So if he's going to be testifying this next week, I kind of want to see what it is that he has to say about that, because that would be my major question. How did this get bypassed you? How did the bank suddenly have problems that you weren't aware of? Because this should be something you shouldn't be surprised about. You should have seen it coming, and I don't think you did. I mean, he pretty much just said like, "Oh no, how did this happen?" If that's your reaction, then I feel like their reaction should have been more along the lines like, "Oh well, we thought this was probably coming." That would be the reaction I would expect to hear. Yeah, we kind of expected to see some of these failures through this process. It's going to be part of the tightening, the quantitative tightening that's going on, and we're well aware of what's happening, and we're going to do the best that we can to mitigate the problems going forward by reducing maybe our long-term outlook on raising rates. But the idea that they just suddenly were like, "Oh no, where did this come from?" tells me that they don't know what's going on. They're not fully in the know. We got a toast. We got to do a toast and numbers real quick, and then move into movie trivia for the day. We have oh, son of a gun! I forgot to do movie trivia questions while I was on break. I was too busy listening to Powell. The movie trivia for the day today is going to be Three Amigos. Or no, that's for next week. Deadpool. We're doing Deadpool today. So you guys voted, and you voted up. Majority of you voted up on the poll here. I actually let the poll run way too long. I should have cut it off before you got up to talk, but 43% of you said up on AMC and Ape, and I would wager to say that we were pretty much like flat even coming out of this. It seems like we were pretty much flat even. I feel like before the rate hike, we were up about 3% on AMC and about 2.5% down on Ape. I really don't feel like we had. I mean, we had some movement, but the end result was net even. Let's do numbers. Toast first. Yeah, 25 a quarter percent. Scooter says I'm already toasted. All right. Well, to Scooter, but also to the Resident Evil. His link to his channel is up on the pinned up top up here in the chat area, and it's his birthday apparently. I'm not sure when it is exactly, but some people are saying it was earlier this month. Some people are saying it was today. I don't really care. One way or the other, happy birthday to the Resident Evil and a fellow Ape and AMC holder. So cheers to the Resident Evil. Success to your 1,000 viewers, sir. And his goal to get 1,000 subscribers. Let's see what's next. Numbers. We got to go through them real quick here. I only got like 10 minutes, and I have to create some movie trivia questions because I forgot to do it. I was too busy listening to Powell. Let's see here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until after you see the Big Tramp show back up on the screen. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. If they allow you to set up a secondary device to receive that code, do so. As if something happens to your primary, you'll still have access to your account. And let's take a look at what we got going on here. Move a couple of these charts around and see what we have. Yeah, I mean, it's really just been kind of like a dead day today. Just nothing. All right. Off exchange by this time of the day, I would expect about 66% with that and EDGX combined. Total numbers. 50.18% through off exchange. EDGX is 13.28. The combined total is 63.46. Or that's about 2.5% lower than I would expect by this time of the day. CHX volume for the day today is at 3.06% of the total daily volume, which is 788,000 shares. That's quite a bit. Anything over 500,000 is a lot. On Ape, we have 53% going through off exchanges. EDGX is at 7.16. Combined total 60.16%, or 5.9% lower than I would expect by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.01 with a 30-day average of 0.08. Not a whole lot of movement there. GME CHX volume is 0.35 with a 30-day average of 0.28 for a total of 218,500 shares going through that exchange. That is definitely high for GME to see that many shares traded through there. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 731,000 shares having been barred. It's now 1.05 million shares. That's going to slightly increase the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 24.24%. Cost per min is at 7.6. Average is 358.18 and max 390.16. Shares on loan for the day today is at 194.45 million shares. That is 2.43 million more shares on loan today. Ortex is estimating that 830,000 of those shares were in new short interest. On Ape, an hour ago, there was 522,000 shares having been returned. No change. 6.5% is our short share interest of the free float. Cost to borrow min, average and max are all different now. They borrowed just a few more shares, it looks like maybe. Cost to borrow min is at 4.72. Average is 4.73 and max is 8.93. So there's a little bit of extra shares borrowed, very small amount of shares borrowed for a lot larger rate, a much higher rate, I should say. And let's see here. What do we got going on for shares on loan day over day increased by 960,000 shares, bringing us to 28.96 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call options at a $5 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 34.1 thousand contracts. There's now 40.5. On the puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4.50 strike. An hour ago, there was 18.2 thousand contracts. There's now 22,000 contracts. Let's just call it 22.1 because it's close enough. Market's still suggesting a closing price between $4.50 and $5 by the end of the day today, and max pain is $5. Currently, we're trading at $5.98, really net even from most of the day. I mean, we kind of traded downward some. Kind of a little bit higher than probably closing yesterday, and then just traded out sideways. Did not ever receive the volume that I thought that we would see, at least not in open market hours, but still holding that support right there at $5.99. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is number 2, 43.15% buys to 56.85% sales. AMC is on the list here with a healthy 62.35% buys to 37.65% sell ratio. Looking pretty decent. $3.97 would have been the trigger price for AMC for the day today. Ape at 1.332. No change in as far as tripping SSR for the day. They did borrow 5 more thousand shares, so I'm going to go ahead and increase the amount of shares borrowed for the day today to 500,000 shares. And fees are at 215.7%. NASDAQ is up 0.27. Dow Jones is down 0.28. S&P 500 is down 0.03. We have 3,874 decliners to 2,570 advancers. It looks, again, the market looks pretty much like it did an hour ago. Not a whole lot of change there. And we got banks. Let's see, CS is down 3.86. FRC is down 8.88. Silvergate is down 8.76. Schwab is down 4.32. And PacWest is down 11.87. Ethereum Classic is down 4.53. DXY is down 0.82. WTI is up 1.19. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.99 and 1.02, and then SPY is up or down rather 0.17. Somebody did mention I was mentioning to you guys the tinfoil hat theory that I had about real estate, commercial real estate that's going to be blowing up here. I don't know if you guys caught that question or not. I do think that's going to be the next spot where they're likely missing. The Fed's probably missing something that's happening with the banks that they don't know about. Where they're going to get something that's going to blow up in their faces with commercial real estate. They need to be better about their jobs, monitoring what's going on. It's their banks. Let's see here. VIX is down 2.48. VBR is down 1.17. VB is down 1.07. Tesla is down 0.73. Amazon is up 0.36. Cinemark is down 1%. Doge is down 3.6. Bitcoin is down 1.8 at 27.6 a coin. GME is up 39.2. HYMC is up 0.66. Hood is down 1.12. Ape is down 1.35. AMC is up 2.49. Inflow versus outflow is approximately, let's just call it 2.8 million more dollars in inflow than outflow. 27.13 million shares. Man, I was way off on or volume prediction for the day today. Unless something happens in the aftermarket hours where it just explodes, I'm not really expecting it, but this is insane. Let's see here. After 358 minutes worth of trading, we're on pace for 29.55 million shares. I suggested somewhere between 85 and 105, based off of pre-market volume that we had this morning, and we didn't see anywhere close to that. Way low. I mean, they suppressed volume right off the bat, and I think they killed the FOMO pretty quickly. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.74, which is that's pretty much average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a crossover within the last 3 hours. RSI at 46.93, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.01, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.79, which is slightly below average. On Ape, we have approximately $1.5 million more inflow than outflow, with 15.45 million shares traded so far after 359 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 16.78 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is well below the 40 to 60 million that I suggested in pre-market. It's pitiful. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.38, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.13, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.11, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 53.52, which is just slightly above average. Somebody had mentioned earlier about did we get our cat ears, our exploding kittens. Let's take a look at that real quick here, real fast. No, not yet. We certainly did not get that yet. I only see one ear. This almost could look like another one, but it's usually they're really close to each other. Much more close than what it is right now. Let's see here. I guess that's it. That's all I got for you guys. I gotta write up some quick questions. I know it's time for movie trivia, but I forgot to write up some questions earlier when I was on break, which is what I usually do. So give me about 7 to 10 minutes here, real fast, while I write up some quick questions, and then we'll get to Deadpool trivia. So I'll put on some music while I step aside, and I'll be right back. All right, I've got the questions ready to go here. It took me 9 minutes, a little bit longer than I thought. Let's see how you guys do on these. Some of these are going to be a little harder than usual, I think, maybe. I'm not sure. But we got Deadpool for the movie trivia questions for the day today. If you guys are ready, go ahead and... and when Casey goes live now. Go ahead and hit live now. How's it going, Pantheon? Good to see you. All right, here we go. First question. I just need to see one person say ready so I know that you guys are all ready to go here. Barry, that was quick, man. It was really, really quick. Blarky's already got you guys beat by a point here. He's starting out the day with a 1-point advantage. Here we go. Who is Deadpool? Who is Deadpool's roommate? What's his name? Blind Owl's correct by Frank Lehman. When Deadpool is looking for Ajax at the beginning of the movie, how many rounds are in his gun? "12" by censored content is correct. How did Deadpool get his nickname? Who gave it to him? Who gave Deadpool his nickname? Weasel is correct by censored content. What's the name of Weasel's bar? What is the name of Weasel's bar? It's 4 words in case you're wondering. Wow. Okay, you actually got the full. Sister Margaret's Home for Wayward Girls is actually right. I was just gonna take Home for Wayward Girls, but you're actually right. It was you put in the whole part of it in there. That's amazing. That was pretty crazy. Yeah. Okay. Yep, that's correct. That was it. I would have accepted just Home for Wayward Girls. All right, next one. What was Ajax's mutant power? What was Ajax's mutant power? That's kind of two. It's kind of like two mutant powers, but yeah, I'll give you point censored content for no pain. Can anybody else guess the other one? Anybody else? Super strength, Barry Electronics. Yeah, you'll give you the other point. I'm gonna have to just start writing you in as BE. Why does Deadpool decide to make his suit red? Oh, Danny, you did have that one first. I gotta take it back. I just looked back up there. Yeah. To cover the blood for Pantheon is correct. I gotta go back and give Danny the point, Barry. Sorry, man. He did beat you. I actually went back up and looked and saw he did beat you. It was my mistake. I'll let you keep the point. Pantheon, I gotta give you a point. Let's see here. Next question. Stan Lee makes a cameo appearance in Deadpool. What is his profession? DJ is correct by censored content. Man, censored content, you're killing it, man. What is the name of the young female teenage X-woman? feel weird calling her X-Men. It's 3 words. I'm looking for 3 words, and I gave you one of them already. Negasonic Teenage Warhead is correct by censored content. Man, he's on a roll today. He's tearing it up. Typing fast, putting in those answers quick. Second to last question. When Vanessa removes Deadpool's mask, what does she see first? Hugh Jackman is correct. It was a Hugh Jackman mask. All right, last question. If you guys can get it, then I will give you. I'm gonna give you guys. I feel like I'm giving 3 points out today for this one, because I feel like I went outside my comfort zone for picking a question. It's not like me at all to pick something like this for an answer. I'm trying to get you guys out of my head. Something like there's no way you pick this as a possible answer. But yet it is still something that most people would know about the movie or at least the character. That's about as much as I can say. Oh, son of a bitch, Barry Electronics. You bastard. Fourth wall's correct. 3 points. Get out of my damn head. You bastard. Get out of my damn head. What the hell, man? What the question was, what wall is Deadpool known for breaking? And the fourth wall is correct. I hate it that you're in my head like that, man. You're killing me. Isn't that like 2 days in a row you got my question? Bastard, man. I can't believe you're getting that. That's so insane. All right, let me add up these points here real quick. Balarkey, congratulations on your point today. Frank Lehman, congratulations on adding to your points. Censored Content, congratulations on adding to your points. And Barry Electronics, congratulations adding on to your points. Danny, congratulations on your first point of the week. And Pantheon, congratulations on your first point of the week. Alrighty. Coming in third place, we have a tie between Jabibs and Robert B for 3 points apiece. You guys have combined not even enough points to take over second place, who's Barry Electronics with 10 points for the week. But what's crazy is Censored Content with 16 points for this week so far. Absolutely insane. Insane. I don't think I'm going to get a price prediction tally point for the day today. What are we at here? Oh, yeah, I will. 585. I'm still good. Man, this took a turn here at the end of the day that I did not see coming. I got today all kinds of wrong. I got volume wrong, price prediction. I mean, I'm still within my range, but man, did not see this kind of downwards momentum. I was expecting to see I was expecting to see lots of volume, some green. Right now, as it stands, AMC is at $4.40, down 0.22. Ape is down 2.36 at 1.445. I hate to break it to you guys, but I've done a lot of things to try and throw off Censored Content. He is legit. I'm telling you right now, he's just straight up legit, and he knows his movie trivia. So if you want to beat censored content, you're going to have to try really hard because he's legit. I'm telling you right now, he's legit. Doesn't matter if I make up my own questions. Doesn't matter if I draw questions from the internet. Doesn't matter if Pantheon does the questions. There's all kinds of things I've tried to throw him off, and he still gets the answers. I humbly give you my respect, censored content, as being absolutely, definitively the champion for movie quiz questions. There is no other. Pretty certain. If I had to risk $1 million on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, I would be calling you for a movie question. He bugged your house. That's right. I'm going around the house going like yelling out all the questions before I write them down. Censor Content says I have twin boys and we go to the movies every week since the divorce. That's awesome, man. Got to keep up that make sure they still know that you're important in their lives. It's good stuff. Myself says censored content should become the host of the quiz now. It's kind of like Jeopardy, right? When you lose oh son of a gun, I just forgot his name. Sajak. Wait, what was his first name? Pat Sajak? Was it Pat Sajak? When you lose Pat Sajak, no, that's not his name. That's Wheel of Fortune. What was his name? Alex Trebek. I don't know why I couldn't think of it. When you lose Alex Trebek, you've got to get a good replacement in there. I think I got Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy mixed up. Yep, Spy's way down too. Everything's down right now. GME's up 36.33% still. That's front running. What's front running? Are you saying the market? They're front running the market? Wheel of Jeopardy. I wonder if that would be any fun. Yoka Free says, Casey, I am happy with my one and only win. So just to let you guys know, earlier this morning I put in synthetic price failure and SSR, or I put SSR and SPF all in here. We really haven't moved that much down. I mean, I know it's a lot down from where we were up in the aftermarket hours yesterday, but in total for the day we're only down 1.36%. It's not that bad. I know you're probably sitting there going like, yeah, but we were up that 10%. Well, it was a good padding for what could have been a day where we would have seen 10% down. So there is that. Depends on how you want to look at this. Oh, censored content's front running. I don't know how. $579 is the combined price of AMC and Ape. It broke past the that $599 level of support. Let me show you guys this real quick here. It broke past that $579 level of support that we needed to see have hold pretty firmly, and still continuing to fall. So it seems like the whole market's kind of doing the same thing too here. We are breaking downwards out of this descending or ascending parallel channel. which tells me that this is a legit breakout to the bottom side here. Remember, guys, the more volatile this market gets, the harder it is for the whole rest of the market to keep up with it. Cost to borrow average on AMC was 358.18. And tomorrow, I think I have a song to play for you guys from somebody who watches. I'll cover the group name and everything tomorrow morning, but it's kind of cool. Another ape group amongst us. Tomorrow's movie is Three Migos. Nope, it's not the Beastie Boys. Yes, we did do Spaceballs. Yeah, I wouldn't really look at that as a sign of the short sellers being in control of Militia Ape. I wouldn't look at it that way at all. I think what's crazy to me is that the Bollinger Bands are as wide as they are right now. I mean, look how wide the Bollinger Bands are, and it's actually keeping every single bit of this data right here inside where it's at. I mean, this is just a free fall right now. And if you go to, we've got SPY. I think I still have SPY up on here, right? Ape's not really moving all that much. If I put Ape back up on the screen instead of SPY, hold on a second. It's really not moving all that much. It's coming down a little bit, but it's for the most part, it's kind of sticking right about where it's at. Pantheon, I think I did. Maybe no, I don't recall having. No, I did see it. I remember it now. That was a while ago. I do remember that. Maybe we'll post that up for tomorrow. It'd be a good background picture to put up. Alrighty, guys. I hate to break it to you, but it is that time of the day, and all good things must come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. It's our last movie trivia day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like to get outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see a movie, because after all, that's what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in S. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
I hear the sound that goes beneath angels and skylines meet, and I'm straining to reach the light on the surface, light on the other side. I feel the pages turning, I see the candle burning down before my eyes, before my wild eyes. I feel you holding me tighter, I cannot see. When will we finally breathe? Pages turning, I see the candle burning down before my eyes, before my
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder, puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All